alzare però, se stai basso sì. Ok, il resto. Se non ti alzi è meglio. Sì, sì.
A very good morning from the centre of the karting universe. What a beautiful day, in stark contrast to last evening when the final of our 26 heats was raced in tremendous fog. But you can see the sun is shining here this morning. We can actually see Monte Baldo in the background. Great to have your company for the penultimate event of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Would you believe 389 drivers from almost 50 nations around the world for the biggest event in WSK history. 13 pre-finals here this morning, starting with OKN, that is Original Kart National, Christian Tonellini to start on pole position alongside the newly crowned WSK Euro Series champion, Julius Ochepa. Just a few moments before the karts come out onto the circuit. This is round 1 of 2, the WSK Final Cup, the championship which dates back to 2011. The original champions, Baslemmers in KZ2, Dennis Olsen winning for Energy Course in KF2, Nicholas Nielsen, recent Le Mans 24 Hours winner with Ferrari, winning KF3, that was the junior category back then, and Lorenzo Travisanuto, who won aboard a Tony Kart in 2011 in 60 Mini at Castelletto di Branduzzo, the first WSK title for Lorenzo Travisanuto, who is one of those 389 drivers here this weekend, racing in KZ2 later on this morning. So Tonellini will start from pole position for Original Kart National, 36 karts on the grid. Tonellini out of grid 1 alongside Julius Ochepa, right back to the final row of the grid. The Canadian back with us, Lucas Nanji, starting alongside Emanuele Govoni for MLG Racing. A packed field here this weekend for all 7 of our categories. So just to explain for our viewers watching on live around the world, 13 pre-finals this morning, 2 pre-finals for each of the categories with the exception of this Original Kart National. And then our 7 finals and the podiums live this afternoon, of course, on WSK.IT and Motorsport TV, watching live all around the world. The sun is shining just a few moments before the karts come out onto the circuit. Once again, we welcome you to the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting, Lonato in the very north of Italy. Summertime is well and truly behind us. The 10th day of November. A beautiful autumnal day, 5 degrees Celsius, almost down to freezing overnight as the karts come out onto the circuit. But the sun is shining, the track is dry, and we are ready to race for the first time today. We'll take a look at the grid for you. Cristian Tonellini on pole position. Julius Ocepa out of grid 2. Appicello for the Galaxis Saltiros racing team from Greece. Marchese, Suvetzoglu also from Greece. Bartosz Grivac, Fabian Sturzen, Georgi Zashov, Shafat and Gianmarco Cortopassi out of grid 10. Volpato, that's Andrea, Nikos Tomasella, Federico Nardotti, Robin Sage, Luisa Della Pietra on the podium at Sano. On debut, the Australian Wilt Thompson starting out of grid 16. Ladauka, Santese, Ferrari and Davide Mizzoni out of 20 in the Ital course kart. Adriana Destruel, Aurelio Papaglia, Grue Butaglia also from Canada. Troxler and Massa, the Swiss drivers. Chiara Batic also from Switzerland for Victory Lane. Mafera, Federico Lenzo and Jacopo Cinti in the Ital course kart. Anya Lavar, Alessandro Califano, Zhao is joined on the 16th row of the grid by Chatsi Marcos from Greece. And as we mentioned, Lucas Nagy from Canada, 821. He's the North American in the Kart Republic. And Emanuele Govoni out of grid 36 in the 818 Paralyn. Tonellini, 836 on pole position for the first time today. Leads the field up to the line. We race. Perfect start from Tonellini. Appicello in second place. Antonio Appicello for the Galaxis Sotiros racing team in the Lando Norris karts. Almost tries to take the lead as Tonellini goes down the middle of the circuit for the first time out of the pit hairpin. Around the outside, Appicello superb. Nice pass from Antonio. Good start from Gianmarco Cortopassi. You can see the 801 Maranello kart. Big move down the inside by one of the team driver karts. Looked to be Nicolas Marchese, who just sent it into the pit hairpin. It will be Appicello, who completes lap 1 of 17 in the lead. Bartosz Grivac also with a good start, but has dropped back to position 9. There's Fabian Sturzen going on through 808 in the Lenzo kart powered by the LKE. It is Appicello from Tonellini, Sturzen, Suvetzoglu. Great start from Nicolas, the Greek driver for the Greek team in the Lando Norris kart. Nicolas Suvetzoglu, Galaxis Sotiros Racing. The Lando Norris karts in first and fourth. Sturzen from Sweden in the Sicilian LKE powered Lenzo kart. 808 in third place. Clean start for the first of our pre-finals here this morning. OK National, that's OKN, 36 drivers taking the start, 36 still on track. Thankfully, a clean start as Appicello looks back to the pole sitter Tonellini. Nicolas Marchese with that big move on the opening lap. Just sets a purple time early ahead of the pole. Bartosz Grivac, Volpato, Julius Ocepa from the front row of the grid. The newly crowned WSK Euro Series champion from grid 2 has crossed the line in position 9, just ahead of Georgi Zashov. He makes it one place. Julius up to 8 as he takes Andrea Volpato for M2 Racing. There's Julius in the background going down the hill. The race leaders, Appicello and Tonellini. First retirement, it looks as though we've lost Califano at the end of the fourth lap. That's bad luck for Califano, who almost certainly will have to come from the back of the grid. In fact, it's it's Andrea Volpato who's dropped right down the order. Troxler was also involved in that. That's Charles Troxler from Switzerland in the 828 Carly kart. There's Appicello with Tonellini, the pole sitter, right behind in the Tony Cup, behind the Lando Norris kart. Suvetzoglu, 822 for the Galaxis Sotiros racing team. Just loses a place, he's back to P5. His teammate, Antonio Appicello, who's been racing with us in WSK since 60 Mini, still leads the race. Stursen. That's Fabian, 8:08 in P3. Tonolini just sitting there. We are approaching half race distance. This is lap 6 of 17. Julius Ochepa from grid 2 back to 9th place, but just goes fast as does Julius. Good start also from the Australian Will Thompson on debut in WSK. First WSK race for Will, who took victory at the magnificent Wanneroo Raceway in Perth, Western Australia. In the West Australian round of the 2023 AKC, he won for the J&D team, or what has become the J&D team, in Perth, West Australia. That was in KA3 in 2023. On debut is Will in WSK, and he's now just outside the top 10. Thompson in 13 ahead of Tomasella, Mitoni, Ladaukas, one of the numerous Greek drivers here this weekend. Kortopasi just ahead of Will, Nardozzi, and it's Georgi Sashov, the Russian-Swiss driver, who at the moment sits in P10. Apicella continues to lead from Tonalini. Nicolas Marchesi on the podium at this race last year at Franciacorta, the single round event of the Final Cup in 2023. Last year's champion, Lamberto Ferrari, who took the title at Franciacorta 12 months ago. 2 rounds for 2024. This weekend here at Lonato, and in 2 weeks' time at Cremona, the circuit, which recently hosted for the first time a round of the World Superbike Championships. Just getting back to the retirements, Andrea Volpato is out, as is Charles Troxler, and it was Califano. He was indeed caught up in that incident. Those other 3 retirements. There's Will Thompson coming down the hill now. The Australian doing a superb job, just sits in behind Gianmarco Cortopasi, this 36-car field. Will's in P13 ahead of Mizzoni, Tomasella, Ladaukas from Greece, Papaglia, Robin Sarge, Luisa Della Pietra, she's in 19th. Remember, Maria Luisa Della Pietra, she finished 3rd on the podium, 14 driver at Sanu. The last weekend of September in the second round of the WSK Euro Series, Della Pietra ahead of Grue. Chiara Batig up into 21 for the Victory Lane team. She had a tough run through the heats. Di Chiara, she's already made up 6 or 7 positions off the start. Chiara from Switzerland for the Victory Lane team. Tonolini, the pole sitter, still sits in behind Apicella. As we move into the second half of the first of our 13 pre-finals here this morning. Marchesi has got by Julius Ochepa, the WSK Euro Series champion, back to 4 from Chaffard. Enzo Chaffard for Town Racing in the top 5. That's the French driver. Under attack, though, from Bartosz Grivac, I should say. The second pole inside the top sticks. Stursen, Subazoglu, Ferrari, and Georgi Sashov. That's Nicolas Marchesi coming down the hill for team driver. The team of David De Lucchi, former Italian champion, is David De Lucchi. In the Intercontinental C category, driving a Kali kart. That was, 15, 20 years ago. David, now team owner for the team driver. And they're in 3rd place with Nicolas Marchesi. Ochepa, Chaffard, Grivac, Fabian Stursen. Bartosz has got by the Frenchman. Enzo back to 6 as Bartosz from Poland in P5. Julius from Poland in P4. There's the Lenzo car just clipping the ripple strip. Bartosz has got by Grivac, 8:07 for LA Motorsports. Nicolas Marchesi now right on the back of the pole sitter. Christian Tonolini dives down the inside into the chicane. Nice pass. Marchesi goes up into 2nd place. Shatsi Marcos, one of the 3 Greek drivers in the field, unfortunately has retired. Socrates for the Cosmo Rally Kart Academy team. The 829 CRG is out. He joins Andrea Volpato, Charles Troxler, and Califano, the 4 retirements from this 36-car field. Apicella for the GSR team. hugely ambitious and extremely professional. Galatas Sotiros racing team, of course, the new track being built in Athens, being completed in Athens, full FIA international circuit on the outskirts of one of the most historic and famous cities on earth, Athens, with an all-new international kart circuit under construction. And you know the Galatas Sotiros team will make that virtually their home base. And at the moment, they still lead the race with Antonio Apicella. We start lap 12 of 17. Original Kart National pre-final, the first of our 13 pre-finals here this morning. The Italians, 1, 2 and 3. And then the two drivers from Poland, Ochepa, Grivac, Sturson, Shafad, Stuvetsoglu, now up into 8. Great drive from Riccardo Ferrari into racing. He's lost his teammate, Andrea Volpato, but Ferrari from grid 19 up into P9, Zashov, Nardozzi, Cortopassi, Thompson, Tomasella, and Robin Sarge from Estonia rounds out the 15. Fastest lap for Nicolas Marchese, who's gone through into position 2, 47.488. Has left Tonellini just behind. That is Christian. Tonak Kart Racing Team. Christian, the TM Power Tonak Kart 836. Just losing touch with Nicolas Marchese for team driver. The team from Padova just on the edge outside of Venice in the north of Italy. In second place, the Italian driver for the Greek team in P1. Julius Ochepa, the LKE-powered Lenzo kart, catching the leading trio. This is the first of our 13 pre-finals here this morning. Dive down the inside, nice pass. Marchese goes through to take the lead of the Original Kart National pre-final on a beautiful autumnal day here in the north of Italy, the centre of the karting universe. Round 1 of 2, the Wsk Final Cup for 2024. Goes wide on the exit though. 3 laps remaining, including this one. Here's Ochepa, Krivac. This just a few moments ago into the penultimate corner of the track. And Nicolas Marchese for team driver. Nice move. Apicella, to be fair, did give him space. And the driver who's led most of the race sits in second place. The response from Apicella into the pit hairpin. Tonellini just watching this battle. Fabulous fight as they set the grids. Well, the grid for the final this afternoon, as it stands, Apicella would take pole position after the heats, after qualifying, after this pre-final on 19 points from 21 on Tonellini, but that may change before I complete this sentence because Tonellini makes a move up into P2. It does not stick though. Ochepa in the Lenzo kart joins in this battle as well. Apicella now with half a second breathing space. Penultimate lap of the first of our 13 pre-finals here this morning. Antonio Apicella, the Galatas Sotiros racing team. The Greek team, the Italian driver. Tonellini down the inside. This changes the order as well for the grids. Tonellini would now start on pole position with that move into second place. 18 points. Apicella 19. Ochepa to start out of grid 3 on 26 points. This is the classification after the heat racing and the pre-final here this morning. Tonellini, as it stands, would start on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Last lap, Apicella to take victory in the pre-final, surely here. 0.6 of a second clear of Christian Tonellini. Started from pole position. It looks as though he will line up on pole position for the final this afternoon. There's Sturson in the background. Good drive from the Swede. Also for the Lenzo kart team. Stuvetsoglu. just behind the Swedish Nicholas. Also for the GSR team, coming down the hill now. 3 corners remaining for Antonio Apicella. David Emitoni, unfortunately, has retired. You saw his card at the side of the circuit. But for the first time this morning, a checkered flag will wave. Antonio Apicella for the GSR team takes victory. Tonellini second, but Christian will line up on pole position for the final later this afternoon. Federico Lenzo just crossing the line in 28th position. Emanuele Govoni next, and then Zhao, unfortunately, Robin Sarge retiring on the last lap of the race.
Attenzione prego. Fiat tipo di colore bianco targata GL812SF parcheggiata vicino a
Apicella takes the victory. Tonellini in second place, but that's enough for Christian to line up on pole position this afternoon for the final. Marchese, the 2 poles, Ocepa, Grivac, Stulson, Suvatoglu, Enzo Shafat, Georgi Zasov, and Federico Nardozzi in the TI Kart P10. Ferrari, Cortopassi, good drive from Ricardo from way back on the grid. Will Thompson, welcome to WSK, mate. The Australian 13th in the pre-final in this 36 kart field. Thomas Heller, Chiara Batig. Great drive from Chiara. She came from grid 27 for the Victory Lane team to finish in P15, just ahead of Maria Luisa Della Pietra. Remember, she was on the podium at Sano in the WSK Euro Series. Sarge retiring on the last lap of the race. Mitsoni, Chatzimarkos, Volpato, Troxler, and Califano was out in the early stages. The first of our pre-finals have been raced on a beautiful autumnal day here at South Garda Karting. We'll take a very short break. We continue racing though with Original Kart National Junior. That's OKNJ live from Lonato. We'll be back in just a moment.
you to leave so soon. Didn't wanna make you run around, 'cause it seems I tripped up once again. Now I'm lying down again, staring into a cloud of questions. Why? Blurry visions through tired eyes. Got a lot of things that I need to say, got a lot of things that I need to find a way to rest my head. Just trying to get my eyes. Why let you walk away? Why let you walk away? 'Cause I'm thinking it's you. I've been thinking about you every day. I see you walking around my life, so easy into your embrace. It's like you never went away. You glow walk around my soul, easing into your embrace. It's like I never went away. You glow like you can't escape the rays. You're brave enough to save the day. Love, only we can make it there.
Back here at Lonato for the second pre-final of the morning. This is Original Kart National Junior Pre-Final A. And this is the grid. Bruno Blanco to lead the way from pole position. Alessandro Truscio. The Paralins on the front row of the grid. And grid 3 as well for that matter. Joelle Gypsy Girardello. And the American from Madrid, Nicholas Stanley. Lemerchan Carter, who's been in great form this week, and that's Henry. Siva Osachi, Shuvslavsky, Dondi, Hernandez, Legenki, Diari Shlami, Will Green. We'll speak about Will throughout the broadcast. Nefeli Kosmopoulos, Oiva Vetenrata, Adam Brilla, Christoph Focus. Lorenzo Vilao, Amelia Vijormiska, Nathan Liotier, Dario El Malki for Flowers Racing, and Zarif Raikal from Malaysia out of grid 21. 737, Dario El Malki for the Flowers Racing team of Giacomo Fiorini, the Tuscan team with the Italian-Egyptian driver, Dario El Malki. His third ever kart race, would you believe? Welcome to WSK for the Egyptian-Italian Dario El Malki. 10th row of the grid for Flowers Racing, the team of Giacomo Fiorini from Toscana. But it's Bruno Blanco for LA Motorsport on pole position. Truchel, the French-American, for the Modena Kart team out of grid 2. Joelle Girardello also for the Modena Kart team out of 3. We race. Truchel shoots to the inside, but Bruno Blanco with a perfect start. The Paralin drivers go 1-2, split by Nicola Stanley El Madrileño. Well, the American from Spain for the Sicilian team, Gamoto, is on the charge here this morning. Truchel blocks half his countryman, the French-American from the Spanish-American, but it's the Italian Bruno Blanco for LA Motorsport, who has stormed into the lead, down into the chicane. Great start from Henry Carter. The Brit 705 in the Rigetti Ridolfi kart, which is manufactured not more than half an hour's drive from the South Garda karting circuit. Oiva Vetenrata and Adam Brilla have come together on the opening lap of the race. They drop right down the order. Vetenrata, Oiva, who's had a tough run this weekend, had to retire from the first heat with a broken exhaust, which smashed the decibel meter off the charts. On Friday, it looks as though Oiva Vetenrata is in trouble here this morning as Truchel makes the move on the inside of Nicolas Stanley. That's Carter in position 4. Maël Lemerchan for Jana Racing in the Tony kart just behind, powered by the Vortex. Adam Brilla to the side of the circuit. Christos Focus is also out. The Pole and the Greek, the two retirements. Oiva Vetenrata has actually managed to keep on going, but way down in 19th place. Stanley on the inside of Carter. Nicola goes on through. Henry right in the thick of this action. The Brit who actually took pole position at this very circuit just a few weeks ago in the Industrial Trophy race. 705, that's Henry right in the middle of the pack. Maël Lemerchan, the French driver who white lines at Carter, getting anxious. On the inside, now tries the outside. Henry, what a move! Nicely done. Carter goes through and takes the Frenchman for P4. Maël Lemerchan, Girardello, the Mexican, Emiliano Hernandez, Alexander Legenki, Seva Osadzi, Shuvslavsky, the two Ukrainians, 8 and 9, and Will Green, the second Brit, the second generation racer, rounds out the 10. Will Green in 702, head of Dondi, Nefeli Kosmopoulos, Raikal from the back of the grid. Goes Zarif from Malaysia. Lorenzo Villau, Dario El Marchi for Flowers Racing. Great start as we see Le Marchand down the inside and retakes the place back from Henry Carter. Emilia Vizormiska, Oiva Vetenrata still circulating. And Nathan Liotier rounds out the field. Bruno Blanco with 2 seconds of lead from Alessandro Truccio. The French-American who's had an outstanding 2024 season. In second place is Alessandro Truccio for the Modena Kart team. There's Le Marchand, Nathan Liotier. Just been told from race control has been given a 3-second penalty. That drops the French driver way down to 18th position. There's Carter in the middle of your screen. Henry, 705, the legendary Rigetti Ridolfi Gold Kart, which ironically is actually blue. Here's Henry. Emiliano Hernandez right behind is the Mexican. And then Joël Gypsy Girardello. Carter loses another place. The first of the 2 Ukrainians, Seva. We go back to Dondi, Legenki, and Will Green loses the place. Now having to defend from Nefeli Kosmopoulos. We'll check the gap, 2 seconds now, as Maël Le Marchand with a 48.433 goes fastest. Carter sideways, Henry's under attack. Does not have the grip in the early stages of this OKJ Junior pre-final. You can see he was sideways. And now is about to lose at another place as well. Girardello goes on through. Does Gypsy. The Modena Kart 719, remember, Girardello started on the second row of the grid. Now back into P6. Carter then at Seva. Osachi Shuvslovsky for the Monster K factory team of Yuri Serafini. 1.8 seconds from Bruno back to Alessandro. There's Blanco. Alessandro Truccio. What a season for Truccio. He's in second place, 31 race starts. These are the stats coming into this weekend for Alessandro Truccio. 22 race weekends. He's had 16 podiums, 8 victories, 7 pole positions, and 2 outright track records for Alessandro Truccio. Last year's Scusa Winter Pro Tour champion. He's in second place though. Is Alessandro Truccio for the Modena Kart team. Blanco for LA Motorsport P1. Paralin Motorsport, the Paralin Karts I should say, they're first and second. Nicola Stanley, El Madrileño. Nicola, the American from Madrid in Spain for the Sicilian team Gamoto in third place. Maël Le Marchand from France in P4. This is Nicola, head of Le Marchand. Half race distance, OKJ Junior pre-final A. Stanley in P3. The blind goes down on the radiator of Le Marchand. It is still a very cold morning here. Up to 10 degrees Celsius, we're being told. I don't believe that for a moment. Although the sun is shining and Maël Le Marchand is watching the temperature on the gauges there, on the telemetry, the data. Water temperature just hovering around about 60 degrees, so he gives the Vortex engine a little bit more airflow. 125cc Original Kart National coming onto the straight. And the Frenchman is catching the Spanish-American Nicola Stanley. This is Le Marchand, fastest lap of the race for Seva Osachi Shuvslovsky. 48.149 for the Ukrainian in the CRG for the Monster K factory team. Confirmation in the bottom left of your screen. Up onto 3 wheels for Maël Le Marchand. Hernandez, a position ahead, goes purple in this sector, sideways from Nicola, that's costly. Maël Le Marchand trying to make a move on Nicola, who goes wide, leaves the door open, cannot defend, and Maël Le Marchand goes through and takes Nicola Stanley for P3. Into the second half of pre-final A for OKJ. The move actually lined up 2 corners before Nicola Stanley going on wide. And the French driver just made the move. Nicola could not defend Lonato. The Vortex Power Tony Kart, the TM Power Tony Kart for Nicola Stanley. For the legendary Tinkamoto team. Salvatore and Vincenzo Totti of Sicily. Sicilian team with a base here. Just walking distance actually from the South Garda karting circuit. Well, a decent walk. Round 1 of 2, the 2024 Wsk Final Cup. The penultimate race of the 2024 WSK season, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. You can see Truchot with a 48 dead has got right up to the back of Bruno Blanco. Almost into the 47s. The Paralin Karts run 1 and 2. LA Motorsport, Modena Karts, first and second. Same manufacturer, 2 different teams, both running the TM engine. Truchot on the back of Bruno. Very close to the back. He'll get the slipstream as they come across the line. Even beneficial in his OKJ Junior karts. Watching to the pit hairpin. Truchot on the back of Blanco. Here's an opportunity. The track is 12 meters wide. He dives down the inside, and Alessandro Truchot, the French-American, takes the lead. The Paralins 1-2. They go side by side. And now it's Alessandro Truchot who goes through to take the lead at pre-final A in OKJ. Nice pass by Truchot. Already pulls out 3/10 of a second as Seva Alshachi Suvslavsky in P6, the first of the 2 Ukrainians with a 47.8. Truchot, virtually identical setups for the 2 Paralin drivers in first and second. 2 different teams though. LA Motorsport in second place with Bruno and the Modena Kart team. Both working together, of course, with Paralin, the manufacturer from Bassano del Grappa. Marco Parolin here at the circuit, son of the founder, Albino Parolin, the famous manufacturer. Albino himself, international kart racer of note, way back in the early 1980s, possibly even late 1970s. Albino Parolin, home circuit of Jesolo back in the day, and now one of the finest kart manufacturers in the world. They run 1 and 2 here this morning. Alessandro Truchot, Blanco, Meyer Lemachon still in P3. That's the French driver for Yana Racing. The Vortex Power Tony Kart in third. Nicola Stanley under attack from Giuele Gypsy Girardello, also for the Modena Kart team, also in a Paralin. He's gone through. Stanley back to 5 in the background. Girardello has made the pass on Nicola Stanley. And Gypsy up to P4. So the Paralins first, second, and 4th place. Lemachon for Jana Racing in the Tony Kart, powered by the Vortex in third. Lemachon is actually catching up ever so slightly to the back of Bruno Blanco. Running out of time though. 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. The Paralins still first and second. This is pre-final A. The WSK Final Cup, 389 drivers from 48 different nations. I think actually 49 to stand corrected. Either way, near on half the planet, geographically, if not numerically, is represented here in the biggest event in WSK World Karting history, the penultimate event of the 19th season of WSK Promotion 2025, the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion. The calendar, incidentally, has been published. You can check that out on wsk.it. A new look calendar for next year, the 20th anniversary season. As Truchot begins the penultimate lap of the race in the lead, kicking off with the winter test at La Conca Muro Lucchese on January 19th. 5 rounds Next year's WSK Supermaster Series, La Conca, Sarno, back here at South Garda Karting, Franciacorta, and back at Viterbo to the north of the eternal city of Rome for the first time in over a decade. The two-round WSK World Challenge Europe at Viterbo and Genk in Belgium. And then the final cup next year, so 10 events plus the Rotax Max Euro Trophy for 2025. Last lap of the race, still the Paralins in first and second place, Trucho and Blanco. Alessandro looking back to Bruno. Le Méchant does likewise back to Girardello. Makes the move down the inside, does Bruno Blanco with 3 corners to go. Fighting as if it's the last lap of the final. It's the last lap of pre-final A. The Paralins will go 1-2. It's actually Bruno who goes through to take the victory. Nice response from Bruno Blanco. And the LA Motorsport driver wins it with a pass. 3 corners remaining. Trucho, Le Méchant, great drive from Mayer Le Méchant. Girardello, Osavci, Shuslovsky with the fastest lap of the race. Nicola Stanley, P6, Emiliano Hernandez, the 2 North Americans. That's Nicola from America. Hernandez from Mexico, Leonardo Dondi, P8, Legenki in P9. As we take a look at the highlights of the race, Bruno Blanco from pole position. Nicola Stanley trying to go through. Was in P2, but then was immediately passed by Alessandro Trucho. Henry Carter up into the top 3 early on, but would fade to finish in P11, just ahead of his countryman Will Green. As Trucho set off after Bruno Blanco. Henry Carter fighting in the top 5. This was Mayer Le Méchant going by the Englishman. And then the Ukrainian for the Monster K factory team taking Henry as well. Trucho taking the lead from Bruno Blanco. Last lap of the race, 3 corners to go, and Bruno Blanco goes through to take the lead and win pre-final A for OKJ. Blanco, Trucho, Le Méchant, great drive for the Jana Racing Tony Car pilot. Girardello, Seva was 5. Nicola, Emiliano Hernandez, Dondi, Legenki, Dario El Malki, que bravo! The Egyptian-Italian 3rd ever kart race in 10th place. The 2 Brits, Henry Carter, Will Green, Nefeli, and Oiva Vetanrata. Good recovery for the Finn. Vijor Mazga, Raquel from the back of the grid. Bilal Liotia, Diar Islami. And the 2 retirements, Fulcast and Adam Brilla out on the opening lap of the race. OKJ Junior continues racing. Pre-final B, they'll come out onto the circuit imminently. The very left of your screen, you can see the yellow light flashing. The Kleine Kumpen, Henri took pole position 2 days ago on Friday morning, fastest qualifier for the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation racer. Henri Kumpen with a 47.683 in timed qualifying, and starts on pole position for pre-final B here this morning. This is the grid. Kumpen on pole position. Tomas Chikorachki out of grid 2. Michele Orlando, Teo Polican, Sebastian Rydell, and Lenny Mäkinen. Diego Bertolini, Leo from the mountains, Gurski, Diar Islamov, and Marco Puma out of grid 10. Adam Kriya for Renda Motorsport, Lorenzo, your friend, Diamico, out of 12, Joelle Carrera, Zvaric from Thailand, Sakano from Japan, Raffaele Mini, Il Sicilianino, Stigson, Morese, Sofia Povetsnaya, And Jake Woods out of 20. Henri Kumpen, 7-1-7 for Jana Racing out of Grid 1. The Vortex Power Tony Kart, the TM Power Tony Kart of Tomasz Chikoracki, who's been in great form, 7-3-2 for the pole. Out of Grid 2, Michele Orlando, the Danilo Rossi Racing Kart team driver, powered by the Modena. Michele Orlando taking the first heat victory on Friday afternoon, driving for the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi, who is watching on from the edge of turn 3. Danilo Rossi watching his driver out of Grid 3. We race. Orlando with the lead. Nice start from the Italian, and the Modena Power DR kart races through to take the lead. We've lost Polikan, we've lost Islamov, and also Matthias Dixon in trouble. Three karts out on the first lap of the race. Also Jacob Woods involved in that. That's bad luck for the Brit. From Grid 20, Jacob Woods not coming round. Michele Orlando from Grid 3, the inside second row of the grid, will lead them across the line for the first time. Looks back to the German Sebastian Reidel, and in the center of your screen, De Kleine Kumpen. This is Diego Bertolini. Great start from Diego. Bertolini in the IPK kart, also powered by the Modena. Inside fourth row of the grid, up into fourth place. The DR kart leads Orlando Sebastian Reidel, the German, for team driver in second place. Henri Kumpen in third. Just sits in behind the team driver, Henri Kumpen. Pole position 48 hours ago. Again, Michele Orlando looks behind. 0.747 of a second back to the German, Sebastian Reidel. The karts on the infield, you can see we've lost Teo Polikan, Diad Islamov, Matthias Dixon, and Jacob Woods. 4 karts out before the start. That puts a big dent in their final hopes for this afternoon. Bertolini going on through. The KB2 Racing Team kart, the blue, green and white machine, powered by the Modena engines. First and fourth with Michele Orlando and Bertolini, the Vortex Power Tony kart of the pole sitter in third. And Sebastian Reidel for team driver. You know that's an IAME engine on the Kart Republic of the German, who's in second place under attack from the Belgian. The gap 9/10 of a second as Lorenzo D'Amico with a 48.6 goes fastest. Morese, Kriya, Chikoracki from Grid 2 back to 9. And Joelle Carrera rounds out the 10. De Kleine Kumpen down the inside. 7-1-7. And Henri back to second. Nice pass as he takes Sebastian for second. We'll take a look at the replay. Into the pit hairpin. And Henri Kumpen moves on through. Started out of Grid 1, remember. Looking for his maiden breakthrough OKJ Junior victory in WSK competition. Of course, son of Anthony Kumpen. His parents, Anthony and Greet, here at the circuit. Anthony, of course, 2-time European NASCAR champion, Zolder 24-hour race winner. A couple of starts at Daytona in the NASCAR Xfinity Series for Anthony Kumpen. Henri in second place. The gap out to 1.2 seconds. Fastest lap now for Lorenzo D'Amico again. This is Bertolini in P4. Lorenzo D'Amico again with a 48.311. Fastest driver comfortably on the circuit, trying to catch up to the back of Diego Bertolini. Górski, quiet race, of course. Leo Górski, WSK champion. Leo from the mountains, Górski, now racing for the Kart Republic team. 7:01 for Leo Górski. In 6th place at the moment. There is the pole. Multiple WSK race winner. Now for the Kart Republic team, Leo Górski just getting to grips with his new equipment. IAB powered Kart Republic. Leo Górski, 7:01 in P6 from Varese. Chikoracki, the second pole. Carrera, Lenny Mäkinen, Aaron Correa. Raffaele Mini, yes, you heard that right. Il Sicilianino, that is the younger brother of multiple WSK champion Gabriele Mini, Il Siciliano. 2020 Italian Formula 4 champion on the podium at Baku in Azerbaijan in the FIA Formula 2 World Championship. Gabriele Mini, that's his younger brother Rafa, second WSK race, and he's in 12th place. Raffaele Mini doing a nice job. Head of Puma, Zvaric from Thailand, Sofia Povetsnaya, and Taigen Sakano for the energy course. Spino Project Racing Team rounds out the field. It is still Michele Orlando in the race lead. We go into the second half of the race. This is Lorenzo D'Amico, the fastest driver on the circuit, comfortably for the EKS Motorsport team. Makes the move up the inside, racing up the hill. Nicely done. Lorenzo goes on through, puts Bertolini back into P5. Górski is next. Nice pass from Lorenzo D'Amico. Look at the EKS kart, standing up on 3 wheels into the far hairpin, already launching away and pulling away from Diego Bertolini. Watch this into the 3rd final corner. In fact, going up the hill it was. A courageous pass, just sent it and made the move. Lorenzo D'Amico, coming from grid 12, remember. The EKS car, powered by the TM, now in P4 in the center of your screen. That EKS chassis absolutely hooked up. 48 dead. He's the fastest driver on circuit. 091 for Lorenzo. Back to Bertolini, Górski, Carrera, Chikoracki, Mäkinen, Marese, Aaron Correa, Raffaele Mini, Zvaric, Povetsnaya, Marco Puma, and Taigen Sakano in the energy course rounds out the field. Lap 10 of 17. The gap down to 0.8 of a second. Lorenzo again with a 48 dead. D'Amico goes purple in the final sector and a purple lap as well. D'Amico now on the back of the German Sebastian Rydell. 48.066. Lorenzo from grid 12, now up into P4, is flying around this 1.2 kilometre South Garda karting circuit. That's Górski down the hill in P6. .701 for Leo. First WSK victory at Castelletto. We'll get back to that in a moment because you can see Lorenzo has now taken Sebastian for 3rd place. D'Amico is flying around the South Garda karting circuit. Rydell, Bertolini and Leo Górski just to finish that point. His first victory, Castelletto di Branduzzo, almost 2 years ago now for the pole. That was in 60 minutes. Now with the Kart Republic as another textbook pass from Lorenzo D'Amico. Goes on through to take Sebastian Rydell. He's in P3 from grid 12. As it stands, Bruno Blanco would start from pole position for the final later this afternoon, joined by Kumpen on the front row of the grid. That is provisional, of course. Chikoracki, Mäkinen, Carrera, Aaron Correa going down the hill. This is Górski, 701. Leo from the mountains, Górski. The Polish-speaking people know exactly what I'm talking about there. No, I don't speak Polish. Leo, though, up into P5 now. Now, the nice pass. This is Leo. 7-0-1. The Miami Power Card Republic also takes Diego Bertolini. WSK race winner, WSK Open champion in 60 minutes. Bella gara anche per Raffaele Mini, il sicilianino. Salutiamo i nostri amici siciliani. Stanno correndo anche al cittadino Santa Margherita Belice. Hi to our Sicilian friends watching online. They've got the Sicilian Street Circuit race today. Trofeo Nazionale down in Sicilia. Raffaele Mini in position 12. Il fratellino di Gabri, younger brother of Gabriele Mini, multiple WSK champion. Gabriele Mini came within one corner at Monza of taking the FIA Formula 3 World Championship just a couple of months ago. Stood on the podium. Di Gabriele Mini in the FIA Formula 2 World Championship in Baku. A big 2025 lined up for the all-road management driver. It's his younger brother, Raffaele, in position 12. His second WSK race. 7-2-3. You know, of course, he's driving a parallel. This is Kumpen on your screen in second place, and it looks as though he will start second as well for the final later this afternoon, round 1 of the WSK Final Cup here at South Garda Karting. .7 of a second between Orlando and Kumpen. Lorenzo D'Amico, what a drive. There is Mini coming down the hill, the plain white Arai helmet, replicating his older brother Gabriele. He's on the back of Davide Morese, who had a super final third heat yesterday. Davide Morese, scusate, for the Pacito Racing Car Team, 725, the TM Power Tony car. Strong finish yesterday for Davide Morese. The Italians, Carrera, Morese, Mini, just ahead of Sofia Povetsnaya. Mark Zvaric, Marco Puma, and Sakano from Japan rounds out the field. Rydell, P4 for Sebastian. The German just throws it down into the chicane. That's Bertolini. Chikoracki, the second pole. In P7, Lenny Makinen, Carrera now in P10. Raffaele Mini now up into P11. Listen to this. A purple sector for Il Sicilianino, not long out of the 60-minute category. Racing in the regional Sicilian championships. Raffaele Mini has gone by Carrera into 10th place. Bravo, Il Sicilianino, the little Sicilian. Now in P10, his second ever WSK race. Only, I think it's his fourth, I'll stand corrected on this, fourth ever junior race at all after coming out of 60 minute. Bertolini comes down the hill on the penultimate lap of the race. Makinen, Chikoracki, Kria, and Mini. 47.9 though for Michele Orlando, who's about to start the last lap of the race, 1.1 seconds clear of Henri Kumpen. Last lap for Michele Orlando, the modern powered DR kart of Danilo Rossi, 5-time World Kart Racing champion. Formula 3000 driver, one-time Minardi Formula 1 test driver as well, watching on from the edge of turn 3. His driver about to take victory in pre-final B. Orlando to start grid 4 for the final. You are looking at Gurski on the back of Rydell, the pole versus the German. This is for the grid positions later this afternoon in the final. Gurski on the back of Rydell, he'll send it down the inside. Leo Gurski can't do it. Sebastian closes the door. The checkered flag, though, does wave. The DR Racing Car team driver, powered by the Modena, Michele Orlando, takes the victory from Kumpen. Lorenzo D'Amico with that storming drive to come home P3 from grid 12. Michele Orlando, que bravo. But it is Bruno Blanco who will start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. As we look at the highlights from pre-final B for OKJ, Kumpen from pole position was passed by the Italian. Kumpen going by Rydell. Lorenzo D'Amico with a storming drive in the EKS car from grid 12 to ultimately finish in third place. Leo Gorski, P5 at the end of the race. Good recovery for the now Kart Republic driver. Fighting with Sebastian Rydell, the German home in P4. Out front, Orlando, untouchable, took the victory by just over a second from Henri Kumpen, who will start from grid 2 for the final later this afternoon. Back here at Lonato, mini under 10 at pre-final 8. And the cars come streaming out onto the circuit. Super Lolo Bros on pole position, LDP Mark Lumetz. Harry Williams for Team Baby Race, the Brit. Kias Moers van the Netherlands. Lee Lingan. Colton Snickenberg, the Texan. Kovtunenko from Ukraine. The boy from Brazil, Gabriel Sousa. Then we go to Latin, Matsep and Tiberius Muller. Austin Newsted. Lotrionte, Steindel, Daniel Verba, Cooper Lopez from Venezuela, Zuccheto Ruge, Ojala, and Gabriele Iacomelli out of 20 for the Spino Project Racing Team. Janone, Robert Paul Bauer for Gold Star Racing, Varakit Superchok from Thailand, David Acton, Jesese from Kenya in the east of Africa, Max Vardic, what an international field. The Israeli Tomyayev, the Bulgarian Kralev, Jan Algrea, Marat Zvaric, Aidan Moriera, Nico Fardin, Filipa Babiarts, and Hiro Wang from Hong Kong for the Falcon Racing Team out of grid 36. Massively international field. This is mini under 10. Having said that, it is the Italian, the Roman, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio on pole position for Team Baby Race. Great to have his teammate, Juana Jesese, for Team Baby Race from Kenya in the east of Africa, where, yes, the sport of karting is actually growing. Racing with us here this morning, the Mini Under 10 pre-final. We don't race. Another formation lap. Juana Jesese for Team Baby Race out of grid 25. The new circuit, relatively new. on the outskirts of Nairobi in Kenya. Don't believe everything you hear on the news. Highly developed some of the countries and cities in Africa. Incredibly modern, incredibly prosperous. And yes, the sport of karting is growing even in East Africa. Bwana Jasese from Kenya on the grid for Team Baby Race. His teammate on pole position. The African driver joins this international field. Starts alongside the Thai Max Vardic. Mark Lumets from Estonia. Out of grid 2, Harry Williams, also for Team Baby Race. On the second row of the grid, alongside Keys. Muiz for the Spino Project racing team of Marino Spinozzi, the former Formula Super A driver. Watching on from pit lane, we race. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Super Lolo Bros, leads the field down into turn 1. Team Baby Race in first and second place. LDP with the race lead. Harry up into second. Nice start by Williams. Li Lingan for the Tony Kart racing team from the People's Republic of China. The storming start up into position 3 from the third row of the grid. Goes by and takes Mark Lumets. That's Matsepen coming down the hill hot. Off the podium at Sano in the WSK Euro Series, Stefan Matsepen. Younger brother of former Haas Formula 1 driver Nikita, who was actually second in the Formula KF World Championships to Lando back in 2014. Newfound confidence for Stepan as we go full course yellow. We spoke about this Bwana Jasese. It is the Kenyan driver who's actually come to grief off screen on the opening lap of the race, along with Ojala as well. Full course yellow. So Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio does lead from Li Lingan up into second, who just went by Harry Williams before we went full course yellow. Lumets, Kovtunenko, the Ukrainian, Kees Muiz, Austin Newstead, Latin and Verba. Matsepen up into P10. SM Racing team driver just getting back to Stepan, full of newfound confidence. Just coming down the hill now, the bright orange fluorescent Arai helmet after that superb podium for young Stepan at Sano. In the WSK Euro Series, he's ahead of Steindal. Colton Snickenberg, that Texan, ahead of the Venezuelan-American Cooper Lopez. Muller, Lotrionte, Rouget, Zucchetto, Watakit Superchock. Salsa from Brazil. Gabriel Salsa has fallen right back as we stay full course yellow. Incident with Bwana Jasese, that's really bad luck. We were actually speaking about the young East African, not his first WSK race with us in 60 Mini, nor with the Baby Race team. Bwana Jasese just being attended to on the side of the circuit. We stay full course yellow on this lap 3 of 10. Pre-final A for 60 Mini under 10. Steindal going through, Theo from Norway, Snickenberg, Lopez, Muller. Tiberius Muller for the Tony Kart racing team, 5-3-1, just losing a couple of positions off the start. I can tell you we are getting prepared to race green once again. Under the control of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari. As Li Lingan pushes the back of Super Lolo Bros. He comes up to the line, accelerates. We race green once again. Lap 4 of 10. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, Li Lingan, Williams, Lumets, and the Ukrainian Platon Kovtunenko. Dive bomb down the inside. Lumets launches into third place. Nice pass by the Estonian. Back in P3, he started grid 2. He's driving the energy course. He's on the back of the Chinese driver Li Lingan for the Tony Kart racing team, who slides wide. That's Kees Muiz coming down the hill ahead of Austin Newstead, the second grid inside the top 10. The first is still Harry Williams as Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio skips away, approaching half race distance, pre-final A for 60 Mini under 10. Harry down the inside, nice pass from Williams. He takes the Ukrainian Platon Kovtunenko. Austin Newstead back in 6. Case Muis, Verba, Matsepa now into 9. And the Texan, Colton Snickenberg for Ward Racing. Now up into P10. Lumet second. His teammates in the background. Verba and Muis. Verba, the Russian. Kees Muis, the Dutchman. The Ukrainian, Platon Kovtunenko retakes the place from Harry Williams. The two Energy Corsa carts. Verba, 5.02. Case, 5.75. Head of Matsepan, Lopez, Nickerberg, Lottavionte, Rouget, Zuketo, Zvaric from Thailand, who's just at the fastest purple sector of the race thus far. There's Platon Kovtunenko for the Porsche racing team, based at the now being rebuilt Chaika circuits on the outskirts of Kiev in Ukraine. The Ukrainian driver, the Ukrainian team for Porsche Racing, Platon Kovtunenko, the Miami-powered Energy Course, 555. He's in P4. Move just behind him, you can see Newstead in 5.65. The Kiddix Driver Academy just being passed by his countryman. It is now Harry who's the top Brit. Williams in 5th. The Energy Corsa drivers trade positions. Verba, Daniel, the Russian, 5.02. Kees Muis, 5.75. The Dutchman. And it's Matsep and Snickenberg. But it's Super Lolo Bryce. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who does lead, but Mark Lumetz with a 52.973 is the fastest driver on the circuit. Here comes the Estonian. Mark Lumetz, the TM-powered Energy Corsa, 5.03. Last year it was Daniel Miron Lorente who took the WSK Final Cup title in Mini Under 10. We'll have a new champion this year in the Under 10 category. DML, of course, racing in 60 Mini Group 3. As the field comes streaming down the hill. Just the sole retirement thus far, Buona Gesese. Lorenzo under attack, Di Pietrantonio being shadowed by the Estonian Mark Lumetz. Down into the pit hairpin. 3 laps remaining, including this one. There's Williams in the background. Harry for the baby race team, who lead the race with LDP. As Mark with another purple lap. And Newstead for the Kiddix Driver Academy in the Kart Republic. Being managed by Alessandro Leverati, team manager for the Kiddix Driver Academy. Former mechanic for the great Lorenzo Travistanuto, who actually won the first ever Mini WSK Final Cup title at Castelletto back in 2011. Lorenzo racing with us in KZ2 later on this morning. 2 laps to race, pre-final 8 for 60 Mini Under 10. 52.8 for Mark Lumetz. He makes the move down the inside. The Estonian goes on through. Nice pass by Lumetz. LDP back to P2. Lingan in the background, defending from Kovtunenko for Bosch Racing. 555 in P4. Great drive from Platon. Austin is just behind. In fact, has got ahead of Lee Lingan. He's fallen back to 5. Under attack now from Williams, Mies. The 2 Russians, Verba and Matsepan. And then the Texan, Colton Snickenberg. The response from Lorenzo. Di Pietrantonio retakes first place. Last lap, Mini Under 10 pre-final A. As it stands, if he wins, holds on to P1 for one more lap, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio would start from pole position for the final, regardless of what happens in pre-final B. He white lines it though. Lumetz goes around the outside. Lumetz launches into the lead. What a pass! Mark Lumetz tolerates nothing from the Italian. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio tried to block the Energy Course driver. Mark Lumet says enough of this, and he sent it round the outside. What a move from Mark Lumet. That was sensational. The defense did not work from the Italian. The Estonian will win. Sensational. He deserves this. He takes the checkered flag. Mark Lumet's fastest lap of the race and pre-final A victory in mini under 10. Superb from the Estonian. Di Pietrantonio tried to white line it, and Lumet was having none of it. He takes the victory. Kovtunenko, Platon for Porsche Racing, and 555 has finished third ahead of the two Brits, Williams and Newstead. The move of the morning so far for the Estonian, Mark Lumet. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio leading off the start as we take a look at the highlights of pre-final A mini under 10. We went full course yellow for an incident on the first lap for Buana Jesese, the Kenyan, the sole retirement. Di Pietrantonio with the race lead, but Mark Lumet was catching him with purple lap after purple lap. Platon Kovtunenko with Austin Newstead just behind. Verba and Case Muiz, the two energy course drivers trading positions. The last lap of the race, sorry, the penultimate lap of the race. Lumet's going on through to take the lead. The response instantly from the Italian. Tried to defend. The track is 12 metres wide here. He tried to white line it, tried to block, and Lumet says to hell with this. He goes around the outside and takes a superb victory. Lumet takes the win. Mark Lumet takes the victory from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. What a drive from Platon Kovtunenko, who will start surely somewhere near the front of the grid for the final. The Porsche Racing driver from the two Brits, Williams, Newstead, Muiz, Verba, Lingan, Martseban, and Rouget beats home the Texan Colton Snickenberg for the final position in the top 10. We take a look at the grid for pre-final B, 60 mini under 10. Nicolo Perico starts from pole position. The Polish-Italian Antonio Yanni out of 2. Nachawati, Pasquale, Kantuzuna from Turkey, Cannizaro in great form this weekend. Victor Guru for Real Racing, Papa Giorgio, Sen Lindemann, and the fastest qualifier, Filippo Frigerio. DDF out of 11, Vladimir of Gugu. Pujol, the WSK Super Cup winner, Moscardi, Celice, Moring, Lep, Bashescu, Piervo, and Ava Lawrence. The Australian from the Emirates for the Kiddix Driver Academy out of 20. Mark Quesada for MKC Motorsport. Costea, Fu. That's Bruno, alongside Garcia, the Mexican. Kwong from Hong Kong. Coramo, Buffo. Traina El Trenino. Try to get that right. Eduardo, the Train Traina. Recent Easy Car champion. On debut in WSK, alongside Andrea Buffo, Vladimir Rabenčević, Montanari, Otto Hroba, Axel Gore, Hugo Hejna and Amine Pantoli for LA Motorsport out of grid 34. It is Nicolo Pericol out of pole position, 501, aiming for his 4th WSK title. Slows the field up, walking pace, going down the hill. Antonio Yanni, CRG Racing Team, 536 out of grid 2. Pericol, who missed the WSK Super Cup title by 0.0 to Jean Pujol at Franciacorta just a couple of months ago. Jean Pujol starting further back on the grid. He's on the 7th row, grid 13. Watch Jean for the Tony Kart Racing Team. The Frenchman out of 13. We race. Yanni misses the start, and from grid 2, the Polish-Italian is back into 6th place if he's lucky. Sen Lindemann sends it down the inside. The Dutchman in the Beryl Art Kart. Pericol back into 2nd, maybe back into 3rd here. Liam Nachawati, the American for Team Baby Race. Kaan Tudzuna as well, the Turk. Pericol back to 3. Team Baby Race in 1st and 2nd place. Great start also for Victor Gurun. And the Vortex Power Tony Kart for the Romanian Real Racing Team. Pericol tries to retake P2. He does so. Splits the Baby Race team drivers. They come across the line to complete the first lap. Pericol in 2nd. Liam Nachawati, though, it's the American who's got the race lead, as you can see. Kaan Tudzuna, the Turk, for the team from Castelnaudolo. In 1st and 3rd, split by Pericol. What a start! That's Jano Pujol from grid 13. Oh, wow. What a storming start. Jano Pujol. He won at Franciacorta the WSK Super Cup and the Vortex Power Tony Kart from grid 13. That's him already in P4. Yanni behind. DDF is next. Victor Gurun in 7. Chelice, Sen Lindemann, and Pasquale. Liam Nachawati with the race lead. Pericol, Tudzuna, and Jano Pujol. Yanni in P4. From the front row of the grid trying to recover. He's in P4 in the CRG. Nachawati, Liam with the race lead for Team Baby Race. Pericol has already caught up to the back of the American, has the Italian aiming for his 4th WSK title. There's DDF in the background, the Roman, the 2nd generation racer. Davide Di Filippo now goes through to P4. He just skips clear of that battle. Jano Pujol, he's the loser in that. He's back into 7th. Leon Chelice for team driver, the Georgian from Tbilisi on the Black Sea with a great start for team driver. Leon Chelice 5-1-2 with the fastest lap of the race in the early stages of pre-final B for Mini Under 10. Ava Lawrence with a great start as well. She's behind Bashescu, ahead of Lep, Davide Moscardi. Ava Lawrence up in the 14th place from the 10th row of the grid. The Australian from the Emirates. Nachawati, Liam, holding his own against Nicolo Pericol. There's Yanni. Pujol now has to recover. 5-2-8. De le Sud de la France. En 5e place. P5 for the Southern French driver. That's the Georgian. Leon Chelice right behind him. Leon from the nation, better known for their rugby exploits. The emergingly prosperous nation of Georgia in the east of Europe. Leon Chelice for the Venetian team of team driver. Davide Di Filippo in P4. DDF. The Team Baby Race has Davide in 5-1-3. Leon Chelice from grid 15. The Georgian now into P5 from Pujol. Great drive all weekend from Canizzaro. That's the Team Gamoto pilot, the Italian. Only recently making his debut in WSK. He's got Sen Lindemann, Kaan Tudzuna, who was briefly in 3rd, the Turk. Pasquale, Filippo Frigerio. Filippo took pole position 48 hours ago in time qualifying. Has got ahead of the two Romanians, Victor Gorun and Băsescu. Ava Lawrence let Marcus header for Mocat Como, MKC Motorsport. As you see Yanni slip down the inside and take the baby race team driver. Nachawati in the race lead briefly, but it looks as though as we go into the second half of pre-final B for mini under 10, it is short-lived. Pericol, Yanni, 1.5 Italians in the race lead. Back to DDF. Di Filippo looking good here this morning. Son, of course, of Roman, former Formula A and Intercontinental A star of the early 1990s, Danilo Di Filippo, who grew up in Italy, racing on the Italian tracks, racing against the likes of the great Giancarlo Fisichella, the late Andrea Margutti, Jano Trulli. Davide Di Filippo was right there amongst it as well. Now he's watching on his son in the top three. DDF in P3, 5:13 closing in. He's the top baby race driver. Fastest lap of the race for Leon Shelitze, the Georgian, still in P5 for team driver. The Miami Powered Kart Republic, but it's Nicolo who's been shadowed by the Polish-Italian Antonio Yanni in the CRG DDF in P3, 52.7. For Leon in P5. Liam still in P4. The two baby race drivers, then the Georgian, then Jarno Pujol, and the Tony Kart coming down the hill. A gap back to Canizzato for Tim Gamoto, Sen Lindemann, Kantutsuna and Filippo Frigerio. The fastest qualifier rounds out the 10, but Filippo has just hit the fastest first sector and second sector of the race. Filippo Frigerio, pole position in the 551 Kart Republic Motorsport karts on Friday morning. Frigerio into P9, takes Kantutsuna. Pasquale, Goduna, Băsescu, Lep. Ava, she loses a place. Lawrence back into 15, head of Mark Quesada. And Garcia from Mexico. Mateo for the Kiddix Driver Academy. Race leader, Nicolo Perico, recently competing in some rallies as well. Already knows how to drift a WRC Subaru rally car. I kid you not. Son of the great Alessandro Perico, World Rally Championship driver Alessandro Perico, watching on his boy Nicolo Perico. Antonio Yanni, though, gets a nice run as they come across the line to start lap 9. Perico looks over his right shoulder. The gap is only a tenth of a second. You can see the CRGs pushing the energy. Yanni takes the lead. Nice pass by Antonio. Nachawati and Leon Shelitze. Jarno Pujol still trying to get by and take the American Liam Nachawati. Perico in the race lead. The Italians first, second and third. Yanni back to DDF. The Georgian, then the American in 4 and 5. As we start the last lap of the race, Nicolo Perico in the race lead. Even if he wins it, we believe that Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio will start from pole position regardless of what happens in the next half kilometre or so. DDF down the inside. Nice pass. DDF from P3 goes on through. Yanni back to 5. Shelitze in second place is Leon. Perico on his way to victory. Surely Nicolo will win it to start grid 2 for the final this afternoon. Pujol down the inside, Janor. The WSK Super Cup champion for the Tony Kart racing team. Final corner, final lap. The checkered flag waves. Nicolo Perico takes victory in pre-final B to line up on grid 2 for the final later this afternoon alongside Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. We take a look at the highlights from the race. Petticoat from pole position. It was a great start from Jano Pujol and Sen Lindemann in the background. Antonio Yanni was back into 6th place. Jano Pujol from grid 13 was already up into P4 on the opening lap of the race. Liam Nachawati from America with the race lead was soon caught though by Nicolo Petticoat and Antonio Yanni. Petticoat going down and taking the lead away from the American Liam, who's driven superbly this weekend. Will start from the inside third row of the grid for the final. Petticoat and Yanni. Davide Di Filippo also making the move. Just sent it down the inside into the pit hairpin. And it was Petticoat who took the victory from Chalice, the Georgian, and DDF in P3. Unfortunately, Jano Pujol out on the last lap of the race. Back here at Lonato, Mini Group 3, the original 60 Mini category that casts onto the circuit for pre-final A. Achille Ria leads the way. Noviello, DML last year's under-10 champion. Xavi Lazaro, Ochepa and the Euro Series champion. Mason out of 6, JK out of 7, Juan Garfiace, Tam and the Bulgarian Lazarus out of grid 10. Alexander just a place ahead of Nikita Botte, Eduardo Colucci, Rocco Simone, Leopardi Martufi, Frank Campos from Venezuela, Ruska Evci, Vicicio, Norbert Plaszewski, And Casper Anderson on debut is the Australian from Newcastle to the north of Sydney, from the land down under, ahead of the Qatari Saif Mohammed Al-Obaidli. Alessandro Gonzalez, another Venezuelan, and Jan Shedek, the now Swiss. For Tingamoto out of grid 23. Achille Ria, first WSK victory was at Franciacorta almost 2 years ago now in the Supermaster Series. A spell with the green team, back with the T group. The T meaning Tonini, basically in real terms, it's the CRG. Nobiello, I should say, Giuseppe Tingamoto out of grid 2. Jan Shedek going on through. The Swiss pole on grid 23 for Tingamoto. Achille Ria on pole position. This is pre-final 8 for 60-minute group 3. Ria, Noviello, DML, last year's mini under-10 Final Cup champion. The Dutchman out of 3. We race. Perfect start from Achille Ria, who leads the field up into turn 1. DML slots into second place. Great start from Antonio Chepa. And the pole in the Lenzo kart up into P3 immediately. DML is the threat. The Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain. For team driver down the inside. Chepa trying to take second place away. He's done it. Superb from the pole. He goes on through. DML back to 3. And a perfect start from Achille Ria. JK's right there as well, 5.86. He slows. Cosmopoulos in trouble at the top of the hill. Jason Cosmopoulos, the first Greek driver ever on a WSK podium, was fighting for the lead, has rolled to a stop, has got going again, very slowly, way at the back of the pack, as his CRG teammate completes the first lap. Cosmopoulos falling way down the field. Still yet to cross the start-finish line as Achille Ria goes down into the pit hairpin. Now Cosmopoulos crosses the line down in 23rd position. 3 seconds behind Saif Al-Abaidli from Qatar. JK in 23rd and last position. Ochepa P3. Anthony in the LKE-powered Lenzo kart. It's Achille Ria in the TM-powered CRG P1. And DML, you know that's an IAME-powered Kart Republic for team driver. Sends it from a long way back. Nice pass, determined for the Dutchman. DML up into P1. Midon Lorente aiming for his 4th ever WSK title. He's had a superb 2024. Open Series champion in Mini Group 3 as well. Daniel Midon Lorente. For team driver, you can see Giuseppe Noviello. For Tingamoto in the background in P4. Take a look at this, a long way back. He was 2 kart lengths back. Achille Ria gave him space, actually. Did not want to get involved in an accident in the early stages. He's still got time. He's still got the speed as well. Achille Ria, multiple WSK race winner. The CRG in 2nd place. Started from pole position. The problem for him, though, is Antonio Chepa. The pole in the Lenzo kart is breathing down his neck. Noviello in the background. Manuel Martufi, P5. 5.14 for Team Baby Race has made a storming start. 10 positions in the opening stages. Ahead of Tam, Rocco Simone, Mason Robertson, Xavi Lazaro. Back with the DR Racing car team, and Nikita Botte, the second Lenzo kart driver. That's him on screen. Just behind Xavi Lazaro in the DR kart. Nikita rounds out the 10. Fastest lap of the race for Albert Tam at the moment. In the 5.19 Baby Race kart, the Swiss Estonian in P5 with a 52.541. Goes purple, does Albert Tam. just on 100 kilometres an hour. Even for these 60 mini carts here at Lonato, Miron Lorente may well have been pushed ever so slightly from Achille Ria as Mason with a 52.4 Euro Series champion, third generation racer, the Scotsman, P7. Behind Martufi, Tam, Noviello, and there's this leading trio. Mason is only 2.5 seconds off the race lead. We'll get a glimpse of the baby race driver in a moment. Rocco Simone, Nikita, now up in a P9 ahead of Lazarus. Lazarou, the Bulgarian from the Portuguese Cup champion. Javi Lazarou in 2021. Back with the Danilo Rossi racing car team. Javi in 10th from Botte. Colucci, Juan Garciace, Evci, Leopardi, Campos. The Australian Anderson on debut in WSK is Casper, 584 for the Birillard team. Gonzalez, Norbert Plaszewski, JK has recovered. Cosmopoulos still circulating. Now behind the Venezuelan is the Greek Jason Cosmopoulos in 20th place. Vesicu, Saif Alabaidli, and Jan Shedek having a tough run here this morning, rounding out the field. Four laps remaining, including this one. Achille Ria really needs to get by and take the race lead for any hope of starting on pole position. As it stands, Antoine Venant would start on pole position. Of course, he has to race in pre-final B in a few moments' time. As it stands, it is Venant, Rea, Nelagord, Miron Lorente, Frasnelli, Jala Seya. This is overall the point standings for combined pre-finals, but of course we've still got pre-final B to race here this morning. Daniel Miron Lorente, as it stands, would start grid 4. That is provisional, and of course dependent on what occurs in pre-final B at the end of this one. Pulls out ever so slightly, does DML. Back to Ria, the gap is 2/3 of a second. May's heading out with a purple sector, he's in P6. He's now behind Tam. Lap 8 of 10, pre-final B, pre-final A, I should say. The WSK Final Cup here on a beautiful autumnal day. Temperature up to 12 degrees Celsius. The sun is shining, thankfully, here at Lonato. As you look at the pole, Antonio Cepa. Of course, Julius Cepa taking victory in the WSK Euro Series recently in OKN. This is the younger of the Cepas, Anthony, in P3. Almost P2, he gets very close to the back of Achille Ria, the pole sitter in the CRG. 2 laps to race. Rea dives down the inside into the pit hairpin. Contact between Miron Lorente and Antonio Cepa. It was almost the end of the race for the Pole and the Dutchman right then. Incredibly, they continue on. Ria, who started from pole position, has gone through to take the lead. Slight contact at speed, incredibly. Antonio Cepa still holds on to P2. Last lap for Achille Ria. Cepa in second place. This changes the grid order for the final later this afternoon. Take a look at this just a few moments ago. Dives down the inside into the pit hairpin. Ria making the move on Miron Lorente. This was clean. Cepa tried to capitalise, just ran wide. It was left to Ria to front right. They made the slightest contact. They're still in second and third. This is the last lap, or Cepa's going to try it. Ria defends into the third final corner. Goes wide. An opportunity for Anthony and DML, who's pushed by Noviello and Albert Tam in P5. leaves the door open. Achilleria Vince, he wins just. Takes the checkered flag. Miron Lorente actually finished second, and Antonia Chepa third place. Fastest lap of the race for Albert time as well, 52.298. Achilleria takes the victory in pre-final A. We take a look at the highlights of the race. Ria from pole position. Miron Lorente from the inside second row of the grid, following him on through. And Antonia Chepa right there as well. Great start from the pole in the Lenzo kart. He'll be a contender here this afternoon for sure. Ria, Miron Lorente, Antonia Chepa. It was Ria who took the victory. We believe this is provisional. He cannot be beaten for pole position. Achilleria to line up on grid 1, regardless of what happens in pre-final B in a moment. Ria takes the victory. Miron Lorente second. Ochepa third. Noviello Tam with the fastest lap of the race. Robertson, Lazarus, Martufi and Rocco Simone, the Canadian, just beats home Nikita Botte for the final position in the top 10. Pre-final B for 60-minute Group 3. Antoine Vanon, Carl Nellegard on the first row of the grid for us. Nelly Jala Sayer, who's been superb. The Brit out of Grid 4. Ritashki, the Open Series champion. Zdenek Babacek will speak about the Czech throughout the course of the race. Jer Hosheva, Petra Mikes, and Luigi Diascoli for LA Motorsport out of 10. Elton head fours. Gerardo Butsas. The Swede and the Romanian on the sixth row of the grid. Nani Felder, Hugon Vlasic, Enzo Stambo, the American, the Argentine Santino Sapia, Marco Pozzone, Neo Nap on the final row of the grid. Georgi Petrosian, the Armenian, and Alba Cueva, recent Spanish Cup champion. Buena suerte, Alba Cueva. DPK Racing, the Spanish girl, the Spanish team. Alba Cueva out of grid 22. Georgi Petrosian, the team driver, the Armenian. 48 nations represented here in round 1 of the WSK Final Cup at Lonato. And here's Antoine Vanon, who knows how to win here. The DAP driver, the Belgian. There is Alba, recent Spanish Cup champion. Alba, 587 for DPK Racing, starts out of grid 22. Antoine Vanon lines up to launch from pole position to the right of your screen in the DAP. We don't race. The DAP colours, of course, it is a Kart Republic chassis powered by the IAMI. The legendary DAP, one of the most famous manufacturers in karting history. Surprisingly, only ever the 2 World Championships. 1987 with Alessandro Piccini in Formula C. And I'm going to say 1979, or was it 1980 with Harm Sherman? And 79 with Peter Kuna. I know that some of you are swearing at your screen now. Just give me a moment to look it up. But regardless, only ever the 2 World Championships, of course. But one of the most famous names in world karting history back. And it's the DAP on pole position.
Attenzione prego, concorrente e conduttore, categoria Mini GR3, numero 540.
This time we race. Vanant with a perfect start from Frasnelli from the inside second row of the grid. But Vanant has been swamped. It is Frasnelli who leads. Julian for Team Baby Race goes through into first place. Antoine Vanant back into third place. Frasnelli with the race lead. Looking for Carl Nellegård. There's the Swede. Former WSK race winner as well for Ward Racing. Off the road. Big moment for the second Baby Race driver. Into second place briefly. Stan Ratajski, WSK Open Series champion, initially with a super start, but has now fallen down the order. Stan Ratajski in P6, head of Jalal Seya. Vanant back into second place. There's Carl Nellegård. In fact, as Elton head fours, Elton in the first of the Ward Racing drivers. Carl Nellegård, his countryman, his Ward Racing teammate. Carl's back in 8 ahead of Enzo Stambo, but this is Elton head fours. In the centre of your screen in position 3. The younger of the 2 head fours brothers, unfortunately older brother Leon, not here this weekend. Mate, we wish you all the best. Your brother is doing a superb job running in P3. Julian Frasnelli with the race lead from Antoine Vanant. In the DAP, incidentally, yes, it was, of course, 1979 when Peter Kuna took the first of 2 World Championships for the DAP manufacturer. Back in second place, Antoine Vanant in the famous red and yellow colours. And Elton in third place, the Swedish driver for the Swedish team. Ward Racing, Ger, Petra Mikes, Ratajski, Jalal Seya, Nellegård, Enzo Stambol, Hugon and Zdenek Babacek. Big moment in the background for Enzo Stambol. Almost sideways at speed at the exit of turn 3. Babacek, who recently conquered the world to take out the Rotax Max World Grand Finals in Sano just a couple of weeks ago, back in 11th place from Nani Boache Kosheva. Marco Pozzoni with the warning flag. Diascoli Butsas from Romania. Nab Vlasak, Max Felder, Santino Sapia. The Argentine ahead of Alba Cueva. And Georgi Petrosian from Armenia rounds out the field. Elton in third. Petra Mikes now up into fourth. In the IPK Cup, that's the Czech driver, the Czech manufacturer. Petra in the Praga karts. Closing in on the back of Elton. Antoine Vanant led the WSK Champions Cup at this very circuit, Mini Under 10, almost 2 years ago to start the 2023 season. You may remember he fought back a week later to win the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series. The Belgian in second, the Cup Republic DAP, but it's Julian Frasnelli for Team Baby Race in first place. Elton. The Tony Kart for Wood Racing, the Swedish driver, head fours third. Petra Mikes, Ger. Guife also for team driver. Ratajski. Purple lap now 52.5 for the WSK Open Series champion. The Frenchman who won that title at La Conca World Circuit, Muro Lucchese, in the Italian summertime 2024. Stan Ratajski 5.20 off the road on the opening lap of the race. Did superbly well to recover. 5.20, it's his teammate in the centre of your screen. Elton now under attack from Cher. Wei Cher from the People's Republic of China on the back of Elton, head force from Sweden. Antoine Fanon, the Belgian, but it's Julian for the team located only 20 minutes drive from the center of the karting universe. The team baby race driver Frasnelli who leads. We start lap 6, pre-final B for mini group 3. Achille Ria cannot be beaten for pole position for the final this afternoon. Head fours, still in P3, that's Elton for Ward Racing, needs to defend, he doesn't. He leaves the door open, the track is 12 metres wide, it is undefendable. Cher goes on through. The Swede back to 5, Ratajski also takes Elton, does Stan. We'll see the response from head fours, he needs to do something quickly because Petra Mikes and his Swedish teammate Carl Nellegård, former WSK race winner as well, is coming. Jarlath Sayer as well on the podium. Jarlath Sayer in the British Championships. Back with us in WSK as Petra Mikes down the inside. The Czech takes the Swede for P5. Frasnelli from Venant. Venant just waiting his opportunity, 2 laps at the end of this one. The 2 teammates, Carl Nellegård and Elton head fours. Petra Mikes, Jarlath Sayer, Enzo Stambo, Zdenek Babicic now back into the top 10. Lap 8 of 10, pre-final B. Now Antoine Venant sees his opportunity, the Belgian on the back of the Italian. This is actually the fight for grid 2. Antoine Venant down the inside. Goes through and takes the race lead. Nice pass for the Kiddix Driver Academy. The famous DAP colours of the Kart Republic, powered by the IAMI. Takes Frasnelli, the Paralin Opportunities chassis of Julian back to second. Stan Ratajski, what a recovery for Stan. WSK Open Series champion from earlier on in the year. Up into 3rd place behind his teammate now. 2 laps to race. This is Stan Ratajski. Has now caught right up to the back of his teammate. Petra Mikes in the background. Has taken Carl Nellegård for P4. The Czech takes the Swede. Now Frasnelli defends after retaking the place. Antoine Venant with a baby race driver ahead and behind him. He goes in deep around the outside. Stan goes on through. Ratajski takes the lead. Stan is the man. He takes both the Belgian and his Italian teammate. Ratajski takes the lead. Le dernier tour pour le petit pelot de la France dans la première place dans le tête de le course, Stan Ratajski, le vainqueur de la WSK Open Cup. The Frenchman now at the head of the pack. The Belgian in second, Julian back to 3rd, Stan Ratajski around the outside of the French-speaking Belgian, and Julian Frasnelli, the Italian, in 3rd. His teammate, Venant, closes in. Achille Ria will start from pole position regardless of what happens in the final corner. For the final this afternoon in Mini Group 3, Stan Ratajski to start inside 3rd row of the grid for the final today because he wins pre-final B for 60 Mini. Ratajski takes the victory. Venant, Frasnelli, Jarlath Sayer The Brit in P4. Kalnelagod, Jer, Mike's head force, Kosheva, and Stanek Babacek in P10. Antoine Venant from pole position. Led the field down. Stan Ratajski off the road, did superbly well. He went rallycross, would ultimately win the race. Head to the mics with a great run. Elton head fours, running third in the early stages of the race. Julian Frasnelli leading until Antoine Venant going through to take the lead. Ratajski around the outside of Venant and Frasnelli, and Stan Ratajski takes the victory. OK Junior, the cards coming out onto the circuit. Pre-final A for OKJ, Philip Hall on pole position. Miley Christian in the front row of the grid, the Canadian. Dean the Dutchman Hugendorn, the Williams F1 Academy driver. Remember, he won the WSK Final Cup last year in OKN National Junior, or Original Kart National Junior, OKN Junior last year. Dean the Dutchman out of Grid 2, Henry Domain. Former OKN Junior World Cup champion Jesse Phillips is also in this. We watch for Vladimir Ivanikov, former race winner here in WSK. William Kalija, superb P3 last night for Ricky Flynn Motorsport for the young Australian in the fog. We could barely see one end of the circuit to the other. He starts behind Devon Waltz. 78 OK Junior carts here. This is pre-final A for OKJ. It's Philip Hall now with Forza Racing on pole position. We race. Miley Christian tries to go with, but Dean the Dutchman around the outside, but the Canadian takes him back. Hugendorn almost into second place. Miley Christian holds on to it. The field race down. There's Lucas Schellis into the pit hairpin. Good start from Luca. For the Victory Lane karting team, the 342 kart. Miley Christian in second place. The field scatter. Unfortunately, Billy van Staveren and Maxim Bobrashov have come to grief in the first corner off screen. But it's Filippo Sala who had a perfect run throughout the heats, winning every one of his heat races yesterday. And he's already got a nice lead. It's Forza Racing who crossed the line at the end of lap 1, running 1 and 2. Henry in second, that's Domain, the Brit, from Miley Christian. Luca Shellis for the Victory Lane team sends it down the inside and takes Eiley Christian. Nice pass from Luca. The response is immediate from Eiley Christian. Dean at Hugendorn in the Czech Republic in P5. Luca again will not tolerate this. Twice he's attacked in 3 corners. The Forza Racing duo skip away. Shellis in P3 for the Victory Lane team of Nico Martins. Nico, of course, brother of 2016 world champion Victor Martins. Here at the circuit is Victor. What a week it's been for Victor, testing for the Alpine F1 Formula, or the Alpine Formula 1 team in Qatar, and also in Bahrain for the Alpine World Endurance Championship hypercar team, and he finds himself here at Lonato, his brother's team, Nico Martins. Victory Lane team in 3rd place with the Lucas Shellis. It is on though, behind though, with Eiley Christian, Kuruta Gola, Sebastian Mins, Dean Hugendorn, William Kalija, Devon Walton, Turner Brown, the Californian in P10. Shellis has got speed. That's Luca. Closes in on the back of Henry. Up the inside, you know it's coming. And the Victory Lane Czech Republic is hooked up this morning. Nice pass from Luca with a 47.673 in the early stages of pre-final A to go through to position 2. The Forza Racing drivers 1st and 3rd. There's Eiley Christian, the Canadian from Lev Krutogolov, now driving for the Energy Corsa Racing team. Mins, Hugendorn, Kalija up to 8, Waltz 9, and Quadrata Firand. The Indonesian has taken the Californian Turner Brown at 10th place. Kralik, Phillips, Toniolo, Ivanikov, Reipol, Justo, fighting just to make it through to the final. Unfortunately, it will be tough for Billy Van Staveren, WSK Euro Series champion in OKJ Junior earlier this year, and Maxim Bobrashov. They're both out on the opening lap of the race. Eiley Christian fighting with Sebastian Mins, who has been lightning quick. The British Belgian didn't set a time in qualifying, but came storming through the field in each of the heats, passing something like 15 or 20 karts on each occasion. Sebastian Mins, 3.59 in the CRG, has taken the Canadian Eiley Christian. Hugendorn, that's Billy C. 3.21, the Australian for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. You remember the start of the year, William was racing 60 Mini. He won the WSK Supermaster Series for Team Baby Race, and now in this 78 kart field, Kalija is in P8. Fastest lap of the race last night in the fog for Kalija to finish 3rd in his final heat. Behind Ultimate Race winner, who is also the race leader in the centre of your screen, Sala in 3.34. This is Henry Domain in 3.35. The Brit. English driver, English team. Henry in the TM-powered X3 kart. This is Krutogolov, Mins, Hugendorn, Kalija. He's also taken Eiley Christian, who was in 3rd place. Now the Canadian struggling for momentum. The rest of the field pour on down. Aminko, Denom, Malota, who won here in the Supermaster Series in OKJ at the start of the year. The Slovenian from Paps, Nagy. Paul Andriotas, Drew Waltz. Head of Dedonov, Svoboda, Kalas, Zhang, Ollie Warner. Also racing with Ricky Flynn Motorsport, Galan, Angela, Dudkowski. Sulin and Kasper Reipol has just retired, joining BBS and Maxim Bobrashov. Sala leads from half a second. By half a second over Luca Shellis. A superb performance from Luca for the Victory Lane team. 47.4 for Luca, the fastest driver on the circuit. The battle just behind between Mins, Hugendorn, Krutogolov, Firan, Kalija, Quadrata Firan from Indonesia, flying from grid 17. He's now in 7th. Just goes by Kalija. Luca on your screen, 3.42. Looks back over his shoulder to Henry Domain. You can see Sebastian Mins in the background. the British Belgian, 3:59 in the CRG. Sala's been caught. Sala has been caught by Luka. This is a superb performance. Hugendorn, Mins, Krutogolov, Firan. Kalija going through, you can see it is on in the background. Ian Kralik from Jesse Phillips. And Devon Walls, Ivanikov. Toniolo Turner Brown, the Californian. Head of Cole Denham, Arminko. Cole Denham from the back of the grid. Now up into 16th place. Sala having to defend from Luka Scheles. Perfect run throughout the heats from Filippo Sala. Luka sends it down the inside. And the Frenchman leads. Luka Scheles, the French driver, the French team. The Victory Lane Cup Republic goes through, and Philippe Sala has been passed for the first time this weekend. The world-class team of Nico Martins in force here this weekend, and they lead in pre-final A. Henry Domain in third place, the first of the two British drivers. Sebastian in P5. Jesse Phillips now knocking on the door of the top 10. Last year's OKJ Junior World Cup champion, Jesse Phillips, behind his Ricky Flynn Motorsport teammate. Kalija ahead of Ivanikov. Toniolo, Turner Brown. Devon slips back to 15th place. 6 laps remaining. Sala has not given up on taking the race win here. Just to give you an idea of how dominant he has been this weekend, Filippo Sala currently sits on 5 points at the moment. Miley Christian, 38 points in second place. Hugendorn, 41 points. Henry Domain, 46. Luka Scheles, even with his potential pre-final victory, 48 points, would still be a grid 5 start for the final. But Sala at 5 points versus 38 in second place of Miley Christian. The Canadian, who's dropped down to 9th place ahead of Jesse Phillips. Ivanikov, Kalija now back to 12, ahead of Augustus Toniolo. The South American, who was on the podium, the 2022 WSK Mini Super Cup, you may remember that. He was delighted with 4th place, but now he's wanting better than that. Augustus Toniolo fighting with the Australian ahead, Kalija, the Californian behind Brown. Devon Walls from Boise, Idaho. Aminkata Osman, the German. Drew Waltz, younger brother of Devon. He's come from the back of the grid to be in 18th. Devon Waltz, he started at the front. He's actually slipped backwards. The brothers from Boise, Idaho. Devon in 16. From grid 9. And Drew Waltz, he's come from near on the back of the grid to be in 18th with just the German. Aminkata Osman separating them. 4 laps remaining. Luka looks back over his shoulder. Sala sends it from second place. Down the inside. And Filippo Sala from Trento in the very north of Italy, where the snow is already falling. Filippo Sala back in P1. New colours, new team for the Italian. Forza Racing 1 and 3. Henry Domain in P3. Filippo, Luka and Henry Domain, first, second, third. 3.5 seconds back to Dean the Dutchman. There's Hugendorn, the Williams F1 Academy junior driver. Last year's WSK Final Cup champion in OKJ Junior. Dean Hugendorn from Sebastian Mins. 3 laps now remaining. Filippo Sala, the driver to beat. There is no doubt about that. The Mack Jack Tune TM engine on the Xpree chassis. the OTK equipment. This is Dean Hugendorf, the Cup Republic, Minz the CRG, Krutogolov in the Energy Corsa. Kralik, Christian, Fidan, Phillips, Ivanikov, Kalija, Toniolo, Brown, Denham, and the two Waltz brothers. Devon has now been passed by his younger brother, Drew, who's gone on through to 16th. Devon back to 17th. Not a disaster by any means, but certainly when they see their teammates running 1 and 3, it has not worked for the Waltz brothers as Henry Domain dives down the inside, and the Forza Racing duo once again go 1-2. Nice pass from the Brit. Lucas Shellis back to third. Penultimate lap of the race now for Filippo Sala. Still Lucas Shellis with a 47.485, the fastest driver on the circuit, looking for a third place finish here this morning. There's Hugendorf from Sebastian Minz. He'll be a contender this afternoon. Sebastian with the CRG team managers, joint team managers, Natalia Balbo, Sean, Brendan Nielsen, still celebrating, of course, after that incredible nail-biting win at PFI a couple of months ago. Their driver, relatively new driver in fact, Sebastian Minz, as Luca back down the inside into second, retakes the place as Filippo Sala starts the last lap of the race. Minz to be a contender for sure this afternoon, but Sala will start from pole position. 4 heat victories from 4 starts. Will win the pre-final. He will finish on 0 points. That's a perfect run. Eiley Christian, the Canadian in 10th, will be second at this stage on 39 points. Hugendorf 41. That is how dominant the Italian has been. He looks over his shoulder. Filippo Sala, that's Philip Hall in P1. Lucas Shellis for the Victory Lane team in second place. Henry Domain, don't discount the Brit, the first of the English drivers to finish in P3, but the checkered flag waves for the 5th time this weekend. 4 heat victories and pre-final late this morning for the driver from Trento in the very north of Italy. Sala wins. Superb from Filippo. Luca Shellis for the Victory Lane team of Nico Martins, in form with the fastest lap of the race. And Henry Domain makes it a Forza Racing 1-3. We take a look at the highlights. It was Filippo Sala from pole position. Dean the Dutchman trying to take second place away from Eiley Christian, but the Canadian closed the door as Billy Van Staveren and Maxim Bobadashov went off in the first corner. Lucas Shellis fighting with the Canadian. The Victory Lane driver was flying. Sebastian Minz, Dean Hugendorf, Eiley Christian putting on a great battle. Luca going by Henry Domain. Hugendorf on the inside of the Ukrainian Lev Krutogolov. 3.51, the Ukrainian finishing P6 for the Energy Corsa team. Shellis going by and taking the race lead, did Luca. Sala responded though. A perfect weekend for Filippo Sala. The Forza Racing drivers 1 and 3, then they went 1 and 2. Nice pass from Domain. But the response from the Victory Lane driver was almost immediate. The checkered flag for the 5th time this weekend, Filippo Sala. He takes the victory. He lines up on pole position for the final this afternoon, regardless of what happens in pre-final B in just a moment. Luca Shellis, superb for the Victory Lane team. Henry Domain 3rd. Dean the Dutchman 4. Last year's OKJ Junior champion. Minz in the CRG. Krutogolov, Kralik, Phillips, Kalija and Menino do Brasil, Augusto Toniolo. A good drive to finish in P10, just ahead of the Americans, the Californian Turner Brown. Devon, P12 from Cole Denham. Drew from near on the back of the grid. Waltz dances home to 14th. Aminko and Pabst. Andriotis, Zhang, Alex Malotto, who won here earlier on in the year. Galan, Dedono, Svoboda, Jackie Justa, Solun, and Savary Dudkowski, the final finisher in 25th place. Aili Christian did retire, as did the Indonesian Kurar Firand after running in the top 5 earlier on. Sala to start from pole position, regardless of what happens in pre-final B, which is coming up live from Lonato. We'll take a very short break, but we'll be back in just a moment. The biggest event in WSK history. 389 drivers from 48 nations around the world for round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Pre-final B for OKJ coming up in a moment. But firstly, let's take a look at some of the highlights which have taken place this weekend here at Lonato. Fabulous action. Thankfully, it has been on a dry track all week here at Lonato. Pre-final B for OKJ. The cuts coming out onto the circuit in just a moment. Noah Baglin for the Premier Racing team. He will be a contender this afternoon, no doubt about that. The Brit has been brilliantly quick. Starts on pole position. Mariano Lopez, El Peruviano, the South American, taking pole position 48 hours ago. In time qualifying for Fusion Motorsport. Starts on the outside front row of the grid. This will be a cracking final. OK Junior pre-final B. 78 junior drivers in OK Junior racing here this weekend. Right back to Enya Pezzuto, grid 36, just making it onto the grid. 4 or 5 drivers not even qualifying for the pre-final this morning. That's how tight it has been. Noel Baglin on pole position for the Premier Racing team. Mariano Lopez out of grid 2. Iskander Zulfikari finishing second last night in the final heat in the fog behind his teammate Filippo Sala, who just took victory in pre-final A a few moments ago. Stand by for this. 17 laps. Just over 20 kilometres, 20.4 kilometres. This 1.2 kilometre circuit. South Garda karting built by the Corberi family back in 1988. Round 1 of 2 for 2024. Of course, we go to Cremona, not too far from here in 2 weeks' time Round 2 of the Final Cup. The Cremona circuit recently hosting for the first time, and it won't be the last, a round of the World Superbike Championship. In mid-September, what a fabulous success that was. Something like 40,000 spectators pouring into the Cremona circuit. We'll be there in 2 weeks' time for the final round of the WSK Final Cup. The 19th season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport Competition. Next year, the 20th anniversary season of WSK Promotion. The calendar has been announced. It is a big year next year. The WSK Winter Test. We kick off in beautiful Salento, Puglia, the 19th of January for the official test. The 5-round, a clean calendar next year. 5-round the Supermaster Series, the WSK World Challenge, and the Final Cup over 3 rounds next year. Of course, the Rotax Euro Trophy to be raced as well, and the 12th season of the world's most competitive junior car racing series, the Italian Formula 4 Championship, which concluded just a few weeks ago at Monza, not too far from here, where fast Freddie Slater, multiple WSK champion, also of course took out the Italian Formula 4 Championship for the Prema Racing team. And it is the Prema Racing team, Noah Backlund, who start on pole position for pre-final B for OKJ in just a moment. The full calendar is, of course, online now on wsk.it. Also official media partner, tcarp.it. The 5-round Supermaster Series next year, La Conca, Sarno, back here at South Garda Karting, Franciacorta and Viterbo. The World Challenge at Viterbo and Genk in Belgium, and the 3-round Final Cup in 2025. This is the grid for pre-final B. Noah the Brit Backlund out of pole. El Peruviano Mariano Lopez out of 2. Iskander the Great out of grid 3. Rodriguez. That's Remix Hamchik out of 5. 4. Dan Ellerman out of 5. Luka Roykov, great form for the Bulgarian this week. Via Piana, Ilya Bereshkin, Arata Endo for the Ward Racing team. And the 2021 Russian Cup champion, Mark Pilipenko out of 10. Zhao Jacob Ashcroft. Rotax, champion of the world out of 12. Andrea Mani from Monte Carlo. The boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, race winner of Franciacorta. And then we go to Gronech. Mazzola, Pancotti, Oxtein from Florida, Vale, Mats van Rooyen. Luke Tal, Twee Piloten van the Netherlands, Manuel Miguez, Russo, Mini Kutska from Kyrgyzstan, Mnoshik, that's Oleg, alongside Antonio Cocchianella, Adam Vader for the Falcon Racing team, Grich, Tobias Cheseni for Hagman Racing, alongside Bosco Arias for DPK Racing, who's had a tough run this weekend. The second generation racer from Spain races out of grid 30. Pietro Barguti, Michael the Real McCoy, Stelmack, Jebol, Yuri Lavar, and Enya Pezzuto. Bruno Grich going through in 3.79 for DPK Racing, but it's Noah Backlund, the Brit, on pole position for the Prema Racing team. We race. Iskander slots into second place as the Brit Backlund leads. The field raced down into turns 1, 2 and 3 so far cleanly. Backlund having to defend. Great start from Dan Ellerman, the Swiss driver from the famous Ellerman racing family, in third place. Problem for Jacob Ashcroft has come together with Asher Oxtein. Those two drivers on the opening lap of the race. Dan Ellerman up into third place. Iskander Zulfikari, 6-time WSK Mini champion for the Forza Racing team, in second. But it's Backlund who leads from pole position. Look for Luba Roykov. Ramik Samchik is there as well. For the Fusion Motorsport team, gets a run. Ellerman goes wide. He'll be vulnerable as we complete the first of 17 laps. Backlund, Zulfikari, Ellerman. Here's Lopez, fastest qualifier from Roykov. Luba for DPK Racing, of course. Just behind Lopez, who puts it down the inside. Vamos! Mariano Lopez up into P3 for the Fusion Motorsport team. Alaman fighting with Roykov. Back to Viapiana, Endo, Bereshkin, Mani, Samchik, Pilapenko, Gronech. Pizzonia's made up a position ahead of Vale. Great start from Mats van Rooyen. And Tobias Shazeni for the Hagman Racing team from the back of the grid is up into 16th place. Storming start from Tobias and the 367 Xpree. He's in 16th from the 15th row of the grid. Backlund leads. Alaman stable in 4th place for the moment. That's Mariano Lopez, one of the taller junior drivers, but one of the quickest as well. Pole position for Mariano Lopez. Friday free qualifying of 46.929 on Friday morning. We'll see the times as the race progresses. Fastest 49 dead at the moment. Gives you an idea of where they're at setup-wise in tyre life. 46.9, I think off memory, it was only 2 or 3 drivers under the 47-second bracket. Mariano Lopez taking pole position. Fastest qualifiers. Here for the WSK Final Cup, David Trefilov in KZ2. Sebastiano Pavan in OK. Of course, those 2 pre-finals still to come. Frigerio in under 10. Latsuru in Mini Group 3. Kumpin in OKNJ and Tonalini in OKN. Mariano Lopez, pole position on Friday morning for the Fusion Motorsport team. Runs in P3, does the Peruvian, the South American, the continent with so much attention on it just in the past couple of months in world motorsport terms. And the attention is continuing because the driver in the center of your screen is from Lima, Peru in South America. He took pole position on Friday morning. He runs in position 3. Backlund, the Brit from pole in pre-final B, leads it from Iskander Zulfikari. Watch Lopez. Backlund defends. He can't do this for the remaining 12 laps. He white lines it. Watch Lopez around the outside. Lopez will get the run here, as will Iskander. Backlund is defending already on lap 5. There's 12 laps to race. There's Roykov, Pilapenko, Alaman, Ilya Bereshkin. For the Monster K factory team as Mariano sends it down the inside. Arata Endo, they make contact. In fact, it was Alaman, I'm sorry, for the Ward Racing team. No, it was Endo. Arata Endo in 3.82. 3.02. Alaman in 3.69. The 2 Ward Racing drivers. Backlund, incredibly, is still there. Arata Endo, that is he in the first Ward Racing kart. The second is Dan Alaman. He's now about to be passed by Luba Roykov. The Bulgarian takes him. And Ilya Bereshkin, the Russian who won the WSK Open Series for the Monster K factory team of Yuri Serafini. Right behind as well. A frantic battle in the first half of this pre-final B. Iskander down the inside, takes the place away from Arata Endo. Iskander Zulfikari, 6-time WSK Mini Champion, finishing P2 closely to his teammate Filippo Sala last night in the final heat, where we could barely see the other side of the circuit due to the fog. Endo goes around. Still getting the 2 Ward Racing drivers confused. Arata Endo almost into the race there and there as well, but Eshko goes by. Alaman in 3.69. Endo was turned around in 3.02. The Ward Racing drivers now split by the Bulgarian Luba Roykov. He goes on by. Now the Ward Racing drivers are side by side. Alaman on the outside becomes the inside. And Arata Endo is absolutely mauled. He's passed by Pilapenko. Andrea Mani goes on through. Antonio Pizzonia. Remember, those drivers finished on the podium first and second at Franciacorta earlier on in the season. There is Andrea Mani. Dan Alaman under attack, being pushed by Mark Pilapenko, who's off the road. It's money, in fact. Lucky to hang on to it. This is ferociously competitive. Surely it will end in tears here imminently. Noah Baglan, undefendable earlier on, but he has done so. Not only that, he skipped away to 1.6 seconds clear. How did he pull that off? They were breathing down the Brit's neck, and now Noah Baglan is 1.7 seconds clear of Iskander Zulfikardi and the fastest qualifier, Mariano Lopez. Baglan looked gone for all money. He was white lining it on lap 5. The tactic worked. He's now leading by nearly 2 seconds. Incidentally, Mukhtar, who didn't set a time in qualifying, has just lapped in a 47.863. He's in 16th place behind Villapiana. Head of Cocchianella, Bosco Arias has made up 12 positions. WSK race winner, Bosco Arias, son of former Formula 3 driver Ivan Arias from Spain. Look at the lead from Baglan, back to Zulfikardi, Lopez, Badeshkin, Roykov, Pilipenko, Alaman, Arata Endo. So the two Ward Racing drivers still in 7 and 8. Lopez behind Zulfikardi. The drivers from England, Turkey, and Peru. 3 different continents, 1, 2, and 3. And Badeshkin in the CRG for the Monster K factory team. The Bulgarian is behind the Russian. Luba Roykov in P5, head of Pilipenko, Alaman, Ando. Good drive from Antonio Pizzonia. But Luke Tal is now right behind him. Did not set a time in qualifying and missed the first heat as well. Luke Tal van the Netherlands, fastest driver on the circuit, has come from grid 21-22 to be in 10th. Has just got by Andrea Mani. So after that frantic start, the race settling into a rhythm here. Baglan leading by 1.5 seconds. Zulfikardi. This is Badeshkin behind Lopez, the Russian behind the Peruvian. Turk in P3. This is Baglan for the Prema Racing team. We know he hates coming second. You know exactly what I mean by that. And at the moment, he's in P1. A second and a half clear. Iskander Zulfikardi as Badeshkin takes third place away from Mariano Lopez. Roykov in 5. Iskander Zulfikardi in second place from Istanbul in Turkey. Now pulling away from the battle for third place, Badeshkin and Lopez. There's Luka Roykov in P5 in the background. Arata Endo. What a frantic start for the Japanese driver at the start of this race. He's still there in 6th from Pilipenko. Mani has recovered to 8. Alaman, Cocchianella, Antonio Kegara. 10th place from grid 26, Heather Gronic and Luke Tal. The retirement starting to add up here. Bosco Arias is out. Remek Samchik, Bruno Grich have also retired, as has Filippo Pancotti. Michael McCoy from the United States. Second American, Asher Rockstein from Florida, has also retired. And a tough weekend for Jacob Ashcroft. WSK Junior debut for the Rotax champion of the world, Jacob Ashcroft, is out. Roykov down the inside. Nice pass by Luba, up into P4. Sala watching on from pit lane. Filippo Sala, pole position guaranteed. Lock that in. Filippo Sala cannot be beaten. As Noah Baglan looks back behind him, he'll join the Italian on the front row of the grid. Inside second row for Mariano Lopez. In fact, Mariano is better off to stay behind Luba Roykov at the moment, because that would be an inside second row start rather than the notorious outside front row here at Lonato. Grid 3 as it stands for the Fusion Motorsport driver. Team manager Zach Krekala. Sorry, mate. Watching on from pit lane, Mariano Lopez to start from inside second row of the grid if he stays, even in P5 behind Luba Roykov. Big gap back, 9 seconds back to Arata Endo. Mani Alaban from Monte Carlo in Switzerland, respectively. The penultimate lap of the race, though, for Noah Baglan. The Miami Powered Kart Republic 314 for the Prema Racing team, Noah the Brit. Started racing in WSK in 2023. That was in 60 Mini. Now in OKJ, he leads the way. Penultimate lap of the race. A second clear. Zulfikari's actually brought it down, but you'd suggest that Noah Baglan is controlling the pace. Last lap, looks comfortably back over his shoulder. The autumn sunshine here at South Garda Karting in the north of Italy. Snow already falling on nearby Montebaldo. Slight breeze here, about a beautiful morning, even if it was near on freezing here. South of the lakeside resort town of Desenzano. The lake, formerly known as Lago di Benaco, now simply Lago di Garda or Lake Garda, in the north of Italy, halfway between Milan and Venice. But it's the Brit for the Prema Racing team who's got the race lead. Noah Baglan, one corner remaining, and that checkered flag waves. Noah Baglan will join Filippo Sala on the front row of the grid for the OKJ Junior final this afternoon. He wins it from Zulfikari, Badeshkin, Roykov and Lopez. That's Arata Endo. What a hectic race. Andrea Mani home in 7. Great drive from Lutal to finish P8. Alaman and Vale finishes in 10th place. Oskari Vale for the Paralin Finland team from grid 19 finishes 10. Noah Baglan from pole position as we take a look at the highlights. Pre-final B, OKJ here this morning. Unfortunately, Asher Oxteen, Jacob Ashcroft out on the first lap. It was on. Dan Alleman up into 3rd place. The Ward Racing drivers, Alleman from Switzerland, Arata Endo from Japan. This was Arata on the back of Luba Roykov. Alleman going through and taking the Bulgarian. The Ward Racing drivers side by side. Baglan white line defending. It looked like it was a tactic which was undefendable, but he did. And then he pulled away to win by just under a second. Arata Endo in 2nd place before briefly running off the road. Luba Roykov on the inside of Dan Alleman, Ilya Badeshkin, WSK Open Series champion, following him through. Zulfikari taking 2nd place from Arata Endo. This was Mariano Lopez. This was almost the end of Arata Endo's race, locking up, still to decide, still to find out if he was helped. Superb skill from Arata Endo. Ultimately finishing in 6th place. Andrea Mani briefly off the road, brought it back on track to finish in P7, ahead of Luke Tal for the Victory Lane team. Roykov and Lopez. Mariano finishes in P5, but it's an inside 2nd row start for the Peruvian, the fastest qualifier for the final. Baglan wins. He joins Filippo Sala on the front row of the grid for the final later this afternoon. Zulfikari, Badeshkin, Roykov, Lopez, Endo. How did he come 6th? But does deserve it, just ahead of Andre Armani. Both those drivers off the road at various stages. Luke Tal storming home. Alaman and Oscar Ivale in 10th place. Four pre-finals to race here this morning, 2 for OK and 2 for KZ2. Montebaldo in the background, 2 kilometres above sea level, with the lakeside resort town of Desenzano in between this world-famous South Garda karting circuit and the soon-to-be snow. No, actually already some snow on top of Montebaldo, very slightly. The sun is shining here this morning. We are ready to race for pre-final A for OK in just a moment. Last year's Junior World Champion, DVL, Dries van Langendonk, in the eerste positie. Back live from Lonato in just a moment. Van Langendonk, pole position. Sebastiano Pavan out of grid 2. The Italian who took pole position. Costoya, Drummond, Clementson, a great run for the Norwegian this weekend. Luas Francis out of 6. Mikhailov Alpaksoy, Alexander Chatia, and Luke Corner for Forza Racing out of 10. Louis Cochet, Kip Polowski, that's the 6th row of the grid. Maximilian Rafalik, Yuri Bechechka, Joseph Smith, Pip Casabene, the Australian for Fusion Motorsport on debut in WSK. Noah Lupo, Noah Wolf, alongside Boris Wiseni, Mark Brovko. Pagunovic, then Elliot Kaczynski, Yasin Bralic, Anne Levy, Maximilian Schleimer, Gast, Sun, Radvan, Frijolet, Campo, Kolovos, Sky Parker, Becco Bernoldi, Ortolani, Carolina Vanchikova, Matt Corby, and Emilio Covisto on the final row of the grid. Second formation lap, Dries van Langendonk, pole position for the Forza Racing team. Sebastiano Pavan took pole position in time qualifying on Friday morning, a time of 45.768 for the Ward Racing driver. DVL, the Infinity Management driver, 228 for the Forza Racing team. There's Sebastiano, one of the contenders in the recent Richard Mille Young Talent Search, which was won by the Belgian Ian Eichmans, who'll be lining up in the Spanish Formula 4 Championship 2025 for the MP Motorsport team. Ian watching on from Belgium this morning, reigning WSK Supermaster Series champion. It's his countryman, DVL, on pole position. This time we race. Perfect start from DVL. Costoya from the second row of the grid. And the Spaniard follows the Belgian through. 36 OK karts at 16,000 RPM. Race down through the first few corners. Luas Francis with a nice start, the Kart Republic. But look at the lead from Dries van Langendonk. Pavan in second place now. Goes by Costoya. Big move down the inside into the grass and off the road. We'll see if he held on to that. Clementson trying to go on through. It was an audacious attempt on the opening lap of the race. It may well be costly. Dries van Langendonk leads the end of the first lap. Clementon, who's had a great run this weekend. Their guard for the VDK racing team. Did actually hold on to it. He's down in 20th place behind the Australian Pip Casabene and Elliot Kaczynski. That is from Sebastiano in Costoya. That's the Scotsman. You know that sack with the Scottish flag on the top of Drummond's helmet. Francis, Aksoy, Mikhailov, Louis Cochet, Chartier, and Yuri Bechichka. The Czech in P10 from Bolovsky and Noah Lupo. Wolf just ahead of Rafalik, Korda and Boris Wisheni. Good start from Louis Cochet, the Frenchman, the second generation racer, son of former Prost Formula 1 Grand Prix driver, Formula 3000 driver Jonathan Cochet. There's Louis in P7, 2-1-2 for the Victory Lane team of Nico Martins. Now ahead of Mikhailov, Chartier, Pichichka. But Pavan closes up on the back of Dries van Langendonk. We have lost Levian, Sebastian Frijolet and Matt Corby. Those three are out, unfortunately. Dries van Langendonk from Sebastiano Pavan, Costoya, Drummond and Lewis Francis. Louis Cochet with the fastest lap of the race on 47.378. We spoke about the young Frenchman. He's closed up on the back of Alpak Soy, who won at this circuit, did the driver from Istanbul in Turkey. The first round of the Super Masters Series last year. We'll get back to that in a moment because Sebastian Senza from second and Pavan for the Ward Racing team goes through to take the lead. Lap 5 of 17, pre-final A for OK. It's Pavan who leads the way. Van Langendonk back to second from Costoya, and then the Glaswegian Zach Drummond. Francis Cochet, Louis has got by and taken Alpak Soy just to finish that point as Costoya puts in a 47-1. First round of the WSK Supermaster Series OK Junior 2023. The race winner was the Turk, Alpak Soy. He's just been passed by the Frenchman Louis Cochet though. Mikhailov in P8. Having a strong run is the Maltese driver. 267 for Kart Republic. 225 for Kart Republic is Lewis Francis, the Australian in P5. Pavan leads. Indy's pulling away 46.9. 46.8 for Luke Korda though. Zach on the attack. And the Scotsman takes third place away from the pole sitter, the Glaswegian for Fusion Motorsport. P3 now. Nice pass from Zach Drummond, who was denied a heartbreaking victory at Franciacorta in the WSK Euro Series earlier on in the year. He dominated the whole weekend, led the final until a throttle cable holder broke in the dying stages as Noah Wolf is attacked big time by Smith Bradic and Mark Rovko. Zach Drummond determined to make up for this. The Fusion Motorsport driver in P3, Costoya in second, but it's Sebastiano Pavan for the Ward Racing team. He is the quickest driver here consistently this weekend. As the timing makes a fool of me just now because Costoya puts in a 46.5. We'll see the response though from Sebastiano though. Lightning quick consistently throughout the heats. This is Christian Costoya from Sebelvedra in the northwest of Spain, as Elliot Kaczynski retires as well. Radvan is out. It's bad luck for Elliot Kaczynski. His teammate for Ward Racing continues to lead. 46.667 for Sebastiano Pavan. Costoya and Drummond, second and third. Dries van Langendonk from pole position. Even if he finishes in P4 as it stands, DVL, last year's junior world champion, will start on pole position for the OK Final this afternoon. Purple sector now for threes. Lewis Francis, superb in P5 for the Australian. Holds off the Frenchman Louis Cochet for the moment. The gap, 0.3 of a second between Pavan from here in Italy, Costoya from Spain for the Paralympic Motorsport team. Pavan, the TM-powered Tony Kart racer, 401 double R chassis. The Paralympic in second place, powered by the TM. There's Cochet. There's Aksoy. Luke Korda set the fastest lap just a few moments ago. Belovsky, Mikhailov, Rafalik, Boris Wisheni. What a debut for the Australian in WSK. Pip Goodhouse, Pete Casabene on your mate, up into P13. Just goes by Yuri Bechichka. 13th for Pip Casabene. The 231 Fusion Motorsport kart. It's his Scottish teammate in third place as DVL puts in a 46.5. Still in P4, does not need to win the race to start on pole position for the final. P4 will do it, P3 will certainly do it. Thaddeus van Langendonk at the moment on 9 points. Nicholas Schaufler on 10 points, but Nicholas still needs to race pre-final B at the conclusion of this one. Emilio Covisto has retired, as has the Canadian Alexander Chartier. Karolina Vachikova is out, and of course the earlier retirements, Kaczynski, Radvan, and Sebastian Frigelet, and Matt Corby from Switzerland. Lap 11 of 17, Costoya still in second place. Van Langendonk on the back of Zach Drummond. Costoya with a 46.4 now, but Pavan controls the pace. Ward Racing super quick. Consistently with Sebastiano Pavan. In fact, there are other drivers as well. Joachim Ward tuned TM engines on the Tony Kart chassis. It has been a lightning quick combination. Certainly here this weekend, the past few months, in fact, the second half of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Sebastiano Pavan, P1. Costoya in second. This is Zach Drummond. Fusion Motorsport being trailed by the pole sitter, last year's junior world champion, Thaddeus van Langendonk, who you may remember at Franciacorta 12 months ago. Thaddeus van Langendonk did win the OK Junior WSK Final Cup. Faster sector from Costoya. Too far back to attack. Thaddeus van Langendonk, though, he's gone by Zach. Drummond back to 4. Van Langendonk third. The driver from Zolder in Belgium, from the attic of Belgium. Third place now. Certainly enough to secure pole position for the final this afternoon. Good drive from Lewis Francis. P5, 2.25 for the Kart Republic. His parents, Brian and Jessica, making the painfully long flight from the bottom of the earth to be here in the north of Italy to watch their boy run P5. They're watching on from the grandstand. Brian and Jessica Francis here watching their boy Lewis Francis in P5 on the back of Zach Drummond. Thaddeus van Langendonk, the Infinity Motorsport driver. His father Frank also here at the circuit. Great atmosphere here for the first round of the WSK Final Cup, of course. Round 1 of 2 for 2024, the biggest event in WSK motorsport history in 19 years. There's Zach Drummond. Cochet, superb for Louis in P6. For the Victory Lane team of Nico Martins. Still looking for his first WSK World Cup Racing victory. Louis Cochet, he may well do it this afternoon. Will be a contender. We'll see the Black Kart Republic of the second generation French driver in just a moment. Head of Aksoy. Korda Luke in P8 from Kit Bolowski, and Maximilian Rafalik rounds out the 10. 3 laps to race. Good drive also from Kit Bolowski, who's got ahead of Maximilian Rafalik, Jakub Minkalov, Yuri Bechichka, and the WSK debutant, Pip Casabene. There's the Australian coming down the hill now. Kit Bolowski, his Fusion Motorsport teammate, in P9. Great drive from Kit, comfortably inside the top 10. A best of 46.5 for Kit Bolowski. 46.2 though that time from Kostoya, who's just gone purple, but can't get by Sebastiano Pavan. Penultimate lap. Per il Veneto. The driver from the Veneto region, or the Venetian region of Italy, just works the steering wheel, slight correction. Lets the car do the work. You can see the body lean from Sebastiano Pavan. Kostoya as well, just rides the bumps down through the chicane. Van Langendonk, 3rd place. That's enough for the Belgian to start pole position for the final later this afternoon. And now Sebastiano Pavan is starting il suo ultimo giro. Kostoya cannot make a move. He's too far back, despite consistently setting fastest laps. Kostoya, as it stands, would start grid 6 for the final. It may all change, though. It will all change. Pre-final B coming up in just a moment, though. Sebastiano Pavan looking to start on the front row of the grid for the final. Dries Van Langendonk will start on pole position. Sebastiano Pavan, though, will win pre-final A for the Ward Racing team. Looks behind for the first time this morning. He takes the checkered flag to win pre-final B. Pre-final A for OK. Kostoya second, Dries Van Langendonk in 3rd place. And the Belgian finishes the heat and pre-final phase of the weekend with 8 points, unbeatable, regardless of what happens in pre-final B in just a moment. Pavan takes victory. Kostoya second, Dries Van Langendonk 3rd place will be the pole sitter for the OK final later this afternoon. Dries Van Langendonk from pole position, the early race leader. Great start from Kostoya. Pavan up the inside, firstly taking the Spaniard with a nervous move, but he got it done. Clemenson up the inside, almost threw the race away. The Norwegian recovering for 13th. Kostoya, Dries Van Langendonk, and Zach Drummond, 2, 3, and 4. Sebastiano raced away. This was Zach Drummond taking the Belgian, but it's Pavan who wins it. Kostoya second, and Dries Van Langendonk P3 to start from pole position later this afternoon. Pre-final B for OK. Nicholas Schaufler to start on pole position. Even if he wins it though, it is DVL provisional to start on pole position for the final. A beautiful sunny morning here as the carts come out onto the circuit. We'll take a look at the grid. It's the orange Austrian on pole position for DPK Racing, Lewis. We're all out of 2. Martinez, a 2-time WSK champion, the Great Dane David Walter out of 4. Utaloo, Rocco Coronel, Gino Rocchio, and the New Zealander Oscar De Petto, Yindra Peschel, and Macaulay Bishop. Watch Mac B out of grid 10 on debut in WSK. For the Tony Kart Racing Team, Scott Lindblom, Euro Series champion, Matthew Higgins, 3rd in the recent World Championships. RK, Beau Louet, Thomas Pradier, Andy Consani, the Frenchmen together. Graham Kutel, Tomas Genda, and Filippo Donatsan. Oliver Rasmussen, Il Bresciano, Michael Ida, Gerati, Roland Kuklane, Rajamets, Hadastay, Maria Germano Neto, and Sara Matsui, the Williams Junior Academy driver. Lawrence and Christopher Anderson from the United States. Florentin Hatama, Shuma Yamaoka, Bruno Gosta, Anche Sun, and Jizhuo Zhuang out of the final row of the grid. Jijuan Tang. Yeah, no, I don't speak Chinese, no chance. Starting out of the final row of the grid, though, is being assisted here this weekend by the multiple WSK champion, Luigi Coluccio, who is working with his Chinese driver and the Ward Racing Team. Great to have Luigi Coluccio here at the circuit as we prepare for the start of pre-final B. We race. Lewis Werrell misses the start. The Englishman back to 4, possibly 5. Huge crash down into turn 1. Backwards off the road. We've lost potentially. It's David. No, it's not David Walter. We'll concentrate on the lead for the moment. Schaufler goes on through. He's got the race lead from Jacopo Martinez. It's Yindra Peschel. Scott Lindblom. Scott is out. It was Scott who was sent backwards. Oh no, the Red Bull Junior, the WSK Euro Series champion, sent backwards into the wall at the exit of turn 1. Gino Rocchio up the inside. But it's Nicholas Schaufler who leads the end of lap 1. Scott Lindblom is out. What a disaster, and now it's a nervous wait for the highly rated Swede, the 3rd generation racer, to see even if he makes it through to the final this afternoon. Lawrence was also involved in that, as was Florentin Hattamau. Scott Lindblom, WSK Euro Series champion, is out. So Nicholas with the race lead. Utaloo goes on through. He's in P2 for the Ward Racing Team. Takes Jacopo Martinez. Walter, Lewis Werrell, Roman Camia, Rocchio, and Rocco Coronel. A proudly Dutch 4th generation racer for the Victory Lane team. Now takes Gino Rocchio. Consani, Pradier, the 2 French drivers. And then the 2 Brits, Macaulay Bishop and Matthew Higgins. They're just coming onto the back straight now. As we see Lewis Werrell down the inside, takes P4 away from David Walter. Roman Kamyab just behind, so Schaufler leads it from Utaloo for the Ward Racing Team, despite the blue colours. The first of the Chinese drivers in this race. He's in 2nd place. Fastest lap for Roman Kamyab for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Schaufler P1, the better back DPK Racing driver. There is Walter, the plain white Arai helmet. The bright fluorescent orange Stillo helmet of Rocco Coronel for the Victory Lane team. Also the Red Bull Junior, he'll be racing in the Genesis Series in 2025 as a prelude to a single-seater career as we watch Lewis Werrell down the inside. Rocco Coronel at the moment in P7. Higgins, here comes Matthew, 47 dead. Rotax European champion, 3rd in the recent World Championships in only his 2nd ever OK race a superb talent. Great to have both Matthew Higgins and Macaulay Bishop, who have dominated World Rotax racing for the past few seasons, racing with us now in OK. As we see Walter make the move, going on through on Udaloo. The Great Dane now in P4. Higgins, a 46.835. Matthew is flying for the Energy Corsa racing team. Martinez has caught up to the race leader, Schaufler. That was Rocco Coronel going through. Bottom left of your screen, Matthew. Second generation racer, 46.835. Recently back from some driver coaching at the new circuit just being completed on the outskirts of Athens in Greece, where he enjoyed the sunshine, which is shining here this morning as Jacopo Martinez makes the move to go through and take first place away from Nicolas Schaufler. The Italian from the Austrian, Lewis from the Kings England in third place. Walter, Camyard, Coronel, Udaloo, Consani, Rocchio, Pradier, Matthew Higgins and Macbee in 12. The Kiwi from Monte Carlo, Oscar Repetto. Genda, Kurdell, Bolowet, Kuklane, Rasmussen, Kian Garrity and Jensen Graham rounds out the 20. The first Englishman, P3 for the Forza Racing team. The Esprit car dancing up on three wheels. Lewis Werrell, one of the fastest young talents in the world. Lewis launches up the inside and takes second away from Nicolas Schaufler. Don't discount the Austrian though. Both of these two drivers, all three of these drivers on your screen, absolute world talents. Martinez, Werrell, and Nicolas Schaufler. They run 1, 2, 3. That's David Walter, who won the first round of the Supermaster Series at this circuit last year. RK in P5. Superb for Ricky Fleet Motorsport. Udaloo, Rocco Coronel, Gino Rocchio, and Matthew Higgins now goes by Andy Consani. The Brit in P9, the third English driver inside the top 10. The fourth Brit is Macaulay Bishop. P11 for the Tony Kart racing team on debut in WSK in OK is Macbee, the driver who has pulled off some of the most outrageous passes in world karting over the past few seasons. Great to have Macbee and Matthew on the grid with us. They're racing down the back straight now. Bishop just smashes over the ripple strip as you look at his countryman, Roman Kamyaba. Ranges up behind the Great Dane, David Walter. Fastest sector again for Higgins. Werrell though, Lewis on the back of Martinez, you know the move's coming. Half race distance, pre-final B. Werrell in second place for the Forza Racing team. Jacopo Martinez dives down the inside. Lewis makes the move, he goes on through. And Werrell from Lincolnshire in the Kings England takes the lead of pre-final B. The car dancing up onto two wheels. 123 kilometers an hour up into turn one in OK. Schaufler right there in third place. He's the orange Austrian. All three drivers on your screen, WSK champions. The TM-powered Esprit leads the two-kart Republics into the final corner. A long way back, he just launched it. Lewis from Lincolnshire takes the race lead. Well, we spoke about Matthew Higgins and how quick he was. He was fighting in the top 10. He is still circulating. He just set the fastest purple sector. But as we were watching the move from his countryman to go through to race into the lead, Matthew Higgins has had an incident. He's down in 29th position. Six laps remaining at the end of this one. Werrell for Forza Racing. Jacopo Martinez just over 2 years ago took the first of his two WSK titles. That was the Mini Super Cup at La Conca Murolacese World Circuit in the south of Italy. Martinez 224 for the Czech Republic Chetila Motorsport team. Werrell, of course, for the Forza Racing team, the TM Matchek tuned engines on the Express chassis, pulling away slightly from both the Czech Republics. What about Roman Kamyab in 4th place? Superb effort from RK. He just puts in 2 purple sectors. So Kamyab now catching the leading trio for Ricky Flynn Motorsports. Started out of what, grid 14 or 15. He's now in 4th. 46.3 though from Lewis Werrell, his countryman. The Englishman 1st, 4th and 9th place with Mac B. There's David Walter coming through, P5 from Rocco Coronel, who's just gone through and taken New Delu. Consani, Bishop, Thomas Pradier, Oscar de Petto. This is Roman Kamyab. It was. This is Martinez, the Ricky Flynn Motorsport 274 Lando Norris kart. Actually catching up to the back of the Italian, who led the first half of pre-final B for OK. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup. Lewis looks back 1.1 seconds clear to the orange Austrian. As it stands right now, still 4.5 laps to race as we close in on Roman Kamyab. He himself closes in on the back of Martinez. The front row of the grid for the final will be Dries van Langedonk and Nicolas Schaufler. What a race this afternoon we've got coming to you. It's the penultimate final of the day at 4 o'clock local time here in Italy, Central European time. That is the penultimate final of the day. Of course, we've still got the 2 KZ2 pre-finals. KZ2 to round out the 7 of our finals here this afternoon. OK final. It's going to be the highlight. It's at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And as it stands, Dries van Langedonk will start from pole position. He'll be joined by Nicolas Schaufler for DPK Racing. Diego Pablo Karting from Asturias. El Circuito, Fernando Alonso. In Oviedo, in the north of Spain, the Austrian driver. The Spanish team. This is Schaufler, the better backed Czech Republic. Roman Kamyab, what a drive from RK. Looking to start just outside the top 10. This is provisional for the final. Schaufler, P2 in pre-final B. With 3 laps now remaining. We start lap 15 of 17. And P2 in the final. The car gets airborne as he clips the ripple strip in spectacular fashion. Formerly known as the Pink Panther, the Orange Austrian, the better-backed DPK Racing driver. The Red Bull Junior, the first of the 2 Red Bull Juniors, the second of which is Rocco Coronel. He's still in P6. There's the Victory Lane driver coming down the hill behind David Walter, head of Andy Consani. Scott Lindblom, the 3rd Red Bull Junior, out on the first corner of the first lap of the race. Lewis, 1.5 seconds clear. There's the Forza Racing team driver. 46.2. Andy Consani's matched him though. Andy Consani has just gone purple as well. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Andy Consani 2.43 for the Birolat Racing team. Quick from the Frenchman. We'll see if he can cause an upset this afternoon. Of course, Birolat winning the earlier WSK Supermaster Series in 2024 in OK with the Belgian Ian Eichmans. Andy Consani 2.43 in the Birolat just goes purple. Last lap for Lewis in P1. The gap 1.7 seconds clear. Martinez around the outside takes him. Jacopo Martinez back into 2nd place. Watch Roman. Kamyab's in 4th and has driven brilliantly to catch up to both the Italian and the Austrian. Schaufler in 3rd. And that puts Schaufler grid 3 for the pre-final. Do you think that was tactical? The notorious outside front row of the grid. He was going to join Dries van Langendonk at the front row. Jacopo Martinez goes through to second place. He'll start grid 6. Schaufler, if he holds off Roman, which he needs to, he'll start inside second row. Dries van Langendonk will start on pole position. Lewis Werrell wins pre-final B. He'll start grid 4. Martinez finishes second. Schaufler, yeah, sure that was tactical. P3, an inside second row start for the final this afternoon. There is no one Montebaldo as we look at the highlights of pre-final B. Nicholas Schaufler from the front row of the grid. Scott Lindblom, the Red Bull Junior, out 100 metres after the start. Martinez at Udalu going on through into position 2 for Ward Racing. David Walter taking the Chinese driver though. Jacopo Martinez going by Nicholas Schaufler. Lewis Werrell, he firstly took the Austrian into second place. And then this late move, this clean move though, on the Italian. Lewis Werrell going on to take the lead and ultimately the victory. Schaufler, second place for most of the race. And then mysteriously, let's say, was passed by Martinez on the last lap. He knew what he was doing. He starts inside second row of the grid for the final rather than the notorious outside front row of the grid. Lewis Werrell wins pre-final B and the Englishman starts grid 4 for the final later this afternoon. Martinez, Schaufler, great drive from RK. Calm yard for Ricky Flynn Motorsport ahead of David Walter. Consani with the fastest lap of the race. Ahead of Rocco Coronel, Udalu, Pradier, Mac B, Macaulay Bishop first. WSK OK race and the Tony Kart Racing driver is the third Englishman home in position 10. Dries van Langendonk, Sebastiano Pavan, that's the front row of the grid for the final. Nicholas Schaufler inside second row. He'll be joined by Lewis Werrell, who just takes victory in pre-final B a few moments ago. We continue racing here live from Lonato. In just a moment. 2 pre-finals remaining for KZ2. Pre-final A with Marcus Kayak, the season opening WSK Champions Cup champion, on pole position. We'll take a very short break. Back live from Lonato in just a moment. KZ2 pre-final A, the cars come out onto the circuit. Marcus Kayak, pole position. David Treffel off the Maranello SRP karts. Lock out the front row of the grid. Scriven, Travis Venuto, Orloff, Dallaert, Laurens van Hoppen from the FIA Formula 3 Championship. Great to have Laurens van the Netherlands back on with us. Back racing with us in KZ2. Simon White, that's Simone Bianco, Frigo Mosca, and Alessio Lamartina. The Flash Map, Kart Republic, out of grid 10. Dmitry Matveev, who won this title in OK last year. Alexev, Luka Shabinsky, Cedric Mal, Matteo Giacardi, Jaden Tien van the Netherlands. He won the season opening Winter Cup in Rotax Max at Campios at the start of the year. Eric Holm, Neil McLennan, the Brit on debut in WSK. Karl Lukaszewski, Gorčica, Francesco Leone, Kypros Yurse, Vasilios Apostolidis, Jutkavicius, and Yanis Notropas from Greece on the final row of the grid. Maranello SRP carts dominating qualifying. David Trefeloff with a 44.961, fastest in Group 1. Marcus Kaya 44.966 in Group 2. And Marcus Kayak starts on pole position. The Maranellos, Sibeke Racing Parts, front row of the grid for the red and yellow machines. Of course, David Trefeloff winning the WSK Final Cup in 2023. Marcus Kayak winning the season opening WSK Champions Cup at this very circuit. Kayak to the right of your screen on pole position. Pre-final A for KZ2. We race. Pre-final A for KZ2, and Marcus launches off the line. They start 1-2 on the grid and they go 1-2 into the first corner as we lose one in the background going very sideways. We'll pick that up for you in just a moment. But it's the SRP Maranello cars in first and second place. Great start from the Czech, Marek Scriven, as we've got one car looping in the background. It may well have been actually Alessio Lamartina. It was Neil McLennan who went round on the first lap of the race, the Brit on debut in WSK. And Alessio Lamartina as well in the Flash Map Kart Republic with a spin on a cold track on cold tyres here this morning, trying to put 50 horsepower down in the Kart Republic. No problem for the Maranello SRP karts. They go 1-2. Kayak, Trefeloff, Marek Scriven, Maxim Orlov for the CPB Sport Saudi kart in the centre of your screen. P4 for the Russian. Goes by, takes the two-time world champion, Lorenzo Travisnuto. We go back to 2011, Castelletto di Branduzzo, the first running of the WSK Final Cup. The winner in 60 Mini 13 years ago, driving a Perilla Power Tony kart, was none other than the driver currently running in P5, Lorenzo Travisnuto. As we get news from race control, look at that, Simone Bianco under investigation for a potential jump start. Lamartina has managed to keep on going, as has Neil McLennan. Simone Bianco under investigation. Travisnuto 102 from Pordenone, Friuli, Venezia Giulia, right up near the Slovenian border. Two-time world champion, World Cup champion, multiple WSK champion. As we say, the WSK Final Cup in Mini in 2011. Actually won the WSK Supermaster Series in OK 2016 with Ward Racing, did Lorenzo. Now has found a home with Parallel Motorsport racing in KZ2. He runs P5. He's got Il Bresciano, Andrea Dallaire, breathing down his neck. It's the Estonian from the German, And Marek Skriven from the Czech Republic in the Praga Cup in third place. That's Maxim Orlov. Simone Bianco, 5-second penalty. Simon White with a 5-second penalty. He's actually circulating way down in 22nd position anyhow. May have actually done Neil McLennan an injustice. I believe it was actually Simone Bianco who went around at the first corner. So a 5-second penalty. Neil McLennan's actually right behind Karlush Kershulski and Vasilios Apostolidis, ahead of Jaden Tian. Sorry, mate. Neil McLennan on debut. The Brit in P20 in WSK KZ2 World Competition. Marek Skriven in the Praga Cup behind the two Maranello SRPs. Travisanuto and Andrea Dale. This is a home circuit for Andrea. Lorenz van Oppen van the Netherlands. Great to have Lorenz van Oppen back on the grid with us. Racing in KZ2 after a full season with Hard Grand Prix in the FIA Formula 3 World Championship, which wrapped up with that final lap, final corner pass. Leonardo Fornaroli taking Gabriele Mini. 30 drivers on the grid in the FIA Formula 3 Championship. Trying to think if any of them did not race with us in WSK in some form. It might have been one or two. Certainly the champion, Leonardo Fornaroli, has been racing with us for the first half of his racing career. And Gabriele Mini, who finished as vice champion, he's actually here at the circuit as well. After finishing on the podium in Baku in Formula 2. Oh, he's lost a lot. Left rear, Marcus Kayak. With a failure, Marcus Kayak, you saw the wheel go flying. Marcus Kayak with a spectacular retirement has lost one of the wheels off the wagon. Marcus Kayak is out. An extreme failure. David Trefilov, his teammate, has gone through. It looked as though the rear hub, right where the axle is, has just given way. Not a loose wheel. He's actually lost the rear. And Marcus Kayak is out. His teammate leads, David Trefilov. From Marek Skriven, Orlov, Travisanuto, Dale, Lorenz van Oppen now up into P6 from Matfield. Frigomoska, Marcus Kayak, who won the season opening WSK Champions Cup, qualified fastest in his group. Watch this, a bizarre moment. The left rear just breaks. The axle has shear cut in half. Left rear failure. On the 50mm, 2mm thick, most likely axle at its absolute limit. Fortunately for he, it was at a slow corner. They're only doing around about 55 kilometers an hour into the penultimate corner of the circuit. Marcus Kayak, the left rear just snapped clear. And Marcus Kayak, fastest qualifier on Friday in his group. Pole position this morning, season opening WSK Champions Cup winner. He's out of the pre-final. His teammate leads as you look at Andrea Dale in the 1-2-4. CRG down through the gearbox goes DT. Trefilov, the German, for the Maranello SRP team. WSK Final Cup champion last year as you look at Lorenzo Travisanuto fighting with Maxim Orlov. As a look into the final corner, we go into the second half of the penultimate pre-final this morning. Dale, Andrea on his home circuit, P5. There's Lorenz van Oppen in the background. Dmitry Matveev right behind. Almost uncountable how many WSK podiums the Siberian has scored over the years. last year's WSK Final Cup champion in OK, winning at Franciacorta. Dmitry Matveev, P7 from Frigomorska, Lukas Shabinskas, Jakardi, Alexeyev, Cedric Malk, Eric Holm. Simona Bianco is actually in 14th position, but with that 5-second penalty, it drops Simon White down to 19th. Kipres in the Rigetti Rodolfi cart. Great to have the gold cart, or the Rigetti Rodolfi cart, back with us in KZ2. The Lithuanian driver, Kipres, then it's Gorchicha, Vasilios Apostolidis, Leone, Jaden Tien, then Simone Bianco, Karl Lukaszewski, Neil McLennan, and Alessio Lamartina. Cedric Malk rounds out the field. The retirements, kayak, of course, just a few moments ago in spectacular fashion. Jutkavicius in the Trompas from Greece did not make the start. Janos, 143 Energy cart, Intrepid cart, I should say, out before the start. Marek Skriven in the Praga cart, the Czech driver for the manufacturer from the Czech Republic in second. This is Lorenz Van Oppen, Dmitry Matveev right behind. Good debut performance from the British driver. Neil McLennan, the Scotsman, actually Formula Ford Scottish champion, Formula Ford 1600 champion of Scotland. On debut in WSK is Neil McLennan, acquitting himself well here. Behind the German, Karl Lukaszewski, ahead of Alessio Lamartina and Cedric Malk. The Formula Ford category, which is still strong in Great Britain, as Lorenzo Travisanuto has a big look at the back of Maxim Orlov. The Scotsman is the Scottish champion. Neil McLennan racing with us in WSK in the 103 Pure Art here in pre-final A. So David Trefilov, P1 Marek Skriven with a purple lap. There is Lorenz Van Oppen going on through. Last time that Lorenz raced with us was the WSK Champions Cup. No, it was the Open Cup in 2021. 3 years ago, of course, has gone on to race the Ultimate Cup Series and, of course, Formula Regional, the European Championship, the Formula 3 Championship. 4 podiums in Formula 3 with Hart Grand Prix. Lorenz Van Oppen now trying to break into the top 5. That's the CRG of Andrea Dale just ahead. Great to have Lorenz Van Oppen back in the field. First race in WSK, 60 Mini. Back in 2016, 17, I think it was. He'll be lining up for Hart Grand Prix in 2025 as well. 4 podiums in the Formula 3 Championship. Lorenz Van Oppen from the Netherlands, P6 at the moment. Head of Matveev, Frigomorska, Shubinskis, Matteo Giacardi from Monte Carlo rounds out the 10. Penultimate lap for David Trefilov after the unfortunate and bizarre, or let's say more accurately, unusual retirement of his teammate Marcus Kayak when the left rear just sheared on through. He lost the left rear with an axle failure. Oh, contact further back. They keep it together on the penultimate lap of the race. Skriven going on through. Matveev, Frigomorska, Van Oppen, Shurbinskas and Matteo Giacardi as David Trefilov starts the last lap of the race. Lonato, two-time world champion, multiple WSK champion, cannot find a way by the young Russian Maxim Orlov, who's in P3 for CPB Sport in the Study Kart Sigma. If it was with the warning flag, the main three in P6 fighting with Lorenz van Open. There is Dale coming down the hill. He'll finish P5. David Trefilov on his way to victory. And at least a front row start for the final. One last attempt from Lorenzo. Can't do it. Orlov looks behind, says no, mate. And David Trefilov takes the victory to win pre-final A. We take a look at the highlights of pre-final A for KZ2, the Maranello SRP karts with Marcus Kayak and David Trefilov from the front row of the grid, leading until this. Marcus Kayak, two complete 360s after the left rear fails in spectacular fashion, fortunately at low speed. His teammate David Trefilov going on to win, to secure a spot on the front row of the grid for the final. Trefilov wins it from the Czech Marek Skriven, and Maxim Orlov in third place. Lonato, P4, Andrea Dale, Matviv, Van Open, Ethan Friga-Mosca for Renda Motorsport, Sherbinskas in the Energy Kart, and Matteo Giacardi for CBB Sport. The Monegasque driver rounds out the 10. Eric Holm, David Gorčica, the second Czech, Vasilios Apostolidis from the back of the grid. For the Modern Core team, Alexev Kipres in the Rigetti Rigolfi kart, Francesco Leone, Simone Bianco with that penalty, Jaden Tian, the Scotsman Neil McLennan, Carl Luca Shulski, and after that first corner spin, Alessio Lamartina, the final finisher, the retirements, Malk, Kayak, Jutkevicius, and Janos in the Intrepid did not make the start. One pre-final remaining here in just a moment. Pre-final B for KZ2. The sun shining here in the north of Italy, the penultimate race of the 19th season of WSK World Competition. Christian Cannibal Bertuca on pole position. What a season for Il Milanese. 1-0-1 for the Birolart racing team. We saw the Maranello SRP cars start 1-2 on the grid for pre-final A. Well, it's the manufacturer from Lissone, on the outskirts of Monza, to the north of Milan, Birolart. 1-2 on the grid for pre-final B.
Good.
25 karts to come out onto the grid for the final pre-final this morning, KZ2. And then we race into our 7 finals this afternoon. Thankfully, the sky, as you can see in the background there, beautifully blue. 14 degrees Celsius? That I seriously doubt. But a beautiful morning here, not far away from Christmas time here in, well, the world over. The end of the year, more accurately, not too far away from winter time. Fortunately, a beautiful day here. Just above freezing this morning. As Cristian Cannibal Bertuca leads the field out onto the circuit for the 13th and final pre-final of the morning to set the grids for round one of the WSK Final Cup, right here at the center of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. The Birolats on the front row of the grid. Cristian Bertuca on pole position. Samuel Leped, Samuele Leopardi, Yaroslav Shevritalov, Kasper Schumert. Out of grid 4, Il Toscano, Alessio Piccini, Simon Reckenmacher, Emilian Tenner out of 7, Dion van Verven, Moritz Ebner, and the Australian Timo Jungling out of grid 10. Fabrizio Rosati, welcome back David Vidalis to WSK World Karting. Nenya Krosha, Darius Babuana, Shimek, Skulinov, Bunyatin, Shuravki, Thomas Kuipers. The 5 Russians racing with us. Bakovsky as well, that's Georgi. Marco Delia, Eduard Brezina, Rikki Taneoka from Japan, Stefan Brotak, the Gold Star racing the Romanian, and Filippo Villani for the Modern Car team out of grid 25. David Vidalis, great to have the twice vice world champion on the grid with us. Vice champion of the world 2016 and 17. Get back to that in a moment because it looks as though one of the Drago course carts has pulled into pit lane. Possibly Moritz Ebner. No, Yaroslav Shevritalov from the second row of the grid has pulled into pit lane. Yaroslav Shevritalov from the second row of the grid has pulled into pit lane. You saw him looking down the left side of the kart. We'll still have time. The Drago course team of Armando Fellini to go to work on the Russians' kart 112. Hopefully it's a quick fix. Yaroslav Shevritalov down in pit lane with a problem. The Drago course team go to work. So Bertuca, pole position, 101 for the Birolat team. Triple one is David Vidalis. Twice vice world champion. We think back to Bahrain in 2016 when he finished second to Victor Martins, now Alpine F1 test driver, who's actually here with us at the circuit with his brother Nico on the Victory Lane team. And a year later, 2017 at PF in England to Denny Curl. Fabulous career, now racing with AF Corsa for Ferrari in the GT3 World Challenge. Back with us in WSK in KZ2. Look at grid 3, it's empty. Shevritalov is down in pit lane. Alessio Piccini, 127. Piccini Junior. Il Toscano, son of the great Alessandro. On the third row of the grid. Kasper Schumans to the right of your screen, 109, with nobody alongside. The final pre-final of the morning, KZ2 pre-final B. We race. Leopardi up the inside, tries to take his teammate, but goes in deep. Leopardi, who led for all of about 3 or 4 meters, could not get the kart stopped. And his teammate, Cristian Bertuca, who did give him space, goes back to first place. Great start by Kasper Schumans. The CPB Sports Audi kart as the field come down the hill for the first time. Piccini up into third place. Bertuca's gone. Christian Cannibal. What a 2024 season. The Birillard driver is having, of course, Supermaster Series champion. WSK Open Series champion as well. Not to forget his dominant victory in Portugal just 1 month ago. Denner it is, in fact, ahead of Tino Jungling. Kasper Schurman's just behind the 3 CPB Sport, or the 3 Sodi Karts, Schurman's and Jungling for CPB Sport, and Emilian Denner for Renda Motorsport. There is Piccini defending. Simon Reckermacher right in this as well for the TB Motorsport team. The German driver in the Kart Republic 131 with Sodi Karts ahead, Sodi Karts behind. Ilto gets the slightest tap though. Simon Reckermacher, we settle into a rhythm. Bertuca, look at the lead from the Italian. Reckermacher as the 2 Sodi Karts trade positions. Dian van Verven getting involved in this. Twee piloten van the Netherlands. Van Verven, Kasper Schurmans, back to Leopardi, who briefly, very briefly led at the first corner. The order is Bertuca, Denner, Piccini, Timo Jungling up into P4. Reckermacher, Leopardi, Van Verven. That was Kipris Ursus going through, coming down the hill. In fact, no, it wasn't. It was the other gold cart. Slight correction there, apologies. Thomas Kuiper's also in the Mach 1 cart in the similar colours. Bertuca, what a performance. Unstoppable. The form driver in KZ2 for the past couple of seasons. Simon Reckermacher, 131 in P5. Great performance from the German. From the outset of practice here at South Garda Karting, grabs another gear into the final corner, then brakes hard and accelerates just over 140 kilometres an hour at this world-famous South Garda Karting circuit. Samuele Leopardi just ahead of Dian van Verven, 104 in the Birillard. Timo Jungling, though, in position 4 at the moment. The German, English, Australian driver, 110 for the French CPB Sport team. It's Denner in the first Sodi Cup for Renda Motorsport. That's Timo with Simon behind. Reckenmacher behind Jungling with Samuel Leopardi looking to recover. And Samuel Leopards dives down the inside to take the German, who does not give him an inch, barely a millimetre, depending on which unit of measurement you're using. Either way, Samuela in the Beryl Art has gone on through. Reckenmacher, Thomas Braumiller Motorsport, TB Motorsport. And the Sodi Karts on the attack. Denner, of course, for the Renda Motorsport team. In second place, Jungling. And Kasper Schurmans for the CPB Sport team. Rosati, Bunyatin, Ebner, Krosha, Shimek, Darius, Babuana, Kuipers, Vakovsky, Sukulinov, Zuravsky, Delia, Brezina, Brotak, and Tanioka, Ricci for the Drago Course team. Rounds out the field. Unfortunately, David Vidalis is out of the pre-final. Be praying for the results to make it through to the final this afternoon. As you look at Christian Bertuca, David Vidalis racing with AF Corsa in the GT World Challenge with Ferrari. Still one round of that championship to go. That's at Jeddah, the Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit in Saudi Arabia. David Vidalis has retired, though, the 111 Energy Kart. And Yarislav Shevritalov pulled into pit lane in the Drago Course Kart. On the formation lap, he did not make the start. Bertuca leads, and by 2 seconds as well. His teammate with a purple lap and a purple sector in this lap as well. Leopardi into P4. This is Emilian Denner, former World Cup champion, on the podium in the Formula Regional New Zealand Oceania Championships in Formula 3 a couple of seasons ago. Won here, of course, in the Super Masters Series 2020 or 21, or maybe it was 19, when he was driving an Intrepid with that dominant performance. Didn't qualify so well, did Emilian Denner, but he's coming good at the right time of the weekend as we go into the second half of the final pre-final this morning for KZ2. Piccini on your screen. Alessio. The right rear just getting airborne ever so slightly. Alessio Piccini, racing in Portugal 1 month ago, actually posted on his Instagram at the Portimao circuit, top speed 162 kilometres an hour in KZ2 in Portimao. Around about 20 less than that here at South Garda Karting Lonato. Piccini in third place, Leopardi with a 45.575 fastest on circuit. So the gap 1.4 seconds. The driver on your screen, Christian Bertucca, Emilian Denner. A tactical race for both of these drivers. Denner did not qualify so well as Samuele, again with a 45.562, teammate to the driver who leads the race on your screen, Christian Bertucca, 101. Denner in second place, did not qualify well. It's a recovery drive here this morning. Christian Bertucca, if he finishes P1, even if Emilian Denner does pass the Italian, and he's still got 6 laps to do so, it is Christian who will start on pole position for the final 45.4. Now for Samuele Leopardi. Timo Jungling still in 5th place, but is being hounded by Simon Reckenmacher as we focus in on Alessio Piccini. Still P3 for Alessio. It'll be a grid 8 start, 4th row start for the Tuscan. Of course, son of the great 4-time world champion Alessandro Piccini, taking his first world championship at Magione 1987. That was the second and final world championship for the famous DAP manufacturer. If you are still watching our broadcast from earlier this morning when we spoke about Antoine Venant in the mini category, racing the DAP. Alessio's father winning the 1987 World Championship for the manufacturer. DAP, 2-3 decades ago now. Alessio in P3. Similar helmet colours to his father. Was also his mechanic here this weekend. What better mentor can you have than Alessandro? The rest of the field going on through. That was Thomas Kuipers going through. The Mach 1 kart. I'm trying to dig myself out of a hole. Similar colours to the Kipres Ursus gold kart. It was Thomas Kuipers in the Mach 1 kart. The Belgian in position 15 behind Romanian Darius Pabuana and Maurice Ebner. On lap 14 of 17. The gap 1.1 seconds. Again Samuel with a 45.467. Another fastest lap for the second Birul Art. Leopardi to start grid 3 for the final. A new set of LeConte tyres to be bolted on. Look at the graphic, the bottom left of your screen, 45.4. Still half a second off the time set by David Trefilov. in qualifying 48 hours ago, but these are older tyres. They've already been used for most of the weekend, so it is still an impressive time from Leopardi. Fastest lap after fastest lap for Samuel Leopards. The Italians first, third and fourth, split by the Frenchman Emilien Denner from Strasbourg. Christian Cannibal, WSK Supermaster Series champion 2023 and 2024. Denner looks back behind him, sees that Piccini is well over a second behind. Denner won't start in the top 5 rows as it stands now. Not a good run in qualifying and a DNF in his first heat as well. A recovery drive, but he is lightning quick, Emilien Denner. Will be a contender. Kuiper's going on through the Belgian. Behind Darius Pabuana, Ebner, Dominic Šimek. Meni Croce, it's Rosati in P10. 2 laps remaining. Christian Bertuga starts the last lap of the morning. Christian Cannibal will start on pole position for the final. Chokes the Vititune TM engine on the Birol Arch chassis. A superb performance, a superb season. But he counts for nothing unless he can convert it this afternoon. He'll start from grid 1. 36 KZ2 cuts will line up on the grid for the final this afternoon. Cut 101 will be on grid 1. 3 corners remaining. Denner in second, Piccini Bravo in third place. But the final pre-final concludes now. The final corner, the checkered flag waves. Christian Cannibal takes victory. He lines up grid 1 for the final this afternoon of round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Denner second, Piccini third. Fastest driver on the circuit consistently, Samuele Leopardi. And Timo Jungling, the Australian, the German, the Brit, depending on which day of the week it is. Regardless, Timo for CPB Sport finishes in P5. Highlights of the final pre-final this morning. Samuele Leopardi, opportunistic. He did lead for about 3 or 4 metres, but just could not get the 104 Birol Arch stopped. His teammate gave him space. Christian Bertuga walking away to win pre-final B comfortably from Emilien Denner. Piccini with a great drive. The same can be said for Timo Jungling. Simon Reckemacher right there as well. Simon finishing in P6. Leopardi fastest lap after fastest lap. Casper Schulman 7 from Dion van Verven. The 2 Dutch drivers. But out front, Christian Cannibal was untouchable. He takes victory to line up on pole position for the KZ2 final later this afternoon. That is the pre-finals done here from South Garda Karting Lonato. Bertuga wins pre-final B and starts on pole position for the final this afternoon. We'll take a very short break, but don't go too far away. In just a few moments, we race the first of our finals for OKN. That's Original Kart National, live from Lonato in just a moment. Welcome to the center of the karting universe. This is South Garda Karting, a beautiful summer's day here. Sorry, sunny day. It is certainly not summer. It is into autumn, but thankfully you can see the sky is blue and the track is dry. We are ready to race for the penultimate time in the 2024 WSK season. A record-breaking event, 389 drivers from 48 countries around the world here at Lonato. In just a moment, we'll race the first of our finals for Original Kart National OKN with Cristian Tonellini to start from pole position. Before we do, let's check out some of the highlights of what has happened this week here at Lonato. Yes, a record-breaking event. 389 drivers from 48 nations around the world for this round 1 of 2, the WSK Final Cup. We'll get straight into it with OKN, the first of our 7 finals this afternoon. Great to have your company wherever you are watching us live all around the world. Cristian Tonellini to start from pole position. That is Antonio Apicella, the Italian driver for the Greek team. Galatzis Sotiros Racing. 823, the Lando Norris kart. To the right of your screen, Cristian Tonellini. Our assistant race director, Mr. Marco Carlino, down there on the circuit. Last minute instructions to the front row of the grid. Just a moment or two before the start. Mind you, Georgi Zashoff needs to hurry up. The helmet goes on for the Swiss driver, 802. He starts out at grid 8. The first of our 7 finals here this afternoon. Great to have your company wherever you're watching us live all around the world. The biggest event in WSK history, the penultimate event of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Thankfully on a sunny day. It's been a busy week and it all comes to a conclusion in just a few moments' time. Tonellini in the Tony Kart, pole position, Julius Ochepa, the WSK Euro Series champion, trying to take 2 WSK titles. Starts inside second row of the grid. This is Original Kart National, OKN, the 5 different engine manufacturers, Modena, LKE, IAME, TM, and Vortex, represented on the grid here for the Original Kart National Final. They race over 21 laps. As we wait for the green flag from our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, fresh off the plane after officiating in the World Endurance Championship, the Hypercar class in Bahrain 7 days ago. The green flag flies, and for the first time this afternoon, we race the final. Let's take a look at the grid. As the 36 karts are pushed into life. Cristian Tonellini, Antonio Apicella for the GSR team on the front row of the grid. Julius Ochepa and Nicolas Marchese on the second row of the grid. Bartosz Grivac from Poland, the second pole. Suvatoglu from Greece. Fabian Sturson also in the Lenzo kart. Georgi Zashoff and Enzo Chaffard alongside Gianmarco Cortopassi on the 5th row of the grid. Nicolas Tomasello, Federico Nardozzi, Will Thompson, the Australian on debut in WSK. Luisa Della Pietra, she was on the podium at Sano 1 month ago. Ferrari, Volpato, Lidalkas, Santese, Robin Sach, the Estonian. And Aurelio Papaglia on grid 20. Destril, Butalia, Grue, Chiara Batik for the Victory Lane team. Watch her out of grid 24. Mitsoni in the Ital course cart. Another Swiss rider. That's Noah Massa for Renda Motorsport. Also from Switzerland, Troxler, Mafera, Federico Lenzo, and Jacopo Cinti out of grid 30. Anya Lavar, Lucas Nanji from Canada, Zhao from China, Gavoni, Chatsi Marcos from Greece, and Alessandro Califano in the DR cart out of grid 36. Christian Tonellini, pole position. The 836 Tony Kart, the first of our 7 finals here this afternoon. Temperature into the Vega tyres. OTK equipment on the front row of the grid, but watch the Lenzo kart on the second row. Tonellini on pole position, the OKN final, round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. No chance of a start that time. Another formation lap. So 21 laps, 25.2 kilometres. 21 laps of this 1.2 kilometre circuit built by the Corberry family back in 1988. Affectionately known as the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato in the north of Italy. Approximately halfway between Milan and Venice. Just south of the lakeside resort town of Desenzano. And of course Lago di Garda in the very north of Italy. The very picturesque but very cold imminently Lago di Garda. Tonellini pole position. Galatzos Sotiros Racing with Antonio Apicella, simply known as GSR, the team from Athens in Greece. 823, the Lando Norris kart out of grid 2. We try again, they still don't look formed up so well in the hands of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari. Tonellini on pole position, Apicella out of grid 2. The OKN final here at Lonato. We race. Julius Ochepa darts to the inside and goes through into second place. Tonellini from pole position has got the race lead. Ochepa launches up into second place in the LKE-powered Lenzo kart. Gets the better of Marchese. Bartosz Grivac is the second pole. But it's Christian Tonellini who goes through to lead the race. Grivac. So the poles are second and third. Ochepa, Bartosz down the inside of his countryman. Nice pass. In the early stages of the OKN final here at South Garda Karting. Tonellini leads. Not a good start from Apicella. He's not panicking yet though. He's back there in 4th position as we see Nicolas Marchese make a move. Fabian Sturson in the second Lenzo kart goes on through as well. We cross the line for the first time. Christian Tonellini, Bartosz Grivac for LA Motorsports up into second place. Move down the inside from Shafard. Trying to take Fabian Sturson. That's the Australian. Will Thompson just behind. Great debut for the Aussie. He's in 8th place. Suvatsoglu, Tomasella, Georgi Zashoff. And a Ferrari who's just behind. It's Riccardo for the M2 Racing Team. Tonellini. Marchese is on the charge though. Bartosz Grivac for the LA Motorsport team. The pole splits the two Italians. Big launch down the inside from Nicolas Marchese. Takes Apicella. The GSR driver back to P5. Then Shafard, Sturson, Thompson, Suvatsoglu, Tomasella, Fabian Sturson rounds out the 10. Perfect start for the OKN final. Christian Tonellini looks back over his shoulder. Suvatsoglu in the second GSR kart in P8. What about Will Thompson on debut in WSK World Competition? He's in the top 10. Not only that, was running as high as 6, but unfortunately that sentence is now made redundant because he's just been mauled on that corner. Thompson now back into 14th behind Andrea Volpato. As we look at Julius Ochepa take his countryman. He's now the top pole. And the Lenzo kart back into second place. Bartosz Grivac back to third. Marchese, Apicella, Shafad, Subazoglu in the second GSR kart. There's the Greek in the background, being shadowed by Tomasella, Riccardo Ferrari and Gianmarco Cortopassi. Zashov just outside the top 10. This is Julius, the WSK Euro Series champion. The LKE powered Lenzo kart in second place. Marchese, the driver to watch though for team driver. P4 is setting purple sector after purple sector. Nicolas Marchese, 14 driver, closes in on the back of not one, but two Polish drivers. Tonolini leads. Julius Ochepa launches down the inside, and the Lenzo kart leads. Superb from the WSK Euro Series champion. The Poles now run 1 and 3. Ochepa for the Sicilian Lenzo kart team takes the lead. Marchese down the inside. He takes Bartosz, who's back to P4. It is on in the early stages of the OKN final. Round 1 of 2, the WSK Final Cup. You're at the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato. Apicella back in 5. Back in 4. Nice pass by Apicella. But Bartosz gets him back on the exit. Apicella's teammate, Subazoglu. There's the second GSR kart, fighting with Tomasella. It is Julius Ochepa with the race lead and a purple lap as well, so we start lap 6 of 21. 1/4 race distance. Julius Ochepa with a 47.8. Trying to pull away, but Christian Tonolini from pole position as Apicella retakes the place from the second pole. That's Marchese as well. Enzo Shafad, Subazoglu, Ferrari, Tomasella, Zashov, Gianmarco Cortopassi just ahead of Ladaukas, Nardozzi, Thompson, Papalia, Sturson, and Robin Sarge. The two Lenzo kart, Fabian did make an initial good start, but he's fallen back to 15th, 16th in fact, just ahead of his Lenzo kart teammate from Estonia, Robin Sarge. This is both of their teammates both of them, to use the King's English. Julius Ochepa does lead the race. Tonolini right behind Julius. LKE powered Lenzo kart, P1, TM powered Tony kart, P2, it's the IAMI powered Kart Republic, you know, of course, for the Italian Nicolas Marchese. Apicella for the GSR team, the Lando Norris kart, P4. Already 1/3 race distance. Fastest lap of the race for Antonio Apicella. He's now managed to finally, after 4 attempts, shake off Bartosz Krivac. Although the second pole not letting him get away too much. 47.8 for Antonio Apicella. The bottom left of your screen, confirmation of that time. It will get faster as the laps wind down here. We're already moving almost into the second half of the OKN final. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup here at South Garda Karting. Marchese down the inside. He's now the top Italian. He's into second. We'll check the gap. Last time it was 0.24 from Ochepa to Tonolini. We'll check the gap to the first Italian, who is now Nicolas Marchese. 0.4. He made the move, but it was costly. Nicolas Marchese, though, consistently fast. We'll see if he can catch the pole. Still ample time. Bartosz Krivac in the background. Clean race as well, 36 starters and 36 still in the race. The Pole who did not start from pole, Julius Ochepa, P1. Tonolini back to third, the pole sitter. 2 rounds, the WSK Final Cup. Original Kart National OKN. Last year the champion was Lamberto Ferrari, of course. You remember the single round race at Franciacorta 12 months ago. 2 rounds this year. Here today, now at South Garda Karting, and in 2 weeks' time at Cremona, as we wait for the move into the bit hairpin. Not this time. Tonolini going with Nicolas Marquez. The gap down to 2. You can see it's just barely a car length. And a 47.764 for Marquez, who goes purple. Apicella for the Galatsis Sotiras racing team from Greece. He's now caught up almost to this leading trio. Marquez down the inside into the penultimate corner. Julius back to second. Sandwiched by the Italians is Julius Ocepa. And Nicolas Marquez for team driver leads. Already pulling away. This is a problem for Julius. The fact that he's pulling away and the fact that he's got the pulse hitter breathing down his neck. He tries to defend. Christian Tonellini sends it. Apicella takes him as well. Julius from the race lead almost falls off the podium. He's back to second. Tonellini from pole position. He's back to 5. That's Enzo Chaffard for TAM Racing in the background. Enzo from France is catching. Apicella launches. He goes on through. Marquez is pulling away. Look at the lead from Nicolas Marquez. Already previously a race winner in WSK. There was barely a kart length between the leading group. And now you can see it's actually 1.5 seconds as Tonellini on the inside of Bartosz does not give him space, and Tonellini has to concede. He's now having to defend from the Frenchman. Enzo Chaffard coming from the NSK series in France. Now racing with us in WSK. Enzo, a chance of a podium here as well. Marquez dominating tactically, quick and beautifully. A beautiful strategy, I should say. Just waited, opportunistic, decisive. Made the move when he knew that the others would fight for second and third behind. And that allows Nicolas Marquez to pull away. Apicella on your screen. Antonio in second. Julius, the WSK Euro Series champion, behind in third place in the Lenzo Cup. That was Enzo going through. Chaffard, beautifully presented from TAM Racing. Chaffard 813. The Miami-powered Kart Republic. There's Tonellini, the Tony Kart, losing touch with the pole, the first of the 2 poles. The second, of course, Bartosz Grivac, LA Motorsport. Apicella, the Italian driver for the Greek team. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, for Chiara Bartig. Now racing with the Victory Lane team. Didn't have a good run in qualifying, but Chiara is now up into 18th place. She's at a 47.669. Chiara, now the second Swiss driver, the first of which is Georgi Zashoff. Chiara Bartig goes by Santese, Thompson, Sturson. Fabian, who's fallen back to 21st position. This is Fabian's teammate, the center of your screen. Being sandwiched. He's still on the podium, not for long because Tonellini takes him back but goes wide. There's the race leader. There's the gap. It's 1.7 seconds. Tonellini goes on through and takes the place from Julius Ocepa. Apicella trying to pull clear. That's Bartosz in the background. The response is immediate from the first of the 2 poles, but he's now the second. Bartosz Grivac takes Tonellini and his countryman. Bartosz Grivac now up onto the podium as we go into the final quarter of the OKN final here at the center of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. Ferrari from Zashoff, Cortopassi, Nicolas Suvatzoglu. He's now the first Greek driver, the second of which is right behind him, Emanuela Ladalkas. They round out the 10. Marquez at 1.9 seconds clear. Apicella, and for the LA Motorsport team in the Paralympic, Bartosz Grivac. This is Tonellini from pole position. At the moment, it looks as though he will come up with nothing from this weekend. Took pole position, though, in time qualifying 48 hours ago with the 47.108. Julius takes his countryman. He's now back in P3. Tonellini back in 5th place. Will not stand on the podium unless something happens to the two Polish drivers ahead of him. For the two Italians, Nicolas Marchese, he's gone though. Chiara Batic, incidentally, another purple sector. Chiara Batic from Switzerland with another purple lap, 47.659 for Chiara Batic. Tonellini fighting with Krivac. Christian goes on through. Enzo from France just behind the pole. Bottom left of your screen, look at the time from Chiara from Switzerland. For the Victory Lane team, 47.569. 659, I should say. No, I'm not dyslexic. So we try and concentrate on her storming up through the field in the battle for the final step of the podium. Bartosz back down the inside of Christian. Batic with the Victory Lane team. What could have been had she have qualified further up the field? 47.659. As we look at Bartosz and Christian. Enzo down the inside. Bartosz comes under attack from Ferrari and Georgi Zashov as well. The dying stages. Marquez is gone. Apicella for the GSR team sets off after. Julius Ochepa, the WSK Euro Series champion at the moment, is on the podium as Riccardo Ferrari fights with the second pole. Bartosz Grivac. Georgi Zashov on the outside. Gianmarco Cortopassi. John Mark's short step in the Maranello kart. He's not out of this either. 3 laps to race. Here is Bartosz Grivac. LA Motorsport was on the podium earlier on in the race provisionally, but it looks as though that will fall short. This is the race leader, Nicolas Marquez. A perfect drive as he smashes the ripple strip coming down the hill. 14 driver David De Lucchi, former Italian champion in Intercontinental C, driving a privately entered Carly kart powered by Pavese to win the Italian Open Masters Championships as a driver, David De Lucchi, and now as a successful team owner, team driver together with Kart Republic and Miami. His driver is now just 2 laps away from victory. The gap 2.3 seconds. Apicella now being caught by Julius Ochepa, the WSK Euro Series champion. Marchese in the Miami-powered Kart Republic. Apicella in the Miami-powered Lando Norris kart. 3rd place. It's the LKE-powered Lenzo kart off the pole. The team from Sicilia or Sicily, Julius Ochepa. Tonellini, I don't mean this in a nefarious sort of manner, but he'll be praying for Antonio and Julius to come together. That's the only hope for the pole sitter to make it onto the podium as we start the last lap of the race. 2.4 seconds clear of this battle. Here's Nicolas Marquez. It may well happen though, because Apicella is going defensive, looks over his right shoulder, white lines it. Julius around the outside. Tonellini frustrated as Julius launches on by. Ochepa up into second. Tonellini trying to catch the GSR driver on the last lap of the race. Driving the wheels off the 836 Tony kart. Out front though, Marchese unstoppable. 2 corners remaining. The final corner, the checkered flag is about to wave. The team driver, Nicolas Marchese, wins in dominant fashion round 1 of the WSK Final Cup in OKN. Julius Ochepa second with a last lap move. Apicella for the GSR team on the podium in 3rd place. Fantastic race to kick off the afternoon here at South Carter Karting. Marchese wins by almost 3 seconds. Here's Troxler crossing the line from Gurue, Massa Mafera, Lavar, Jacopo Cinti in the Italcourse Kart Gabone, Federico Lenzo. And the final finisher, Socrates, Chatzimarcos for the Cosmo Rally Kart Academy team crosses the line as the final finisher. Marchese wins. And this is how he did it. Tonellini from pole position led the field up into turn 1. The poles in second and third. Ociepa and Bartosz Krivac. Ultimately the second pole to finish in position 8. Relatively clean race as well. Bartosz down the inside of Julius. 36 starters, just the 2 DNFs in Zhao and Califano. Krivac and Ociepa. Nicolas Marchese making his way by, firstly, the first pole, Bartosz Krivac. And then setting off after his countryman, the pole sitter, Cristian Tonellini. As they fought for second place, Tonellini and Ociepa, this allowed Nicolas Marchese to go on and build up an advantage. Antonio Apicella for the GSR team did get onto the podium. He was second until the dying stages of the race. It was win it or bin it for the WSK Euro Series champion. A move around the outside from Julius Ociepa. Clean move. Apicella was not happy, but there was nothing he could complain about. Julius just drove around the outside of them, but Nicolas Marchese just simply outdrove all of them. Marchese wins the OKN final, the first of our finals here, the WSK Final Cup. You can see the graphic, that's the podium where Nicolas will stand in a moment. Best lap, Chiara Batig, 47.659. Some consolation for the Swiss driver who finishes in 16th. Marchese wins it. Julius Ociepa in second place from Apicella. Tonellini from pole position, the fastest qualifier, comes up one short. Shafat, Ferrari, Zashov, Bartosz Krivac, Ledaukis, and Gianmarco Cortopassi beats home Nicolas Suvetsoglu for the final position in the top 10. Stay with us on WSK, the podium, the first of our 7 podiums, live from Lonato in just a moment.
Attention please, owner Ford Kuga, Grey Carrots, plates Spain 6444 KKV, parked in the paddock area, to move immediately. I repeat, owner Ford Kuga from Spain.
The podium for the OKN final here, a brilliant race.
but in the end, a dominant winner for Team Driver. In third place for the GSR team, the Italian Antonio Apicella. Second place from Poland, the WSK Euro Series champion, Julius Ochepa. For Team Driver, the winner of the first round of the WSK Final Cup, Nicolas Marchesi. And representing the winning Team Driver, Luca Guidi. Third place to the Italian Antonio Apicella. Second to the Pole, Julius Ochepa. And the winner of the first round of the WSK Final Cup, il vincitore l'italiano per Team Driver, Nicolas Marchesi. And representing the winning Team Driver, Luca Guidi. The national anthem of Italia. The podium for the OKN final. Third place, Antonio Apicella. Second, Julius Ochepa. And the winner here at Lonato, Nicolas Marchesi. Back here at Lonato for the OKN Junior final. Coming out onto the circuit, Bruno Blanco will start from pole position. This will be another cracking race, the second of our 7 finals here this afternoon. OKN Junior, Original Kart National Junior. Bruno on pole position. He starts alongside Henri Coumban, though he took pole position in qualifying, did the Belgian. Before we race, let's check out some of the highlights in OKN Junior this week here at Lonato. The penultimate event of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition next year, the 20th anniversary season. This is a record-breaking event though, as you look at the OKN Junior Original Kart National Junior. Yeah, it helps if you know the alphabet. OKNJ, round 1, WSK, here at Lonato. Bruno Blanco for LA Motorsport is on pole position. You can see the China Racing Tony Kart just through the graphic there, the left of your screen. The third generation racer, Kleine Kumpen. Henri Kumpen, pole position 48 hours ago. Henri with a time of 47.683. First WSK race for Kumpen, 60 Mini, I reckon it was 2022, wasn't that long ago. With respect, he's gone from a midfield runner to being certainly a contender. He starts on the front row of the grid, the Belgian alongside the Italian. 36 karts on the grid for the OKN Junior Final over 17 laps here at Lonato. The 125cc engines to push into life in just a moment. There is Kumpen to the left of your screen. The 1 minute board goes up. Bruno Blanco to the right for LA Motorsport. Right behind him for the Modena kart team, the French-American Alessandro Truchot. Alongside Michele Orlando for the Danilo Rossi Racing Kart team. Great pre-final victory this morning for the Italian. Driving for the legendary 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. The Modena Power DR kart, the green flag flies. We take a look at the grid. Bruno Blanco on pole position. Out of grid 1 is the LA Motorsport driver. Henri Kumpen out of grid 2. Second row of the grid, Alessandro Truchot. And the DR team driver who won the pre-final this morning, Michele Orlando. Nicolas Stanley, El Madrileño. Out of grid 5, Thomas Chikorachki. Sebastian Rydell, Joelle Gypsy Girardello. And the first Ukrainian, it's Sever out of 9, Mayo Lemechon. Great pre-final run this morning for the Jana Racing French driver. Bertolini, Lenny Makinen, Leo from the mountains, Gorski. Emiliano Hernandez, El Mexicano, Dondi, Henry Carter in the goal kart is the Brit. Polikat Legenki, the second Ukrainian, Islamov and Lorenzo, your friend, Diamico, out of 20. Aaron Creer for the Render Motorsport team, Nefeli Cosmopolis for the Cosmo Rally Kart Academy team. Carrer, Marco Puma, Oiva Veterananta, the second generation racer, Will Green out of 26. Raffaele Mini, Il Sicilianino, Dr Islami, Zvadish from Thailand, and Davide Morese out of grid 30. Sakano from Japan, Amelia Vichormirska, Lorenzo Villau, Adam Brilla, Dario El Malki for the Flowers Racing team, and Matthias Stigson out of grid 36. Bruno Blanco on pole position, but the winner could come from anywhere on the grid. That's Dario El Malki incidentally going through. The Egyptian-Italian for the Flowers Racing team of Giacomo Fiorini. Third ever kart race for the young Egyptian-Italian. Welcome to WSK. Blanco on pole position. We race immediately. Truchot slots into second place. And the Paralympians go 1-2. What a start from Nicola. But he's pushed into the marbles as one of the CRGs is sideways. Through the first corner, Nicola Stanley immediately up into third place, but now back to 6th on a cold track. But it's Bruno Blanco who leads the way. Truchot, the Modena kart Paralympian. Just behind, that's Orlando in the DR kart. And Kumpen, the fastest qualifier from the notorious outside front row of the grid. Kumpen back to 4. Henry Carter, we look for the Brit in the Rigetti Ridolfi Gold Karts. Has been in great form this weekend. We're about to complete the first of 17 laps There's Carter going on through. There is Nicola Stanley as well. But it's Blanco from Trusho. Nice lead back to Orlando. Both driving the parallel in, but both for different teams. As Trusho dives down the inside into turn 3. Nice pass, opportunistic. That was courageous. That was brave from Sandro Trusho. Blanco loses momentum with that pass. Michele Orlando just behind. Chikorachki, that's Thomas. With the new front spoiler on that Tony kart, he's got by Henri Kumpen. Then it's Stanley, Rydell, Duele, Girardello, Seva. And then Gurski from Le Marchand, Dondi, D'Amico, Bertolini. Mäkinen, Carter's now fallen back to 16th after initial good getaway. Trusho, look at the lead from Alessandro. Orlando goes through to second place. Unfortunately, Diari Shlami from Albania and Emiliano Hernandez, the Mexican, both out in the early stages of this 17-lap final. 34 drivers in the race. It was Nefeli Kosmopoulos, incidentally, who was sideways in turn 1. It was almost the end of her race. She did well to hold on to it, though. Was turned around sideways into turn 1. She is still circulating, but way down in 34th position. There's Stanley with Seva, Osachi, Suslovsky. The Ukrainian goes through and takes him for the Monster K Factory team. He's up into P7. Stanley from Gurski, WSK champion, is the British base pole. Now driving for the Kart Republic team in 7:01. Rydell, Dondi, Le Marchand, D'Amico, Carter, Legenki, Lenny Mäkinen, and Will Green, the second generation racer, having his second WSK race. Wearing the same helmet colours as his famous father, Jamie Green, 2004 European Formula 3 champion. Jamie also 17 wins in the DTM. And of course, Formula A European Championship race winner at Valence 24 years ago. Will Green, son of Jamie, second WSK race in the Kart Republic, 7:02. His teammate, 7:01, Leo Gorski, a few places ahead. As you see, Seva in the background fighting with Nicola Stanley, the fastest driver on your circuit. We saw this in the pre-final, Michele Orlando, who took a brilliant victory. He has just reeled Trusho in with a 48.606 last time round, a purple lap. He's got right up to the back of the French-American, who's had something like 22 podiums so far this year. Trusho still in the race lead. The move will come from Michele Orlando imminently. Trusho with 8 race victories so far in 2024. 7 pole positions. Didn't start on pole for this one, but looking to make it 9 victories in what has been a fabulous 2024 season for the French-American. He dives down the inside, does Orlando, and last year's Scusa Pro Tour champion back into second place. The Modena Power DR car takes the race lead. Nice move, clinical move from Michele Orlando. Look in the background, it is getting really messy. Gurski, Dondi, Rydell, Carter back into 11th now. He's the top Brit. Le Marchand, D'Amico, Blanco. Remember Bruno, he started from pole position. He's back in 14 ahead of Legenki, Green, Carrel, Lenny Mäkinen, Puma, and Sakano, who rounds out the 20. Approaching half race distance, Michele Orlando. Back to Sandro Trusho. Kumpen, incidentally, we haven't seen much of the Belgian. Fastest qualified, there's the Jana Racing Tony kart. He's in 3rd place. Kumpen across the line, we'll see if he can catch Alessandro Truscio on your screen, coached and mentored for the past few seasons by two-time world champion, multiple WSK champion, Lorenzo Travisanuto, who's also racing with us later this afternoon in the KZ2 final, has mentored young Sandro Truscio since his days of 60 mini as Henri Kumpen sets the fastest lap. Sever in the background, Osaji Shuvslovsky, the Ukrainian P4, he puts in a purple sector. What better mentor can Michele Orlando have, though, than the five-time world champion Danilo Rossi, one of the greatest kart racing drivers in our sports history. Also a career in Formula 3, Formula 3000, and one-time Minardi Formula 1 test driver, Danilo Rossi, the Modena-powered DR kart, position 1. Kumpen, there's the Belgian, now catching up to the back of Truscio, 48.036. Fastest on circuit, he took 0.3 of a second out of Truscio last time. Half race distance. There's the Ukrainian in P4, the Monster K factory team entry. It's the CRG powered by the TM of Seva Osachi Shuvslovsky. Purple sector from Kumpen, he's catching Truscio. You can see the Jana Racing Tony Kart powered by the Vortex coming on strong in the second half of the race. Orlando clips the ripple strip. The gap still only 0.2 of a second as Henri Kumpen, a 48.021, goes purple and takes 0.4 of a second out of the race leader. Michele Orlando driving the wheels off the DR kart as hard as he possibly can. Osachi Shuvslovsky, that's Chikorachki, Girardello, Stanley, Gurski, Dondi, Rydell, and Henry Carter just outside the top 10 in the Rigetti Ridolfi Gold Kart. Took pole position just a few weeks ago, did Henry Carter at this very circuit in the Industrial Trophy. Carter in the 7.05 Gold Kart. Outside the top 10 though, he'll be disappointed. He was aiming for the podium. Still doing superbly well. But he's got 10 karts in front of him. Still lapping virtually at the same speed. And as the driver's just ahead as Henry Kumpen, with the exception of the Belgian though, into the 47s. Kumpen, the only driver under the 48-second bracket. Can Kumpen win it? He was a long way back, but now he's on the back of Alessandro Truscio in the Modena-powered Paralink kart. Close enough to make a move into not that corner, but this one coming up now. Decliner Kumpen launches up the inside. And the Belgian, the third-generation racer, goes through to position 2. Nice pass from Henry. And he's still got time. That's Seva going on through. Kumpen being pushed by Truscio. Goes wide, misses the apex. He was helped by Alessandro Truscio. But Kumpen's got the speed. The Vortex-powered Tony Kart Racer 401. The double R chassis. The DR kart powered by the Modena in P1. The gap just 0.4. You can see it's just, 3 kart lengths. Kumpen pulling away from Truscio. Comfortably the fastest on the circuit. .4 of a second officially for what it's worth. Michele Orlando just superb out front. Last year's WSK Final Cup champion in OKJ Junior, Dean the Dutchman Hugendorn, watching on from pit lane. He'll be on track shortly this afternoon in the original kart junior category. This is the new initiation, relatively new from the FIA from 2022. The national version of the original kart class. Kumpen. The gap stays the same though. Michele Orlando, just superb. Takes a 10th out of the Italian, does the Belgian. The French-American in third, the Ukrainian in fourth. Chikorachki, that's Thomas. P5, Kumpen clips the ripple strip. An opportunity now for Trusho to fight back. Michele Orlando has not put a foot wrong, or more accurately, a Vega tyre out of place. Kumpen still in second place. Now Orlando looks behind him. Is he getting nervous or just judging it? He's driven superbly all weekend. Needs to know exactly where his competition is. Michele, I can tell you, they're right there. 2 card lengths. Goes in deep under brakes, gets the run, runs wide, but gets the extra few. Engine RPM. 3 laps to race, including this one. Down to 0.2 of a second. Now Kumpen puts his foot down. He's closing in on the back of Orlando. The DR kart, powered by the Modena, versus the Tony kart, powered by the Vortex. Trusho, the TM-powered Paralin, don't discount the French-American in third place for the Modena kart team. This is lap 15 of 17. Looks over his shoulder, goes defensive. That will be costly. Sure, he defended the place, but there's still 2 laps to race. Kumpen on the back of the Italian. Again, a wide line. Kumpen's lining him up. The yellow flag at the final corner. They could not pass. We just lost Dario El Malki. The Egyptian is out. Look at Kumpen on the back of Orlando. The penultimate lap. Here comes the move. Down into the pit hairpin. Michele white lines it. No problem for Kumpen. He tries the high line. Around the outside, they're wheel to wheel, side by side. Trusho goes on through into position 2. Is that the end for Kumpen? Slams it down the inside. Makes the move back to second. Orlando with breathing space as we approach the last lap of the race. Seva is right in this as well for the Monster K factory team. Trusho has to defend. Ultimo giro, the last ronde. Orlando jumping out of the seat, smashes the ripple strip down into turn 1 and 2. Kumpen is 0.4 of a second back. Orlando wins the pre-final this morning. Looks nervously back over his shoulder. Seva is in third. Kumpen took pole position in time qualifying. Has had a brilliant run with 2 heat victories. He's running in position 2. Orlando wins the pre-final this morning. Surely he'll take victory. 2 corners to race. Kumpen's too far back. Driving for the legendary 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. The Modena-powered DR car driven superbly by Michele Orlando. He takes the victory. Orlando wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Kumpen second and Trusho just holds off Seva Osachi Shuslovsky for third place. A fantastic race in OKNJ. Orlando wins. And a worthy race winner as well. Michele Orlando will take the victory and the series lead into Cremona in 2 weeks' time. Bruno Blanco from pole position. But it did not work out. Unfortunately, we can't bring you the highlights. As you just see, Bruno Blanco from pole position, it did not work out for Bruno, finishing way down the field. Oh, we can. Here is Bruno Blanco from pole position. Alessandro Trusho making it a Paralin 1 and 2 for the LA Motorsport and Modena kart teams. But Michele Orlando picking them off and going on through. Taking Trusho. Kumpen. Superb performance all weekend from the Belgian. And a fabulous finish to the OKN Junior final. They were side by side. Trusho looked out of it, almost retook the lead. Kumpen over the ripple strip. That gave Orlando just enough breathing space as Trusho had to defend from the Ukrainian. But it was Michele Orlando who takes victory and will stand on the top step of the podium. Kumpen in second place, and Alessandro Truscio comes home on the podium. Another podium, something like his 16th podium of 2024 in third. Seva in P4. Great recovery from Nicola Stanley. Chikorachki. Then it was Girardello Blanco, the pole sitter, finishing in P8 from Rydell. And Alexander Legenki rounding out the 10. Stay with us on wsk.it. The podium presentation live from Lonato in just a moment. A fabulous finish to the OKN Junior final, a brilliant race, and in third place, the French-American Alessandro Truscio. A great performance all week. He took pole position in qualifying P2 for the Jana Racing team from Belgium, Henri Kumpen. He set the pace with a brilliant victory in the pre-final this morning. He wins round one of the WSK Final Cup for the DR Racing Car team, the Italian Michele Orlando. And representing his own winning team, the five-time world champion, Danilo Rossi. Third place, Alessandro Truscio. Second place, Henri "the Kleine" Kumpen. The winner of round one of the WSK Final Cup, the Italian for the DR Racing Car team, Michele Orlando. And representing his own winning team, Danilo Rossi. The national anthem of Italia. The podium for round one of the WSK Final Cup. Third place, Alessandro Truscio. Second, Henri Kumpen, and the winner here, Michele Orlando.
tutti i piloti non qualificati sono in finale, che è obbligatorio recarsi alla press station del bando.
Back here at Lonato, a 10-lap, under 10 mini. It's virtually a sprint. It's coming up right now. Super Lolo Bros to start on pole position. Firstly, let's check out some of the highlights this week in mini under 10 from Lonato. The sun shining here at South Garda Karting, ready to race for the mini under 10 final over 10 laps. The Italians on the front row of the grid. That is Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Like a tsunami, he'll start from pole position. Yes, pun intended. Nicolo Perico, son of World Rally Championship driver Alessandro Perico. Starting out of grid 2, chasing his 4th WSK title. Second row of the grid, Mark Lumetz, and the Brit, Harry Williams. Just a moment or two before the start. 36 mini under 10 drivers on the grid. The Italians on the front row of the grid. The breeze picking up, as you can see in the background there. The 10th day of November, the penultimate race of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. So the baby race drivers and the energy course drivers lock out the first 7 rows of the grid. Going back to Leopoldo Canizzaro for Tingamoto out of grid 8. And as you know, the winner could come from anywhere here on the grid. We look back to Stepan Matsepen, coming hot off that podium in the WSK Euro Series. Austin Newstead. Just behind the Russian is the Brit, in great form this week, Andreas Papagiorgio from Greece. The fastest qualifier, Filippo Frigerio, on the 9th row of the grid. Theo Steindal struggling to get away the 550 CRG. Now the Norwegian is underway. We take a look at the grid. Super Lolo Bros on pole position. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio alongside Nicolo Perico. Mark Lumetz, Harry Williams on the second row. Kees Muis for the Spino Project Racing team of Marino Spinozzi. Liam Nachawati, the American for Team Baby Race. Kanto Tsuna, Canizzaro for Team Gamoto. Platon Kovtinenko for Bosch Racing and Pasquale out of 10. Lee Lingan, Antonio Yanni, the Polish-Italian Colton, that Texan, Snickenberg. Victor Gurun for Real Racing. Lindemann, Di Filippo, the fastest qualifier, Filippo Frigerio. Matsep and Papagiorgio and Austin Newstead out of 20. Leon Shulitze from Georgia, Tiberius Muller. The Tony Kart Racing Team, Verba, Google, O Menino, do Brasil, Gabriel Salza. Latinen, Cooper Lopez from Venezuela, Pacheco. Lep Rouget out of 30 is the French driver, Edouard. Moscar, Di Zucchetto, Lotrionte, Jano Pujol out of 34. We'll get back to him in a moment. Steindal and Oscar Ojala out of grid 36. Jano Pujol, you may remember, took that incredible victory in the WSK Super Cup by 0.0 over Nicolo Perico. but had a DNF earlier this morning. And so Jano Pujol just lucky to make it even into the grid. The Tony Kart Racing Team driver. Jano de le Sud de la France, grid 34. The mini under 10 final. Mark Lumetz with the right arm in the air, whether our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, pays any attention. Mark Lumetz is not on pole position. He does not set the pace. Walking pace from Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. The baby race driver on pole position trying to get a run. Nicolo Pettigol trying to go with him, holding the brake and snapping at the throttle to try and get the engine up, him up. Watch for Harry Williams on the inside second row of the grid. Up to the line. We race. Pettigol is not happy as bodywork flies in the background, but there's no problem for LDP. He goes through and takes the race lead. We are keeping one eye on Jano Pujol from the back of the grid to see whether Frenchman can end the first lap, the WSK Super Cup winner. But it's the Italians 1 and 2. Lumetz in third place from Estonia. Mark, in fact, going through and taking his teammate, so Pettigol back to third as they come down the hill for the first time. Harry Williams, the Brit for the baby race team, in fourth place there. And a good start for Cannizzaro, for Tinkamoto, who's in P5. As we approach the end of the first lap, it was Moscardi and Sen Lindemann in trouble, and Cam Tutsuna, the Turk, has lost the right side pod and will have to pit with a mechanical defect flag. Di Pietrantonio, the Roman, from Mark Lumetz, the Estonian. Pettigol, Liam Nachawati. In fact, it's Liam now up into fourth place. Harry's in sixth. Lumetz launches down the inside. And now the Estonian leads the two Italians. The Energy Course Carts first and third. Antonio Ianni, the CRG driver of the Polish-Italian, just gets by and takes Harry Williams for P6. Back to Victor Gurun. Great start from the Romanian for the Real Racing Team. He's ahead of Tutsuna, who will have to pit. He's got no right side pod. As Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio goes through and takes the lead. Before I finish the sentence, it's made redundant because Lumetz retakes him back. Pettigol sits in third place. Liam Nachawati and Cannizzaro for Tinkamoto. Yanni Williams and Victor Gurun. Down the inside, Super Lolo Bros. Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio retakes the lead again. The Energy Corsa carts. Lumetz in 5:01, Pettigol in Lumetz in 5:03, Pettigol in 5:01. In second and third, the baby race drivers, Di Pietrantonio and Liam Nachawati, the American, just almost runs off the road. Yanni Cannizzaro, back to Gurun. Williams, Tutsuna still circulating, but with a mechanical defect flag. And no right side pod. Lorenzo from Nicolo. Lumetz back to third now is the Estonian. The Energy Corsa carts. This is a great performance from Cannizzaro, the Tinkamoto driver. 5:41 in P6. Leopoldo, only just recently joining us in WSK competition, racing in 60 mini under 10 on lap 4. And Cannizzaro in position 6. So the Roman from Il Bergamaschino Lumets in P3 under attack though from Liam Natawati. The baby race drivers first and fourth. That's Antonio Yanni going on through. And now unfortunately the black flag. For Ken Tutsuna. A remarkably sedate mini under 10 final for the moment. It will kick off in the second half of the race, which we're approaching now. That's Canizzato coming down the hill as Pedico ever so slightly goes wide. The positions just outside the top 10. Di Filippo, Pasquale, Colton, the Texan, Snickenberg, Mark Zeppen, and Andreas Papagiorgio. Newstead, Filippo Frigerio is next in line. He actually took pole position 48 hours ago in qualifying. Kantutsuna still circulating, but has been given the black flag. His race is over. Fastest lap of the race now for Stepan Matseben, 52.851. But he's back in 14th place behind the Texan as you look at Pedico go down the inside. Il Lombardino, Il Bergamaschino takes the race lead for the Energy Course racing team. There's Yanni in the background. He's got by Canizzato, but Leopoldo is still staying with the CRG driver. The first four pulling away. Yanni trying to catch. He will as they fight. Mark Lumets from Estonia. Liam Natawati from the United States of America. Both for the team from Castelnaudolo, nearby Castelnaudolo. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for what you're about to hear. We have just got news from race control. I'm double checking before saying this. Nicolo Perico penalty. Penalità, Nicolo Perico. Nicolo Perico has been given a 3-second penalty, as has Daniel Pasquale. Nicolo Perico with a 3-second penalty. Oh boy, Perico won't win. Penalizzato, 3 secondi. Nicolo Perico. That's Mark Lumets now. The Energy drivers go 1-2, but Lumets is effectively the race leader. Lumets to try and win it for the Energy Corsa team. Lumets in 5.03, Pedico in 5.01. Yanni in the CRG, he's not out of this. He's just a step off the podium, and the CRG driver has just set the fastest lap of the race. Mark Lumets is the race leader. Okay, I'll correct or potentially make a correction by stating that Pedico won't win this. He could, but he'll have to pull out 3 seconds in 3 laps. And we know in mini under 10 racing, it's almost impossible. As we see the baby race drivers, Di Pietrantonio and Liam Natawati trade positions. So Mark Lumets is the race winner, race leader. That's him in 5.03. You can virtually disregard Nicolo Perico. A disaster for Il Bergamaschino. The Energy drivers trade positions. Lumets now is the race leader and first on the track. Whether Nicolo even saw the board, yeah, of course he did. He knows exactly the score. And now it is a team effort. Di Pietrantonio, third on the road, but now second in the race. Just repeating, Nicolo Perico with a 3-second penalty. And Daniel Pasquale as well. Perico at the moment, with that penalty applied, is in position 11. We're starting the last lap of the race now. It's looking good for the Estonian Mark Lumets to take the victory. The Energy Corsa cars 1-2 on track. But Perico with a 3-second penalty. It drops Il Bergamaschino down to 11th place. Lumets goes on through. Contact between Perico and Natawati. In fact, it was Di Pietrantonio. That's Natawati. Antonio Yanni goes through into position 2, potentially a win here as we try and calculate. It is Lumets out front. Petticoat won't win on track, and with the 3-second penalty, he'll fall off the podium. It is Lumets who is approaching the final corner. No problem for the Estonian. The Energy Course Racing Team win with the Estonian Mark Lumets. He takes the victory. Yanni second. Petticoat crosses the line in 3rd place, but heartbreakingly, with that 3-second penalty applied, Il Bergamaschino has finished in P12. Lumets wins. Yanni second, and Super Lolo Bros, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio in 3rd place. Mark Lumets from Estonia has won the Mini Under 10 final, round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. From pole position, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio raced up into turn 1 as Kantutsuna, the Turk, lost the side pod, ultimately to be black flagged, and his race was over. Nicola Petticoat and Mark Lumets for the Energy Course Racing Team taking turns to lead the race. Lumets going on through. Petticoat making it an Energy Course 1-2, but LDP back to P2, and then the race lead as well. Di Pietrantonio, and then news from race control that Nicola Petticoat, a 3-second penalty to take him out of contention, even though he was the leader on track. Lumets, regardless, a brilliant race from the Estonian, and a deserving race winner. Made this move on Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio to take the race lead, then took his teammate. There was no ambiguity. This was the moment between the baby race driver and Nicola. They almost ended their race there. But the victory goes to Estonia and Mark Lumets. He wins it from Antonio Yanni. And Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio, who started from pole position, the Roman, on the podium in 3rd place. Bravissimo Canizzaro, P4, Tutsuna. He's crossed the line with P5, but a black flag was ignored, so you can disregard that. Nachoati, Williams, Di Filippo, Victor Garoon for Real Racing, Platon Kovtunenko, Colton Snickerberg will inherit 10th place. Nicola Petticoat, with that 3-second penalty applied, finishes in P12, which will become 11th place. Stay with us on wsk.it, the podium for the Mini Under 10 final, live from Lonato in just a moment.
And representing the winning Energy Course racing team, Simone Sorio. Third place to Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. Second place, Antonio Yanni. From Estonia, the winner of round 1 of the Mini Under 10 WSK Final Cup. Let's hear it, Mark Lumets. And representing the Energy Course racing team, Simone Sorio. The national anthem of Estonia. The podium for the WSK Final Cup Mini Under 10. Third place, Super Lolo Bros, Lorenzo Di Pietrantonio. The Polish-Italian for Team CRG, Antonio Yanni. He wins it for the Energy Course team from Estonia, Mark Lumets. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the Mini Group 3 final, live from Lonato in just a moment.
Back here at Lonato, the Mini Group 3 final. Ready to race on a beautiful sunny afternoon. It is still quite cool here. Well, not too bad for this time of the year, 15 degrees Celsius, but thankfully it is dry. Before we race, let's take a look at some of the highlights of Mini Group 3 this week at Lonato. Beautiful blue sky here at Lonato. Achille Ria to lead the field out and to start from pole position for the Mini Group 3 final in just a moment. There are the karts on the grid. Antoine Venant, who has won here in the past in the Supermaster Series, the Belgian. More specifically, that was in the Mini Under 10 category. Flying the colours of the famous DAP manufacturer, together with Kart Republic. Starts out at grid 2, 36 Mini Group 3 karts on the grid. To be led away from by Achille Ria.
last year's mini Group 3 champion, of course, taking the title. Last year it was at Sano and Franciacorta. Devon Waltz, who won the mini Group 3 final. Devon, of course, racing in OKJ later this afternoon. In fact, that's the next final after this one. 1 minute board goes up. That's Akili Ria, 5.38 on pole position. The CRG, center of your screen, was DML. Daniel Miro Lorente starts on the inside, second row of the grid, alongside the WSK Open champion from France, Stan Rotashki. There is Antoine to the left of your screen. As the green flag flies, we take a look at the grid. Akili Ria starts from pole position. Vanant starts alongside the Italian, then DML out of 3, Stan Rotashki. Noviello for Tingamoto, Carl Nelligord. WSK race winner out of 6, Frasnelli. Jalal Saya, the Brit, in great form this weekend. Antonio Chepa and Shafi Lazzaru back in the DR kart. Mason Robertson, the WSK Euro Series champion, Tom from Switzerland. Zdenek Babacek, recently crowned Rotax champion of the world, alongside Petra Mites, Wsk Kosheva, Jer Lazarus, Juan Garciace, Elton Head Force out of 19, alongside Niki Tabate. Diascoli, JK out of 22, the Greek, Eduardo Carlucci, Rocco Simone, Nani Martufi, Putsas, Felde, Hugon, and Lorenzo Leopardi out of 30. Enzo Starbo, the American, Ruska Evci, the Turk, Efran Campos from Venezuela, Vlasak, Norbert Plaszewski, and Marco Pozzoni, grid 36 for the Birilat team driver. Akili Ria looks behind him, back with the CRG team, taking his first WSK victory at Franciacorta 2023, almost 2 years ago now. Leads the field around. Daniel Miron Lorente, DML 5.04 for team driver. He is surely the threat here, but the win can come from anywhere. Don't discount Carl Nelligord either. That's Marco Pozzoni, 5.24 in the Birilat out of grid 36. 10 laps, the mini Group 3 final, round 1 of 2, the WSK Final Cup here at South Garter Karting. We race, and Antoine Vanant has missed the start badly from the notorious outside front row of the grid, and he slots in behind Mason Robertson, the WSK Euro Series champion. The field poured down through turns 1, 2 and 3 into the bid hairpin, being led by the CRG of Akili Ria. Antonio Chepa with a great start. The Lenzo card from the 5th row of the grid. That's he going through in the center of your screen. Chepa already up to 5th or 6th position. Miron Lorente with a great start. You know that's DML. He'll be fighting for his 4th WSK title here this afternoon and at Cremona in 2 weeks' time for the second round of the WSK Final Cup. It's Ria who leads in the CRG. Noviello across the line in 3rd place for Team Gamoto. Frasnelli, Robertson, both for Team Baby Race in 4th and 5th place. Otcheva, Babacek, Kosheva, Antoine Vanant from grid 2 back to 9th. There's the DAP Cup Republic just ahead of Stan Rotashki, Carl Nelligord, Jalasea, Lazaro, and then Lazarus. Elton head force up into 15th. From the 10th row of the grid for Ward Racing. Miron Lorente all over the back of Akili Ria. CRG team driver and then Tingamoto from the 2 baby race drivers. As we start lap 3, here's Ochepa from Wsk Kosheva, the poles in 6 and 7 from Babacek. Zdenek, that's the Z in Teps Racing, the Czech driver in the Czech kart, the MS machine. Powered by the IAMI is Zdenek, who recently contacted the World I should say it. He won, let's say that, the Rotax Grand Finals in Sano a few weeks ago. The youngest
of the four Babičkovas. In Stenek's case, it's Babičke. Good start from Stenek. Goes ahead of Neligord. Saya, Lazaro and Lazarus. Venant now down to 13th. Starting to bottleneck for the race lead. Achille Ria still in position 1. Miron Lorente is trying to pull away together and avoid being caught by the rest of the pack. But that's now not the case because here comes Frasnelli and the WSK Euro Series champion, Mason Robertson. Otschepa's there as well. DML dives down the inside. And the Dutchman from Costa Blanca in Spain, 14 driver, goes through to lead. Otschepa with a 52.791. The LKE-powered Lenzo kart is the fastest driver on the circuit. Frasnelli, Robertson. And then the two Poles, Otschepa and Wsk Kosheva. Look at the lead from Daniel Miron Lorente as Noviello in third place. Achille Ria still in second. The gap, 2, maybe 3 kart lengths. Officially, it's at 0.343 from DML back to Achille Ria. Noviello, that's Robertson, Frasnelli, and Antonio Otschepa. Javi Lazaro puts in a 52.527. The 2021 Portuguese Cup champion is the fastest on circuit, back with the DR Racing Car team. There's Otschepa in the Lenzo kart. Behind Frasnelli and Robertson, the WSK Euro Series champion. You know that's the Scotsman from Barcelona, 14 baby race. 5.16. Trying to get up onto the podium. Here comes the move from Mason. Robertson races down the inside. Noviello under attack. Antonio Otschepa dives on through. Oh, what a move from Antonio Otschepa. He goes through and takes Noviello and Frasnelli in the one corner. Superb from the pole. Miron Lorente leads from Ria and Robertson's in third. Otschepa with a sensational pass. 2 into 1. Lazaro puts in a 52.522. Again, he goes purple. The Portuguese DR kart now inside the top 10. Lazaro ahead of Lazarus. Behind Neligord and Babacek. Kosheva. The second pole, Noviello. And then this driver, Antonio Otschepa, with that fabulous pass, sits in behind Frasnelli. Robertson in third. We start lap 7 of 10, the mini Group 3 final. 52.369 for Lazaro. He is flying around the circuit. Xavi Lazaro, the second generation racer. Back with the DR kart team, throws it over the ripple strip. The fastest driver on the circuit by some margin. Trying to chase down the Ward Racing driver, Carl Neligord. Otschepa glued to the back of Frasnelli. Lap 7 of 10, the mini Group 3 final. There's the CRG. 3/4 of a second back behind Daniel Miron Lorente. DML for team driver. Mason on the back of Achille. Here comes the move into the final corner. Maybe not. Still got time. Robertson pushes the CRG up into turn 1. 3 laps, including this one, to race. Miron Lorente, Ria, Robertson, Julian Frasnelli and Antonio Otschepa. Into the pit hairpin. DML with the head lean. Chasing his 4th WSK title. Mason launches down the inside. Ria's almost off the road. He's out of it. Otschepa takes him. Mason magnificent. Robertson races on through to position 2. Noviello's off the road. Will lose the position to Wsk Kosheva. Robertson from grid 11 now closes in on the back of Daniel Miron Lorente. It's the Dutchman from the Scotsman. The Spanish-speaking drivers go 1 and 2 live pitches to the bottom right of your screen. What a move from Robertson, though. The big don't argue, didn't touch, just sent him into the marbles. And on the penultimate lap of the race, yes, you heard that right. The Dutchman in P1, the Scotsman in second. They're both Spanish-speaking drivers, and they're fighting for the victory in the Mini Group 3 final in round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. As Mason down the inside into the chicane. DML slams the door closed on Robertson. Watch Frasnelli. Last lap board this time round. Otchepa lines them all up. Here comes Anthony. L'ultima vuelta. The last lap for the Dutchman from Spain. The Scotsman from Barcelona in second, and then Julian Frasnelli. Antonio Otchepa. Look at Anthony in the Lenzo kart. He'll line up one. Surely he'll get a place here onto the podium. Middle Lorente white lines it again. Otchepa tries. Robertson around the outside. Watch Otchepa. Frasnelli leads. What a move from Julian. Otchepa's second. DML and Mason, they were 1 and 2, now they're 3 and 4. Ria's fighting for this as well. 3 corners to race. Julian Frasnelli, Otchepa, Robertson and Middle Lorente touch wheels. Ria sends it down the inside. Frasnelli looks back to the pole. Julian Frasnelli, team baby race. He wins it. Julian Frasnelli with a sensational victory. Anthony Otchepa in the Lenzo kart second. Mason on the podium in third from Wsk Kosheva. Middle Lorente crosses the line 7. Wow, what a finish. Frasnelli wins. Julian Frasnelli with a sensational victory in the Mini Group 3 final. Take a look at the highlights. It was Achille Ria from pole position in the CRG, DML from P3, who followed through in the CRG. Giuseppe Noviello with a good start ultimately though. Here's the Team Gamoto driver. He would not finish. Neither he nor Carmelo Gord. They were the only 2 retirements from a frantic final. Mid on Lorente. Fighting with Mason Robertson for the majority of the race. This super move just sent Achille Ria into the marbles. Mason and DML, Miro Lorente slammed the door shut on Robertson, who tried the outside. Intelligent drive from Antonio Otchepa, missed the victory, but a superb P2 for the pole. Julian Frasnelli, 14 baby race, comes home in first place. Otchepa in second, and Mason, the WSK Euro Series podium, or champion, on the podium in third. Frasnelli with the victory. Otchepa in the Lenzo Cup. What a great drive. Intelligent drive from the pole. Robertson, Kosheva the second pole. Ria Javi Lazaro raced home to 6 with the fastest lap of the race. DML 7, Babacek 8. Lazarus and the WSK Open Cup champion Stan Rotaski, 14 baby race in 10th place. Frasnelli wins it, and he'll stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
The drivers making their way up after a frantic race. Julian Frasnelli with a brilliant victory here in the Mini Group 3 final. Wait for the drivers to come up from Parc Fermé. The podium for the Mini Group 3 final, a brilliant drive for Anthony Ochepa, but unfortunately he has come into Parc Fermé with the front spoiler out of position. So there is a change to the order. No problem for the race winner though. Julian Frasnelli still takes the victory. In third place, from Poland, Wsk Final. Second place for Team Baby Race. You know it's the Scotsman from Barcelona, the WSK Euro Series champion, Mason Robertson. The winner of the first round of the WSK Final Cup here at Lonato, the Italian for Team Baby Race, Julian Frasnelli. And representing the winning Team Baby Race, Leonardo Lorandi. Third place from Poland, Wsk Final. Second place from Scotland, Mason Robertson. Winning for Italy for Team Baby Race, the first round of the WSK Final Cup, Julian Frasnelli. And representing the winning Team Baby Race, Leonardo Lorandi. The national anthem of Italia. The Mini Group 3 final, round one of the WSK Final Cup. Third place for Team Driver, Wsk Final. Second, Mason Robertson. It's a Team Baby Race 1-2. The winner here at Lonato, Julian Frasnelli. Stay with us on wsk.it. We continue racing the Final Cup from Lonato.
Four finals raced, three still to conclude our afternoon. The sun will soon set, so we'll get right into it with the OKJ Junior final. The cart's ready to go with Filippo Sala to start from pole position. He's had a brilliant week. let's check out how the Italian lines up on pole position for the Forza Racing team as we look at the highlights so far from OKJ. Unstoppable has been Philip Hall, Il Trentino. To start from pole position, 3-3-4, that's him to the left of your screen. Sharing the front row of the grid with Noah Bagland. Now with the Forza Racing team is Filippo Sala. To start from pole position, pre-final victory this morning, that was after the 4 heat victories he took over the previous 2 days. Just a few moments before the start, the grid girls leave the circuit. Great to have your company wherever you are watching us live around the world. The penultimate race of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Next year, the 20th anniversary season with the 5-round Supermaster Series at La Conca, Sarno, back here at South Garda Karting, Franciacorta, and back at Viterbo, north of Rome, for the first time in a decade. The WSK World Challenge, 2 rounds, Viterbo and Genk in Belgium, and then 3 rounds for the Final Cup next year. This is the OK Junior Final, 2 rounds here today and at Cremona in 2 weeks' time. Filippo Sala looking to take the victory here this afternoon and the championship lead into Cremona. He starts on pole position. This is the grid. Sala out of grid 1, Noah Bagland. The Brit for the Premier Racing team out of 2, El Peruviano, Mariano Lopez. He was the fastest qualifier for Fusion Motorsport. Starts out at grid 3 alongside Iskander the Great. Sulficati, the 6-time WSK Mini Champion. Dean the Dutchman, Hugenton, the Williams Academy driver, out of 5 alongside Henry Domain for Forza Racing. Lev Krutogolov, Lucas Shellis for Victory Lane with a great pre-final this morning. Eiley Christian, Luba Roykov, Ilya Bereshkin, Dan Alleman, Jesse Phillips, OKN World Cup champion, Via Piana, Arata Endo, Turner, Brown, the Californian. Another American, that is Devon Walt, Sebastian Menz, Rodriguez. That's Remik Samchik and Billy C out of grid 20. Mark Pilapenko, Andrea Mani, Ian Kralik with a storming drive all week throughout the heats after not qualifying so well. Zhao, Justo, Vladimir Ivanikov. O menino do Brasil, the boy from Brazil, Antonio Pizzonia, who's already won in 2024. Gronic, Deronov, Ludovico Mazzola. Another boy from South America, Toniolo, alongside Jacob Ashcroft. Reipold, Aminkol, Luke Tal, and the Indonesian, Quadar Firand. Philip Hall on pole position. Noah the Brit Bagland out of grid 2 at risk of missing the start. Fortunately for Noah, another formation lap. Remik Samchek going through 3-1-3 for Fusion Motorsport. The British team in great form here all weekend. The Miami Powered Kart Republics. Pole position with the Peruvian, the South American, Mariano Lopez. Starting out of grid 3 and 311. The shadow's getting longer here at Lonato. The day's getting shorter, the temperature getting colder. It's a dry track. Forgive the cliche. The racing is about to be white hot in just a moment. The 17 lap OK Junior Final.
looking for the likes of Eiley Christian, Luba Roykov, Andrea Mani out of grid 22. Position behind William Kalija. Devon Waltz is also there. Arata Endo with a strong pre-final this morning. The win can come from anywhere. But it's Filippo Sala for the Forza Racing Team on pole position. Round 1 of 2, the 2024 WSK Final Cup. We race. The Forza Racing drivers, look at this. 1, 2 and 3 from the inside. First, third and fifth on the grid, it's Filippo Sala from Iskander Zulfikari and Henry Domain as they go down into the pit hairpin for the first time. Good start from Luca Schellis for the Victory Lane team. The Forza Racing drivers, first, second and third. Baglin from the front row of the grid is behind Luca in P5. Clean start for the moment. Lev Krutogolov in the Energy Corsa 351 card going down the inside. The Ukrainian up into P6. Look at the lead from Sala. We're about to complete the first of 17 laps, and he's already got not only protection from his teammates, but 4 kart lengths on Zulfikari. Domain right behind the Turk. Baglin, Schellis, Krutogolov, Ding the Dutchman. That's the Williams F1 Academy junior driver, Hugendorn. Fighting with Luba Roykov. Hugendorn, of course, winning the WSK Final Cup, this very event in 2023, but that was in OK National Junior. He's in P8, ahead of Christian, Alleman, Mins, Villapiana, Lopez, Chico Brown, who finished on the podium in Rock Vegas 7 days ago. The Californian ahead of Endo, Bereshkin, Kalija, Mani, Waltz, and the former OKN Junior World Cup champion, Jesse Phillips. Baglin up into 4th place, takes Lucas Schellis. The Kart Republic's 4 and 5. Look at this formation. Jamie Croxford's world-class Forza Racing Team Matchak Tune TM engines on the X-Free chassis. They run 1, 2 and 3. Some legendary drivers have driven for Forza Racing over the years. We think of Dexter Patterson, Johnny the Englishman, Edgar, Billy Munger, back to George Russell. Now look at the team from England with their Italian base. Their Italian driver first, their Turkish driver second, and Henry the Brit for the British team, first, second and third. Still a long way to go, of course. Noah Baglin for the Prema Racing team. That's he in P4 from Lucas Schellis. Krutogolov just been passed as the Hungarian by the Bulgarian, then the Canadian and Dean the Dutchman. Forza Racing, I'll say that with the English accent, as Henry goes fastest. It is actually an Italian name. It simply means strength. Look at this, Forza Racing by force. Filippo Sala, he's dominated the weekend, but his teammates are going with him. Domain with a 47.908 in the early stages of this race, trying to work together. Noah Baglin, though, puts in a purple sector, as does Eiley Christian, the Canadian. He just keeps on trucking. Yes, pun intended. He goes purple in the Tony Kart and has just taken Dean the Dutchman. Sala, Zulfikari, and Henry Domain. This is Henry. Lucas Schellis with the 47.553. As Domain clips the ripple strip at the exit of turn 3. That's ominous for the Forza Racing drivers. 47.5 for Luca for the Victory Lane team of Nico Martins, whose younger brother Victor, who took, of course, the 2016 World Championship in Bahrain for the VDK Racing team. Victor here at the circuit with his brother's team as Henry dives down the inside to take his teammate Iskander. Both Nico and Victor, who was testing for the Alpine Formula 1 team during the week in Qatar, and the Alpine Hypercar World Endurance Championship team. Victor joining Nico here at the circuit, watching on Luca. He's in P5. Lucas Schellis for the Victory Lane team, fastest on circuit. He's been passed by Baglin, but the Brit has caught up to the back of the so far dominant Forza Racing trio. This is so impressive. Jamie Croxford's world-class Forza Racing team. But all three of them, they've been caught by Noah Baglin. the second Brit. The first is in second. That's Henry Domain, Lucas Shellis for the Victory Lane team. We haven't even passed half race distance yet. And now Baglin and Shellis, they're both driving Kart Republics, remember. As Iskander retakes his teammate and the leading trio, you know that'll allow Filippo Sala to skip away as Iskander retakes Henry, who now has to defend from the second Brit. It's Noah Baglin. Lucas right there as well. That's Roykoff and Eiley Christian in the background. The Canadian driving nicely as Luca puts in a 47.492. The Victory Lane kart dancing over the grip here. Hooked up is the IAMI powered Kart Republic on the back of Baglin, but it's still Forza Racing, a show of force. 1, 2 and 3. Baglin trying to get up onto the podium. Baglin on the inside. Baglin will go on through. 1, 2, 3 for Forza Racing. Not for long, because Henry's now been passed. And Noah Baglin's the top Brit. He's on to the provisional podium. There's Roykoff, Eiley Christian, Dean the Dutchman, critical off. Means, Endo, Turner Brown, William Kalija up into 13th from grid 20. Lopez, the fastest qualified, down to 14th from Viapiana, Mani, Luke Tal, Phillips, Badeshkin, and Devon Waltz, whose teammates run 1, 2 and 5, rounds out the 20. 1, 3 and 5 though. Baglin the driver to beat. He's the threat. Filippo Sala has dominated the weekend, but now he's got to fight. Il Trentino, Filippo Sala. Perfect line from the Italian. As Lucas Shellis in the Victory Lane kart now goes defensive. That's Henry Domain behind. Henry in 3.35. Zulfikari in 3.36. 3.34 is Sala, who leads just from Baglin, who's on the attack. Down through the chicane, the opportunity is coming up. The move is coming up. Baglin slightly sideways. The Prima Racing team, who had dominated single-seater car racing for the past 4 decades, now running P2 with their British driver, sends it down the inside. Baglin goes on through but goes deep. Sala takes him back on the exit. Here we go. Baglin's off the road. Zulfikari sends him. Zulfikari says, cop that, mate. And the 6-time WSK Mini champion into second, but now he's been passed by Luca for the Victory Lane team. Luca from France into second place. Andrea Mani, yes, he's driving a Forza Racing kart. Yes, he's down to 16th, but he's just scorched around the circuit, a 47.4. Sala now, half a second clear, he needs this. Baglin briefly into the race lead. Sala was just not tolerating it. And the Forza Racing drivers, incredibly, they still run 1-2. Zulfikari in second. Lucas Shellis in third. Baglin, Domain, Roykoff, Hukendorn. Eiley Christian, Krutogolov, Means, Endo, Kalija almost knocking on the top 10. Here's the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver. Lopez. Just behind that battle, Noah Baglin was leading the race. And now he is in a titanic fight on lap 11 of 17. He's set by Henry. The two Brits fight. Baglin looks back over his shoulder to say, what are you doing, mate? Did not appreciate that as well. Watch the response from Noah, though. Stares over his right shoulder as Lucas Shellis escapes away. Lap 12 of 17, the gap is 1.3 seconds for Filippo Sala. Back to Iskander Zulfikari. They were running 1, 2 and 3, the Forza Racing drivers. Unlikely to finish in that order. It's still possible. They're still 1, 2. And P5 with Henry. Eiley Christian up the inside. Lucas Shellis from France. Superb for the Victory Lane team in the IAMI powered Kart Republic. On the back of Iskander the Great. 6 times he's won WSK titles. That was in 60 Mini though. Zulfikari, Iskander from Istanbul in Turkey.
Second place, Christian from Canada. Dives down the inside of Dean the Dutchman.
Superb from the Canadian.
He's up into 6.
Roykov behind the Dutchman, ahead of the Ukrainian.
Mins into 10 from Endo and William Kalija. As the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver coming on to the back straight. Has been lightning quick all week. Remember, he was racing 60 mini. Was Billy C just 6 months ago. This 78 car field. And he's flying the flag for Ricky Flynn Motorsport in 12th place. Andrea Mani now up into 15, still the author of the fastest lap of the race. Ahead of Luke Towell, Turner Brown, Phillips, Bereshkin, Ivanikov, who rounds out the 20. This is Eileen Christian in the Tony Kart. The top North American, though, just passed by the Dutchman, the Williams Formula One junior driver, Dean Hugendorn. He won the Final Cup last year. That was in OKJ Junior. Baglin, unlikely to stand on the podium at the moment. Still, we'll say it again, a show of force for the Forza Racing team. Domains in P5, Zulfikari second, and Filippo Sala, who has dominated the weekend. With the exception of qualifying, that was Mariano Lopez, the South American. He took pole position for the Fusion Motorsport team. Just hasn't come together for Mariano Lopez in the final. He's still circulating. Just goes past Arata Endo, in fact. Moves into 12th place behind Kalija. 3 laps to go. Lucas Cheles in 3rd place for the Victory Lane team. Forza Racing 1 and 2. OTK versus Kart Republic. This ferocious battle between two of the world's great karting manufacturers continues on, albeit for privately run teams. 1st, 2nd and 5th for Forza Racing. Thought about it, did Luca. Sala is not that far ahead. 2 laps to race. We start lap 16 of 17, only 0.4 of a second between the two teammates. Lucas Cheles with nothing to lose will make a move. He'll try it on Iskander Zulfikari, and the beneficiary may well be Noah Baglin. Closes in on the back of his teammate. Kisses the ripple strip through the double left-hander as they come down the hill. The penultimate lap of the OKJ Junior final. Into the chicane, Baglin for the Prema Racing team. Henry in P5 from Dean the Dutchman. Luca launches down the inside and splits the Forza Racing duo, and the Victory Lane Kart Republic goes P2. Iskander takes him back. Baglin into 2nd. Brilliant from the Brit. Sala starts the last lap of the race. Zulfikari's in P3. Oh, is it all over for Lucas Cheles? Hard on the brakes goes Filippo Sala. The Forza Racing drivers, they started the race with a dominant performance. 1, 2 and 3. They're now 1, 3 and 5. There's Henry on the back of Luca, having to defend also from Dean the Dutchman. Sala, 3 corners to go. He deserves this. He's dominated. He won the pre-final this morning. He won all 4 heats. He's about to take that checkered flag. Filippo Sala, Il Trentino, dominates to win for the Forza Racing team. Round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Sala wins. Baglin with a brilliant move. The Brit 2nd. And Zulfikari makes it a Forza Racing 1 and 3. Sala wins. Nobody here trackside at South Carter Karting can say Il Trentino did not deserve that. Forza Racing 1, 3 and 5. The Italian from Baglin, the Brit, and Iskander Zulfikari from Turkey in 3rd place. Incredibly, just the 3 DNS from that 36 kart final. Sala wins, and a deserving winner as well of round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. We take a look at the highlights. Sala from pole position, Baglin straight over the ripple strip. And the Forza Racing drivers, first, third, fifth on the grid, ran 1, 2 and 3 for basically the first half of the race. Lucas Chiles, Noah Baglin, both driving Kart Republics, catching up to the Forza Racing trio, I should say. And Baglin briefly through into position 2. Sala could not escape despite his performance, his dominance over the past 48 hours. Baglin, the Brit, with that move, going through briefly to lead. But was it taken immediately as Iskander Zulfikardi just centered on Baglin. Chiles into second place, going by Zulfikardi. Baglin staring at Luca. Henry watching on behind. Good drive from Luka Roykov, although he ultimately finished in P11. Hugendorn, P6 for last year's Final Cup OKJ champion. Chiles up into second place for the Victory Lane team. Down the inside went Iskander Zulfikardi, and Baglin took the both of them. But Filippo Sala wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup in OKJ, and a deserved victory as well. Takes the victory, and the Forza Racing team, look at that, 1, 3 and 5. Baglin with a brilliant move. The Brit second for the Prema Racing team. Zulfikardi on the podium in third place. Super. Toutes les semaines for Lucas Chiles. What a brilliant week, all week long for Lucas Chiles, who finishes in P4 from Domain. Hugendong, Eiley Christian, Krutogolov, Mins, and Billy C. William Kalija from Grid 20. The Australian rounds out the 10. He just takes the Bulgarian Luka Roykov on the last lap of the race. Andrea Mani, that's how important, how impressive, I should say, the speed from the Forza Racing team. Sure, the Monegasque finishes down in 17th, but he was the fastest driver on circuit. Some consolation for Andrea, a 47.456. But his teammates, 2 of them will stand on the podium. Filippo Sala wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. He'll stand on the podium here at Lonato in just a moment.
Drivers making their way up to the podium. A brilliant race in OK Junior here this afternoon. In third place for the Forza Racing team from Turkey, Iskander Zulfikardi. Second place from Britain for the Kart Republic Premier Racing Team, Noah Baglin. A dominant performance all week here at South Garda Karting. Lonato, the winner of the first round of the WSK Final Cup for the Forza Racing Team, Il Trentino, Filippo Sala. And representing the winning team, Forza Racing, Dean Penrucker. In third place from Turkey for the Forza Racing Team, Iskandar Zulfikari. Second place from Great Britain for the Premier Racing Team, Noah Baglin. Il Trentino vince, Filippo Sala wins round one of the WSK Final Cup for the Forza Racing Team. And representing a 1-3 on the podium for Forza Racing, Dean Penrucker. The national anthem of Italia. Round one of the WSK Final Cup at Lonato. Third place, Iskandar Zulfikari. Second, Noah Baglin. And Filippo Sala wins here at Lonato for the Forza Racing Team. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the OK Final in just a moment.
Back here at Lonato, the podium there, Forza Racing. What a performance, in particular from their driver, Filippo Sala, who takes the victory in OKJ. This is OK, the penultimate final of the afternoon. Dries van Langendonk to start from pole position. This promises to be the race of the afternoon. OK final to be followed by KZ2. We'll take a look at the highlights, first of all, of what has happened this week in OK here at Lonato. The centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. This world famous track, possibly, arguably, no, there's no doubt, this is the most famous kart racing circuit in the world. Halfway between Milan and Venice in the north of Italy, built by the Corberi family back in 1988. So many manufacturers, teams, mechanics, drivers, so much industry based in this part of the world. Almost within walking distance of this track. In some cases, that's a literal statement. 48 nations represented here this weekend. 389 drivers from around the world. This is round one of the WSK Final Cup. OK, their final. This will be sensational. Don't go anywhere. Great to have your company wherever you're watching us live around the world. A stacked field, a class field here in the OK Final. Penultimate race of the afternoon. This will be followed by KZ2, of course, the gearbox, the shifter category. Wsk Final Cup to the right of your screen on pole position. Sebastiano Pavan, the fastest qualifier for Ward Racing. To the left of your screen. Se non mi sbaglio, possiamo vedere anche Luigi Coluccio. Sì, salutami Luigi. Yep, that's Luigi. Racing in the Italian GT3 Championships, working with his countrymen and the Ward Racing team here this weekend. Sebastiano to the left of your screen. DVL to the right. This is the grid for the OK Final. DVL on pole position alongside Sebastiano Pavan. The orange Austrian, Nicholas Schaufler. The Red Bull Junior out of grid 3 alongside Lewis from Lincolnshire. Costoya Martinez, Zach the Glaswegian Drummond, the Great Dane David Walter, and Lewis the Aussie Francis. Yu Delu from China has been in great form for Ward Racing all week. Out of grid 11, the second Red Bull Junior, it is Rocco Coronel van the Netherlands. Alpak Soy, Clementson from Norway, Jakob Minkalev, Louis Cochet, the second generation racer, Corner, Repetto, the New Zealander, and then Macbee on debut in OK and WSK for the Tony Kart Racing team. Roman Kamyab, Kip Polowski, there's the three Brits, 18, 19, 20, 21, Andy Consani, Thomas Pradier. The French drivers, Bechichka, Rafalik, Gino Rocchio, Boloet, Pete Casabene, the Australian. A great debut in WSK alongside Smith, Chartier from Canada, Bottas Wisheni out of 30. Indra Peschel, former WSK mini champion, Graham, Matthew Higgins scrapes into the grid for the Energy Corsa team, Rasmussen, Brovko, and Tomas Gender for the Victory Lane team. A world-class field here as the shadows get longer, and last year's junior world champion for the Forza Racing team, Dries van Langendonk, on pole position. No chance this time around. We will surely do, we certainly do, another formation lap under the control of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, who has been officiated and, I'll say that again, under the control of our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, who has been involved with officiating and competing in world motorsport since the very late 1970s, early 1980s, 7 days ago. Alessandro Ferrari working with the FIA in race control in Bahrain for the final round of the World Endurance Hypercar Championship. And he joins us once again for the penultimate race of the WSK season. Controlling the hypercar grid last weekend and controlling this world-class field of OK drivers. The penultimate race of the WSK season, the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Of course, recently we also wrapped up the 11th season of the world's most competitive junior car racing series. Fast Freddie Slater taking the victory at Monza just a couple of weeks ago for the Prema Racing team. DVL on pole position, Sebastiano out of grid 2. We race. Schaufler, the orange Austrian, slots into second place. Kostoya goes through to P3. Clean start for the moment as the field race down through turns 2 and 3. Van Langendonk has to close the door on the DPK Racing driver. The Red Bull Junior tries the outside of last year's Junior World Cup Racing champion, Sebastiano Pavan, for the Ward Racing team. Already muscles by and takes the Spaniard. That's Rocco Coronel going through. Rocco, the second Red Bull Junior, the first. Here's Nicholas Schaufler, that's he in second place. Sebastiano Pavan, who took pole position 48 hours ago in time qualifying. Kostoya right there as well. incident for Jakub Mikalev, and unfortunately the Australian on debut in WSK, Pip Casabene, they've come to grief on the first lap of the race. Kostoja from the Glaswegian, Schaufler down the inside, throws it around the outside. Awesome from the orange Austrian. Pavan around the outside. It's kicking off already. Van Langendonk, Van Belgier has got the race lead from Schaufler, who's under attack from Sebastiano. Sends it down the inside to second. Superb from Pavan for the Ward Racing team. Look at that, look at the lead that's given to Van Langendonk as Zach Drummond gets shoved out the way. Holds onto it though. Zach incredibly holds on to fourth place, fighting with Hugh Deleu, Al Baxoy, Macaulay Bishop. What a start. Listen to this. He's on debut in WSK OK. He started grid 18. Macaulay Bishop 7th. Schaufler down the inside. Takes Pavan back to second. Van Langendonk, the orange Austrian, and the Ward Racing team driver, Sebastiano Pavan. Macaulay Bishop up into 6th for the Tony Kart Racing team. Has put on some outrageous passes over the past couple of seasons in Rotax World Karting. Macaulay Bishop joins us finally in WSK OK. He's running 6th. He started so far back on the grid. What a performance from Macaulay Bishop from 18th. He's in 6th for the Tony Kart Racing team. Just goes by and takes David Walter. Kostoja, who was fastest in his group, the 3-time junior WSK champion. Bishop behind Hugh Deleu, the top Brit. It's the Glaswegian, Zach Drummond. Hugh Deleu just behind. Blue colours, not to be confused. He is with the Ward Racing team. His teammate Sebastiano Pavan in 3rd place, but as Van Langendonk in P1. But Schaufler goes purple in the first part of this lap, purple in the second part of this lap. Schaufler's about to set the fastest lap of the race in this early stage. 47.1, takes a 10th of a second out of Dries Van Langendonk. Unfortunately, we have lost Lewis Werrell, Jakub Mikalev, and the Antipodeans, Oscar Repetto and Pip Casabene. Sebastian throws it in aggressively, not getting off the throttle at the same time. Joachim Ward has given his driver a missile. Drivers, plural, because Hugh Deleu in P4 is there as well. Kostoja has incidentally retaken the place from Macaulay Bishop. There's David Walter going through, keeping his nose clean. Of course, he won the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series at this very circuit 18 months ago. Walter, Aksoy, Lewis Francis, Corner, Belovsky. Bishop and Kostoja, they were fighting for P5. They've come together and dropped way down the order, as has Schaufler. Schaufler is out. Kostoja also. Hugely disappointing. We've lost quite a few front runners. Lewis Werrell retiring, as has Roman Kamyab. Now they're starting to drop. It was a frantic pace. As Zach Drummond with the 47 dead. The Scotsman for the Fusion Motorsport team. Sebastiano though, 46.8. Pavan. There's the rest of the field going on through. Bechichka behind Belovsky. Head of Rocchio, Chartier, Rocco Coronel, Pradier, Macaulay Bishop. Still there, but in position 15. Purple sector again from Zach Drummond. The Scotsman who was cruelly denied victory after a dominant week at Franciacorta in the WSK Open Series earlier on in the year. Zach Drummond now goes purple. He's in P3. Sebastiano Pavan responds with a 46.5, 0.2 of a second faster than Dries Van Langendonk. The field have spread out We have lost Kostoya. He's out. Schaufler's out. Graham is out. As is Kamyab and Werrell. Mikhailov, Oscar Repetro and Pip Casabene. 36 starters. We're down to 28 in the field. That's disappointing to have lost so many front runners. David Walter, though, credit to the Great Dane as he puts in a purple sector, stays P5 from Alp Axoy. Remember Alp winning the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series at this circuit last year in OK Junior. Now with Fusion Motorsport, he's P5 from corner. Kit Bolovsky. Kit just ahead of Yuri Bachichka. And Luis Francis rounds out the 10. DVL controls the pace. There's Walter. Axoy, Kornda, Kit Bolovsky for the Fusion Motorsport team. There's Thomas Pradier going ahead of Bishop, Peschel, Louis Corchet, Brovko, Gender, and Smith rounds out the 20. Good drive from Joseph Smith from the 14th row of the grid, making up 8 or 9 positions already in what is turning out to be a race of attrition. We'll check the gap this time because there's 2 purple sectors from Pavan. It was 0.7 of a second. Now goes purple, 46.3 for Sebastiano for the Ward Racing team. Zach in P3 is Drummond. The Glaswegian in P3 for the Fusion Motorsport team. David Walter closes up behind Udalu. Also for the Ward Racing team, there it is, 46.325 for Sebastiano. 0.5 of a second now. Udalu, the car dancing on the grip as they race down the hill. David Walter, he smashes over the ripple strip. Dives down the inside, and the Great Dane goes on through and takes Udalu for P4. We'll check the gap. It's now down to 0.4 of a second. 46.2. He takes 0.2 of a second out of Dries van Langendonk. Zach Drummond a second behind. Still got the second half of the race to go, though. There is David Walter, Udalu. Luke Kornda, superb from the German. Give him some credit. He's just gone by and taken Alp Axoy, Pichichka, Kit Bolovsky, and Luis Francis in P10. Ragged down through the chicane, but it's quick for Sebastiano. TM powered Joachim Ward tune missile on the Tony Kart Racer 401 RR chassis. Of course, new homologation in 2025. You've already seen the bodywork with the aerodynamic advantage, which the OTK cars will front next year. 0.3 of a second. He's catching DVL, the Infinity Management driver for the Forza Racing team. They're looking for their second victory of the afternoon after winning in OKJ. Both OTK and then Zach Drummond in the Oyami-powered Kart Republic in P3. Better sector that time from Dries van Langendonk. The gap goes out to half a second. Last year's junior world champion for the Forza Racing team, who will be joining us in Formula 4 imminently. World class is the Forza Racing team. Arguably the most professionally presented team here in the paddock. Right up there in terms of world motorsport professionalism. With all due respect, I know that's a subjective opinion. But apart from that, they're quick as well. Already with the OK Junior victory this afternoon. As the shadows get longer, Dries van Langendonk van Belgier in P1. He lives on the former Belgian Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit of Zolder, the attic of Zolder. You can see the orange Arai helmet from speedwear.be. In P1, Sebastiano Pavan for Ward Racing in second place. DVL, P1, Zach in P3. Now in the shadows of the enormous 2,000-seat grandstand here at South Garda Karting Lonato, the penultimate event of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Incidentally, check out next year's calendar, the 20th anniversary season. of WSK. 5 rounds, the Supermaster Series, the WSK World Challenge at Viterbo, north of Rome, and Genk in Belgium. 3 rounds for the Final Cup next year, of course. The Rotax Euro Challenge and the 12th season of the world's most competitive junior car racing series, the Italian F4 Championship, which has so far produced 6 Formula One Grand Prix drivers. And after Freddie Slater's victory in the 2024 championship at Monza a couple of weeks ago, you dare suggest that number will increase in a couple of years' time as well. Pavan brings the gap down to 0.2 of a second. He's still got time. DVL controls the pace. Both powered by TM. Both OTK cars. Sebastiano dives down the inside. Oh, that was a late move. Van Langedonk had no choice but to give him space. Zach further back on the track, unable to capitalize. He saw that happen but couldn't make the move through. Dries Van Langedonk, nothing the Belgian could do. Sebastiano waited and sent it from a mile back. Audacious, ambitious. Look at this. From a long way back, standing on the brakes. Van Langedonk out into the marbles. Unimpressed. No choice though but to give him space. He's got the speed to respond though, and he's got the time. Still 5 laps to race. We'll see if Zach Drummond in the first non-OTK kart, that's the Kart Republic powered by the Iami for the Fusion Motorsport team in P3. Sebastiano set pole position 48 hours ago. 45.768 in timed qualifying. Not doing that in the cooler conditions here, obviously. The gap 0.3 of a second. Watch the response from the Belgian. Here's David Walter behind Zach Drummond. Udaloo also for Ward Racing. Corner. Great drive from the German. Axor Yidibet-Chichka, the Czech, ahead of Rocco Coronel and Kit Volosky. Great drive. The second Brit inside the top 10 from 20th on the grid. Then it's Rocchio, Francis Bishop Chartier, and Louis Cochet in P15. .3 of a second. You can see it's 2 kart lengths. Different lines, incredibly. They're both on TM-powered OTK karts, the Tony kart from the X-Spree, but vastly different lines. Look at the aggression from Pavan down into the chicane. Okay, not that time, but previously he was just smashing the ripple strip. The temperature dropping, the shadows getting longer. Looks back over his shoulder. Sebastiano, I can tell you that Dries has gone nowhere. This is Zach, the Glaswegian. It'll be great to see him on the podium. That time, Sebastiano on the inside, on the outside, just smashes the ripple strip. The car dancing on 3 wheels, massive flex. The 50mm rear axle, of course, the karts these days built so soft. 16,000 RPM. Depending on who you talk to. More than 40 horsepower from these 125cc OK engines. No exaggeration, if I may personally indulge. The best I've seen, a dyno sheet, 41.8 horsepower. That is no exaggeration. Top speed of 123 k's an hour here at the Lonato circuit. Over 140 at Sano in the direct drive category. Penultimate lap, Dries Van Langedonk is running out of time. The gap is 0.3 of a second. Zach Drummond, great performance all weekend. He's 2 seconds further back. Unless these two come to grief, which we don't wish on them, Drummond will finish P3. Sebastiano Pavan for the Ward Racing team. Joachim, Rosemary and their daughter Rebecca willing their Italian driver on home. A missile quick Tony kart. Sebastian is driving for the Ward Racing team all weekend. Looks right over his shoulder. Again, the kart dances on the grip. Will come across the line to start. L'ultimo giro, the last ronde. 0.397 of a second. It's too much for DVL. Sebastiano almost jumping out of the seat. There's Drummond in the background. Sebastiano, the heart rate, can you imagine what it is? Jumping out of the seat, racing down the hill into the chicane for the final time. Keeps it off the ripple strip, runs wide slightly, has to get out of the throttle. That he is too far back to capitalise. Can't do what Sebastiano did him a few laps ago. Looks behind the final corner. That checkered flag is about to wave. Sebastiano Pavan for the Ward Racing team wins round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Van Langendonk second, and the Glaswegian Zach Drummond on the podium in third place. Pavan wins. The fastest qualifier, he deserved it. An audacious pass on Dries Van Langendonk, which the Belgian was unimpressed with, but he did not touch him, just sent it from a mile back. That was the move that won him the race. To be fair, Sebastiano Pavan with the fastest lap as well. We take a look at the highlights. Unfortunately, we lost quite a few drivers early on. Nicholas Schaufler, who was awesome to watch in the opening stages, but he was one of the early retirements. Going by and taking Sebastiano Pavan. Into second was the orange Austrian. Costoya was there, but he would also retire, as would Lewis Werrell. Schaufler slowing with a problem. And that was the move that won Sebastian Pavan the race. The Italian wins for the Swedish Ward Racing team. Pavan takes victory in round 1 of the WSK Final Cup for the Ward Racing team. Dries Van Langendonk second for the Forza Racing team. And Zach Drummond, the wee lad from Glasgow. Sorry, mate. Congratulations, though, the Fusion Motorsport driver, deservedly on the podium in third place. Walter, Udaloo, Kornda, Idibichичka, great recovery from the Red Bull Junior, Rocco Coronel, Al Baxoy, and Lewis Francis rounds out the 10. Of course, we did unfortunately lose Kit Bolowski, who was up into 10th from grid 20. Louis Cochet retired, Rasmussen Costoya was out, Schaufler rolled to a stop. Graham, Roman Kamyab, Lewis Werrell, Mikhailov, Oscar Peto, and Pip Casabene were out on the first lap of the race. Pavan takes victory. An audacious pass, but to be fair, he actually did get the fastest lap of the race, 46.219 versus 46.343. Took pole position. He's a deserved winner of round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. He'll stand on the top step of the podium, which is coming your way live from an increasingly dark and cold Lonato in just a moment.
brilliant OK final, round one of the WSK Final Cup here at Lonato. In third place, the Scotsman for Fusion Motorsport, Wsk Drummond. Van Bellier for the Forza Racing team in position 2, Dries van Langentonk. He took pole position and he took the victory here this afternoon, the winner of round one of the WSK Final Cup, the Italian for the Swedish Ward Racing team, Sebastiano Pavan. And representing the winning Ward Racing team, Miss Rebecca Ward. Third place to the Scotsman for Fusion Motorsport, Wsk Drummond. Second place to the Belgian, Dries van Langentonk. Il vincitore, l'italiano for the team, Van Sverier, Sebastiano Pavan. And Miss Rebecca Ward accepting the winning team's trophy for Ward Racing. The national anthem of Italy. The podium for round one of the WSK Final Cup. Third place from Scotland for Fusion Motorsport, Wsk Drummond. The McLaren Junior from Belgium for Forza Racing second. And the winner here at Lonato for the Ward Racing team, Sebastiano Pavan. Stay with us on WSK.it. One race to go, and that's for KZ2, live from Lonato in just a moment.
One race to go here as the sun sets here at South Garda Karting. It is for KZ2, the original shifter kart or gearbox category. Christian Bertuca, Il Cannibal, what a year he's had. He starts from pole position, looking to take his third WSK title of 2024. He starts from grid one. We'll take a look at the grid in just a moment, but firstly, the highlights of KZ2 this week here at Lonato. The shadows getting longer here at South Garda Karting. The karts are on the grid, almost under the lights. Fortunately, the sky is still blue for the moment. This time yesterday, the fog had rolled in and we could not see one end of the circuit from the other. We'll be right for this, the final one. The temperature, 15 degrees. Yeah, I doubt that. The shadows are getting longer, the days are getting shorter, it is getting colder, but the track is dry. And forgive the cliche, but the action on track is about to be white hot. 36, KZ2 shifter carts on the grid. Christian Cannibal, P1, grid 1. For the driver from just up the road in nearby Milan. The Birolart racing team, the team from Lissone on the outskirts. Walking distance, literally, is the Birolart factory from the Monza Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit. David Trefilov, remember though, he won this title in 2023. The Maranello SRP driver for Mike Sebeki Racing Parts. Grid 2 for DT. Bertuca, pole position, leads the field away. We'll take a look at the grid as the karts fire into life. Bertuca, pole position. David Trefilov, who won the final cut for the Maranello SRP team in 2023. Here's his teammate, David Goricica. Similar karts. The Forza Racing Maranello of the Czech. We'll get to him in a moment. But it's Bertuca on pole position. David Trefilov, who won the title in 2023 for the Maranello SRP team out of grid 2. Also took pole position in time qualifying, did DT 48 hours ago. Leopardi also for the Birolart team. Marek Scriven, superb form for the Czech this weekend. Marcus Kayak, who won the season opening Champions Cup at this circuit. Lorenzo Travisunuto, Orlov, Alessio Piccini, Casper Schormans van the Netherlands, and Emilian Denner for Renda Motorsport out of 10. Il Bresciano, Andrea Dalle, Simon Reckenmacher, Lorenz van Hoppen, direct from the FIA Formula 3 World Championship with our Grand Prix. Ethan Prigamoska, Dion van Verven, Yarislav Shevritalov, and the Australian, German, Englishman Timo Jungling for CPB Sport. Matvib, he won the OK title last year. Moritz Hebner and Simon White with Simone Bianco out of grid 20. Fabrizio Rosati also for the SRP Maranello team. Lucas Shabinskas, Alexiv, Alessio Lamartina, the Flash Map Kart Republic. Croatia, Giacardi from Monte Carlo, Darius Babiuana, Bunyatin, Eric Holm, and David Vitalis out of grid 30. Dominic Šimek, Cedric Molt, Jaden Tian, who won the season opening Rotax Winter Cup at Campios. Now with CPB Sport, Jetty Skulinov, David Goricica. That was the Forza Racing Maranello. Slow to get away, but he is on track. And Thomas Kuipers in the Mac 1 kart, grid 36. Great to have it. Yes, you heard right. David Vidalis, twice vice world champion Bahrain, to Victor Martins in 2016 and to Denny Curl in 2017. AF Corsa Ferrari driver in GT3. Still to race in the season final at the Jeddah Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit in Saudi Arabia in a few weeks' time. He's back racing with us in WSK. David Vidalis as the lights go on here at South Garda Karting. Of course, with heavy hearts, su hermana, Sofia. Also, our thoughts go out to the people of Spain. His sister, Sofia, one of the many Spaniards affected by the devastating floods in Valencia just a couple of weeks ago. Christian, as cool as you'd like, just looks across, almost starting a conversation with David Trefilov. He starts on pole position. That is Christian Cannibal, 101 DT, the fastest qualifier, remember. Maranello SRP out of grid 2. Watch for Samuele Leopardi, 104 behind his teammate, who set fastest lap after fastest lap in the pre-final this morning. Thomas Kuiper still going down through the chicane. We've still got probably 30 seconds before the start of the race. Christian Bertuca, his heart rate, it's barely jumped. WSK Supermaster Series champion twice, Open Series champion. Starts on pole position, of course. As we do another formation lap. That fabulous victory in Portimao just a month ago. Couple of cars stalling further back. Look to be Cedric Mogg. Jetty Skulinov. They are back underway though. Depending on where you're watching us live from all around the world, whether it's late or night, whether it's early in the morning, you've probably got time to very quickly make another coffee. Decaf if you're going to bed. Make it strong if you're getting up in the Americas. Because another formation lap, so it's probably another minute or so before the start. Christian Bertuca on pole position. The Birrell Art driver, Supermaster Series champion 2023 and 2024. He won the WSK Open Series. He took that fabulous victory in Portimao just a month ago. The Birrell Art team dominating World KZ racing over the past few seasons. However, it is David Trefeloff who took pole position 2 days ago for the Maranello SRP team. He won this title last year at Franciacorta, and his teammate Markus Kayak, the Estonian, who's on the inside third row of the grid, he won the season opening WSK Champions Cup for SRP Sibeka Racing Parts Maranello at this very circuit at the end of January to start the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Again, we wait. Here's Jaden Tian lighting up the rear Lacon tyres. Thomas Kuiper's going through the 147 Mach 1 car powered by the Iami. How cool is Christian? Just looks around, visor up, almost starting a conversation with David Trefeloff. We wait for the Belgian and the Czech to join the 18th row of the grid. Welcome to the center of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. Oh, yep, and again. Yep, you've got time to make yet another coffee, another 2 minutes or so. Third formation lap, unusually. We are under the lights here at Lonato. Christian almost falling asleep. Visor up. There is Christian Cannibal. Still the dark visor for most of these drivers. We are under lights here. There is Alessio Piccini. Looks across. You know he just gave the nod to his famous father, Alessandro Piccini, the great Alessandro, mentor, mechanic, and father. Four-time world champion. Watch for Alessio Piccini, who's had a strong run all weekend. Alessio Piccini starting out at grid 8 for the Modena Kart team. .21 laps. You can see we are under the lights here at South Garda Karting. This is round 1 of 2, of course. In 2 weeks' time, we go to Cremona for the final event, the second round of the Final Cup. The 19th season of WSK Promotion comes to an end in 2 weeks' time at Cremona, the circuit which recently hosted a highly successful round of the World Superbike Championship. Almost 50,000 spectators cramming into the Cremona circuit. We'll be there in 2 weeks' time to conclude the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. third attempt. The KZ2 shifter kart category. Round 1, the WSK Final Cup. Welcome to the centre of the karting universe. South Garda Karting Lonato. The KZ2 final. Christian Cannibal Bertuca on pole position. The 4 red lights. We race. Perfect start from Leopardi from the inside second row of the grid. And the Birol cars go 1-2. It is Christian Cannibal from Samuel Leopards in second place. Trefilov back to third from Marcus Kayak, who won the season opening WSK Champions Cup at this very circuit. The Maranello SRP cars, they dominated qualifying. First and second 48 hours ago, over 1 lap. They're now running third and fourth. Good start from Marek Scriven, the Czech in the Czech Praga kart in P5. Christian Cannibal, 1-0-1 as the big move down the inside from Trefilov. Leopardi back into P4. Scriven thinks about it as well. Scriven cops a tap from the Paralin kart just behind of Lorenzo Travisanuto. It is Bertuca from DT and Marcus Kayak. Already a lead of 0.707 from Bertuca. There's Leopardi. Back into P4 from Scriven, Travisanuto, Piccini, Orlov, Casper Schulmans, and Emilian Denner for Render Motorsport inside the top 10. In fact, Emilian has just gone by and taken Casper. Dale just outside the edge of the top 10. Il Bresciano in the CRG on his home circuit. Leopardi on the inside of Marcus Kayak, but the Estonian slams the door shut. And now Samuele under attack from Marek Scriven in the Praga karts. The blue and white machine. Marek Scriven, he was on the podium 2 seasons ago at Sano in the WSK Final Cup. P5 at the moment from Travisanuto, Piccini, Orlov and Denner. Bertuca from Trefilov. The gap is down to 0.5 of a second. Christian will surely not walk away with this. David Trefilov won't let him. The Maranello SRP karts in second and third. Clean start for the KZ2 final. 36 drivers on track and 36 still circulating. The kart you saw running wide, incidentally and unfortunately, was the German, English, Australian Timo Jungling. He has rejoined, but he's way down in 36th place. Scriven going through, Travisanuto and Alessio Piccini. Trefilov closes right in on the back of Christian Bertuca, who calmly looks back over his shoulder. Emilian Denner makes the move on Maxim Orlov and sets fastest lap in the early stage at the same time. The Render Motorsport driver in the Sodi kart as the SRP Maranello drivers trade positions. MK goes through on DT. Kayak takes Trefilov. David gave him room there. German DKM champion as well. Bertuca will check the gap, not to Trefilov, it's to Kayak. Just 3/4 of a second sideways through turn 1. Just after they reach their maximum speed, 141 kilometres an hour on the telemetry. Travisanuto in the background defending from his countryman, Alessio Piccini. Matveev, 46.199. Remember Dimitri, who won this title in OK 12 months ago. The Siberian in 17th place and a purple sector in this lap as well. He's behind Simone Bianco, has just got by Luka Shabinskis. Biralat versus Maranello SRP. Don't discount the Czech Marek Scriven in the Praga kart. Bertuca goes defensive. He'll be slow on the exit here. He knows it. He looks behind him. He stares behind him and just puts the kart in the middle of the circuit. Leopardi around the outside, trying to take Trefilov. Marek Scriven is there as well. Slight, very slight error
from Christian Bertuca, but he covered it up nicely. Blocked. Marcus Kayak just behind. Kayak with a purple sector. Starting to get frustrated now. He's got the speed. The Maranello SRP cars, they were 1-2 in qualifying. Trefilov taking pole position. Trefilov winning the Final Cup in 2023. Marcus Kayak, he won the season opening Champions Cup at this very circuit. Bertuca, though, what a season he's had. What seasons he's had. World Cup champion, WSK Supermaster Series champion this year and last year. He won the WSK Open Series. He is the form driver in KZ2 at the moment. He leads from MK, the Estonian, on the back of the Italian, DT from Deutschland, for the team from Deutschland in P3. Marek Scriven looking for a way by Samuele Leopardi as Denner sets 2 purple sectors. The driver from Strasbourg, he'll be in this battle imminently. This is only lap 8 of 21, so just passing 1/3 race distance. There's Denner in the background for Renda Motorsport. Denner has just got by and taken Lorenzo Travisanuto. Alessio Piccini in superb form this weekend. As you see, Bertuca, slight error down into the chicane. He knew it, he blocked. Marcus Kayak. Shake and bake, you know that teammates will work together. In the case of Kayak and Trefilov, Bertuca and Leopardi likewise. But Samuele, who set fastest lap after fastest lap in the pre-final this morning, is back in P4. He's defending from Marek Scriven, who's had a brilliant run this weekend. Alessio Piccini, Il Toscano, under attack from Emilian Denner. Again, look at that, 45.514 for the Renda Motorsport Sodi Kart driver, the first of the French machines. Bertuca, defensive again, into the 3rd last corner on the 9th lap of the race. .45.4 for Marcus Kayak. Glued to the back of Christian Cannibal. Sends it down the inside into turn 3. That did not work. And now he gives the place to his teammate David Trefilov. They are working together. Matviv again with a 45.4. The Siberian knocking on the door of the top 10 after starting in 18th position. He's got by Dion van Verven. Bianco Simon Reckenmacher, who's not having a good final this afternoon after being in great form all week. It's just not working for the TB Motorsport driver as we're under lights the final race of round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Marek Scriven, we'll see if the Czech can get onto the podium. The Sol Praga with the Sodi Kart of Emilian Denner behind for Renda Motorsport, who has got through and taken Alessio Piccini. This is just a few moments ago. David Trefilov going by and taking his Estonian teammate Marcus Kayak for 2nd place. Denner going on through. He will storm up to the back of Marek Scriven in the Renda Motorsport Sodi Kart Sigma. TM domination, the VT Racing tuned TM of Bertuca, of course SRP tuned TMs of Trefilov, tuned by Mike Sebecki himself. Galifa tuned TM engines also scattered through the field. Marek Scriven also TM powered, and the Renda Motorsport Sodi Kart of Emilian Denner. Sparks flying under lights. The temperature dropping, the shadows getting longer. The field starting to bottleneck. Christian Bertuca under enormous pressure, but as cool as you like for Christian Cannibal, staring behind him. Back at not 1, but 2 SRP Maranello drivers. Maxim Orlov in the background behind the 2-time world champion Lorenzo Travisanuto, and Andrea Dalle, Il Bresciano, rounds out the 10. Frustration now for David Trefilov and Marcus Kayak. Leopardi in P4 just watching this battle. He'd love to make it a Birilat 1-2. But the problem for he and Marek Scriven is the Frenchman. Here comes Emilian. Denner for Renda Motorsport. He's reeling them in. It's going to be a 6-kart fight. We've still got 8 laps to race. Denner's right there. Denner can win this. Emilian Denner, I know that's a big statement, but he's comfortably the fastest driver on the circuit. Bertuca has withstood the pressure brilliantly. Trefilov, Kayak, frustrated the fastest qualifiers for SRP Maranello. Here comes Emilian, goes in deep under brakes. Denner behind Scriven. Bertuca under pressure from DT. MK in third. Dives down the inside, not this time for Trefilov. The teammates again trade positions. Kayak in 1-2-1, Trefilov 1-1-8. We move into the final third of the race. Emilian Denner in the background now. The Maranello SRP drivers will see what they can do. They've still got the final quarter of the race. Incidentally, Timo Jungli, the only retirement so far, as again, the SRP Maranello drivers trade positions. 1-1-8 is Trefilov. 1-2-1 is Marcus Kayak. DT letting MK go on through. Sorry, MK letting DT go through. Trefilov, Kayak from Germany and Estonia respectively, but Christian Cannibal is still withstanding the pressure. Scriven, you can see in the background, has got by and taken Leopardi, who's also been passed by Denner. Here comes Emilian. P5, the driver from Strasbourg in France. 45.371. He's 0.2 of a second faster than the race leader, Christian Cannibal. The Sodicat Sigma on the back of the Praga, who skates under brakes. Denner, he's the dark horse here. He's got by Leopardi, Piccini, Travistenuto, Orlov and Dahle. Schurman's Kaspar just outside the top 10 for CPB Sport. Bertuca with a defensive masterclass. Surely they're not thinking about the second round of the championship. It is a 2-round series, the WSK Final Cup. Today, here, now at Lonato, and 2 weeks' time at Cremona, the circuit which recently hosted a round of the World Superbike Championship to close out the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Competition. Bertuca left the door open that time to Trefilov, who was just a centimetre too far back. Scriven's there as well. Marek Scriven on the podium in the Final Cup at Sano 2 years ago. Denner breathing down his neck in the Renda Motorsport Sodi kart. Again, Bertuca closes the door. They all bunch up. They all lose time. Denner's on the back of Marek Scriven. Emilian too far back to make a move. He runs into the back of the Czech. Costly for Denner. 4 laps to go, including this one. We've raced 17 laps. 4 laps to race in round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. 389 drivers from 48 nations around the world in the biggest event in WSK Promotion history. The penultimate event of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport. And Christian Bertuca, who has had a superb season, has controlled. He's defended from the outset. Time's running out for Denner and for the 2 Maranello drivers. Trefilov, Kayak, Scriven and Emilian. Christian Cannibal, can he win it from here? Surely not. He has defended unbelievably well. You've never seen a wider Birilat kart than that of 101 Christian Cannibal. Not the quickest on the track here in the final. The sun has now set. We are under lights at the center of the karting universe. And Christian Cannibal Bertuca with 2.5 laps remaining. Leopardi closes in on the back of Denner. who's lost that momentum. Yellow down into the third last corner as we lose Minya Crosha. Loddens Van Hoppen also retiring in that incident. The driver who's taken 4 podiums in the FIA Formula 3 Championship for Art Grand Prix, joining us for the WSK Final Cup. He retires though. Penultimate lap of the race. Scriven goes defensive. Denner around the outside. He's in the marbles, gets wheel spin. And that's surely the end of the attack from the Frenchman. There took her a lap and a half to go. It's Trefilov who's left his teammate behind. You know the move's going to come. Penultimate lap of the race. The opportunities are running out for DT. Bertuca goes defensive. Christian has to be careful here or Trefilov will just launch him. They come across the line. We have got 1 lap to race this weekend. Up the inside, Bertuca's out. Oh, wow. Wow, and wow again. Bertuca off the road. You saw it live from South Garda Karting. He defended from 420 laps, and now Trefilov and Kayak controversially. Look at this, was he helped? Oh, you bet. Certainly was Trefilov. A cloud hangs over the German. He is the race leader, he will win it. It will be a Maranello SRP 1-2. But put a big asterisk beside that statement. Trefilov wins it. Kayak second, Marek Scriven. Credit to the Czech. The Praga drivers on the podium in third place. A controversial finish to round 1 of the WSK Final Cup. Jaden Tian crosses the line. Kuipers, Alexev, Jakardi. Here's Gorchicha. Eric Holm, Lucas Shabinskas, Emilian Danner and Samuele Leopardi also coming together on the final lap of the race. They both join the list of DNFs. Trefilov wins in controversial circumstances here at Lonato. Maranello SRP 1-2 in qualifying 48 hours ago. And 1-2 here under lights at South Garda Karting. Trefilov with the, let's insert the word provisional, victory here. I told you it gets dark early now at this time of year in the north of Italy. Fabulous pictures here from the team at WSK.IT. Trefilov wins it. Marcus Kayak second. Marek Scriven, regardless, has taken a brilliant podium in third place. The highlights of the race. We'll try and bring you the highlights. Back to the highlights of this race. Sorry, we can't bring you the highlights as everything has frozen up as the temperature drops. We can bring you the provisional classification. David Trefilov with the race victory from Marcus Kayak. Maranello SRP 1-2. Trefilov fastest in qualifying, remember, 48 hours ago. The Maranello cars 1-2. Trefilov, Kayak, Marek Scriven on the podium again in the Final Cup. In third place, Bravo, Il Toscano, Alessio Piccini, Orlov, Travis Nuto, Christian crosses the line in seventh place. Dale Frigomoska and Dmitry Matviev, who won the WSK Final Cup in OK last year, rounds out the 10. The final podium from Lonato in KZ2 coming your way in just a moment.
thrilling finish for KZ2. Maranello SRP 1-2 in qualifying. Controversial finish, but they finished 1-2 in the final here this afternoon as well. DT and MK 1-2 for the Maranello SRP team. Marek Skriven deserves huge credit, the driver from the Czech Republic in the Praga Cup, on the podium in third place. We wait for David Trefilov to make his way up to the podium. Tremendous scenes here. The Maranello SRP team celebrating. The KZ2 podium here at Lonato for round one of the WSK Final Cup. A brilliant performance. He deserves this from the Czech Republic in the Praga Cup. Marek Skriven. Second place for the Maranello SRP team from Estonia, Marcus Kayak. Pole position, let's remember, 48 hours ago in time qualifying, and he takes the victory. He is last year's WSK Final Cup champion. He wins here, the KZ2 final. Welcome to the top step of the podium from Deutschland for the Maranello SRP team, David Trefilov. And representing the winning Maranello SRP team, Herman Meissner. Third place to the Czech, Marek Skriven. Second place to the Estonian, Marcus Kayak. The winner of round one of the WSK Final Cup from Germany for the Maranello SRP team, David Trefilov. And representing the winning Maranello SRP team, Herman Meissner. The national anthem of Germany. The podium for round one of the WSK Final Cup from the Czech Republic in third place for Praga Cup, Marek Skriven. Second, the Estonian, Marcus Kayak. And the winner from Germany, David Trefilov. The podium for the KZ2 final here, a brilliant way to finish what has been a record-breaking event here at Lonato. 389 drivers from 48 nations around the world for round one of the WSK Final Cup. From here, we go to Cremona, just in 2 weeks' time, just 100 kilometres down the road for the final event of the 19th season of WSK Promotion World Motorsport Competition. On behalf of everyone here at South Garden Karting and WSK Promotion, thanks for watching. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time at Cremona. Arrivederci da Lonato.